Good morning. Holy craps. It's Thirsty Thursday. We just got finished with Wow Wednesday. And Wednesday was definitely a wow factor. We had all types of stuff going on. All types of stuff, right? All types of things going on yesterday. It was definitely a wow Wednesday, is what I would like to say. Thirsty Thursday, right? And I know we got a lot of juicy stuff coming up today, right? For the record, guess what? I tried to change my hair and that made me late. So blame it on the hair day. And did come back, and I'm like, okay, I could blame it on the hair day, but the hair day fixer up didn't work. So I'm like, okay, let me just throw it back down. Oh gosh. I was like, throw it back down. Oh my goodness. Like, no, we got to get started, right? For Thirsty Thursday. Wow, oh, wow, oh, wow, wow. Thank you, Benny. Good morning. I was like, this morning, I was like, oh gosh, I think I woke up too early. I think I woke up too early. It's like 30 minutes too early. I probably need to go lay down, lay back down. And I'm like, no, no, no. If you lay back down, you're gonna oversleep. Stay up. How you doing this morning? How's everybody doing this morning, for that matter of fact? Everybody. I'm doing great. It's Thursday. It's so you get strike if you do music. I'm clapping back. We get strike if we do music. Boy, oh boy, I would love to play some music. That's my intro. But I have to make the beat up in my head and do my little dances to let y'all know that I'm excited. It's Thirsty Thursday. Look, I'm about to say it's the Apollo at tonight. Oh gosh, I got all types of songs in my head. I was about to remix my song up in this joint. Boy, oh boy. So we are definitely at Take It to Trial, where there's no filters, no fluff, where we just present straight facts, right? And sometimes I stand corrected, right? No harm, no foul. And there's a lot of information out there, but that is definitely our goal here, and we kind of stick to it. Music is the key, right? For real, right? That's why we need like I'm gonna have somebody make a beat for us so we could be like coming on into the stream like it going out. I'm gonna work on it. That's what I can tell you. So I definitely want to give you y'all recap from yesterday, right? I know court is in session. I know everybody is excited for the Karina Cooper case, right? Because we are in a defense portion, right? And we about to go to the jury. Boom. And all I can say for that is boom. It's about to get started. Right? So let's see here. Let me make sure this is all up and running. I assume you can hear me good. Let's see. That's about the best music I got. Did you hear that, Benny? That's about the best I got. I got my Mickey D's coffee. Benny, you got your tea? Ooh, Benny is gonna be great. Absolutely great. Great. This is what you've been waiting for, is what I could tell you. This is what you've been waiting for. I must have knew. Something must have told me of what we had in store today. But I'm not going to tell you. I can't tell you. I got to keep the suspense going. Okay. I ain't gonna keep playing around. Let me do our recap so we can get in the courtroom because it is Thirsty Thursday and I am thirsty as hell. Awesome. So yesterday in our recap from Karina Cooper's case, we heard from Houston Danker's friend, right? He was on the stand and he basically stated that Danker, he was moving in with his girlfriend. She had a daycare. So he wanted his friend to hold these guns. Come to find out that one of the guns was the gun that was involved in the incident. Right? So we have a murder weapon. We got to see the murder weapon itself. We heard from the forensic criminalist that showed us how the casings that were found at the home with Ryan and the fire pin, like everything matched up. She showed us which ones did not match with those three guns, and she also showed us how she concluded that there was a match, right? So with that being said, we have the murder weapon. I'm just trying to make sure I cover everything. Like I'm ready to get us in the courtroom, but in the same token, I want to give I want to give us the recap so we can know what we doing here, right? We also heard from a detective yesterday that testified how the chain of custody, which provided the chain of custody for the guns. We heard from a digital criminalist yesterday that explained how the Snapchat messages were hidden off the towers where Danker was at with his phone. She even testified to the fact that Karina had deleted her Snapchat messages. There wasn't much cross-examination in any of these processes, nothing to be like concerning or alarming. We did hear from the medical examiner yesterday that just kind of confirmed what we already knew. He was shot twice at close range in the face with this 22 long rifle gun. And boy, it was a long rifle gun, right? So that's basically the update in that case. The prosecution did rest. So we are in a defense case in chief, right? And everybody wants to know if Karina's going to testify. What is the defense going to put up? We already know that their opening statements, they said Houston Danker, right? And they blamed it on him. Instead, Karina was just in La La Land. Yeah, Seek identified the Ruger 1022 as one of the firearms, and he said he kept the guns in his home closet until turning them over to law enforcement in spring of 2024. Right, Benny. Absolutely. Yep. That is correct. Yeah, I'm like, I guess, of course, when we get in the courtroom, we'll get in the courtroom, but y'all know I'm trying to get us in there, right? So sorry. I probably should just slow down and take my time and go through all the stuff because I got, all the stuff right for the most part. I say for the most part. Okay, she says Randall also reviewed records showing that Karina Cooper had a permit to carry a weapon issued in 2016, which did not require her to have ever fired a weapon. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have rent. I must have. I don't know. I believe you. I definitely believe you. I definitely believe you in that. With that being said, so now I guess with today, we're just waiting on a defense to see what kind of case they're gonna put in. They probably are gonna do a motion to acquit her, right? Saying that there's not enough evidence or something. So in that regards, it's probably going to be denied, right? Because there is enough evidence in order to send this to the jury to let them decide whether she'll receive life in prison for the murder of Ryan. But the evidence is like piling up. I think that the prosecution laid out a good case. I think that they're experts as far as the blood splatter and definitely with the gun and showing how the gun was found, that directly ties Houston to the case. And Benny is putting updates in the chat if anybody wants to look at exactly which each person testified to. Right? She said Joanna Berry. Now this is a good. Yeah, I definitely okay. DTI criminalist. She testified to the use of the Blue Star at Danker's residence to search for trace amounts of blood, and positive reactions were observed on the entryway carpet and the kitchen floor. But I don't think any of that was. I don't think it came back to anything. Correct. The carpet and the rugs were collected and swabbed, and they were sent to the DNA section. But I don't think they came back with anything stating that it was identifiable to a person, right, Benny, or no? Okay. I didn't think so. Okay, cool. So if you want to look at any of the updates in regards to any of the specific witnesses, as I say, Benny, our so wonderful moderator, she has put everything, who testified, what their important points were in regards to their testimony from yesterday in the Karina Cooper's trial. The next one that we should talk about that's pretty important, right, is our bench trial, right? We went in, we did the bench trial with Ali Yunus, the college student that is now being charged with attempted murder, right? So yesterday we heard from the cell phone data for his phone, right, showing where he was at in his location. We also heard from a criminalist by the last name of Lord. I want to get her first name right. I want to say it's Christy. I think it's Christy. Don't quote me on that. I should probably get that information. I'm gonna tell y'all who she is, because it's so funny, because she also testified in Karina's case. You know, they right down the street from each other. And that's the real funny part about it, is that they're right down the street from each other. So she just came down the street and testified in Ali's case after she got finished testifying in Karina's case. So she's been a busy girl this week. Let me get her name. I thought I wrote it down, but I must have typed it in our banner pretty fast yesterday when I did it. Bradley. Let's see. And I definitely got it. Give me a second. Tiffany. Her name is Tiffany. So Tiffany, she is the forensic examiner who testified about the data on his phone and the pings, right? So we heard from Tiffany yesterday. We also heard from some university police detectives yesterday. We got to see the interview with Ali, and we heard the detective really trying to convince Ali to draw it, say it, tell him what happened that night. You know, Ali kind of claimed in the in the interview that he hey, good morning, Pretty Brown. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Which oh, you're fine. You're fine. Um, so he was testifying. He was just on the stand just to kind of get the video and evidence. Because remember, the judge is reviewing all this. So we didn't see the entire interview of Ali, but we did see the parts that were important, right? Where Ali was kind of like, you know, I did something, but kind of not really like saying everything. He mentioned in regards to him seeing the lady and his story, kind of, I could see some inconsistencies in his story in regards to, I don't want inconsistencies, but it was like little details that he was leaving out and then later coming back and fulfilling back in. Like it was like an hour long interview, and the police officer, the university police officer, because remember this happened on the college campus. He was just like slowly trying to walk him into it. It was like almost like he was trying to seduce him during the interview. So we listened to that interview. Then we had a friend that he communicated with on Snapchat. And Ali actually mentioned to this friend that he wanted to unalive somebody and run off to Mexico. So they were able to get that evidence in, even though the defense did not want the judge to consider it. We also heard from a roommate that recognized, that testified to that Ali did not come home the night of the incident, and also identifying Ali as the person that was on the hawk alert that was sent out on campus when the incident occurred to Ann, the victim. He also testified to the jacket, right? Because we have this puffer jacket with the red, white, and blue. It's very distinctive, very noticeable. Yeah, multiple police departments. You say you gonna tell all this stuff. You say I'm gonna put all this. Benny said she gonna put all this stuff in the chat. Girl, get in the courtroom. She said, forget all that. Get in the courtroom. We can recap this stuff later. So then, a long story short, bench trial, prosecution rest, defense asks for acquittal, defense rest, right? Well, I should say defense was denied, defense rest. We don't have a verdict. Judge is reviewing all the information. I'll get an alert with the verdict. I will bring the verdict directly to you. We'll watch it together, see what the judge does. And I don't know when, right? We heard 10 days, 10 days for this, 20 days for that, 10 days for this. So we talk about a month time, but keep a notification bell on and you'll definitely get it, right? Okay. Let's go and go see our handsome judge, right, Benny? I'm going to take you into the courtroom. You have not missed a minute of testimony or anything today, as usual, right? Because I got us all the way together. But more importantly, as we have breaks and stuff today, I will just go ahead and touch back on the different things regarding the trials and updates and things like that. That I wanted to cover. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Welcome. Welcome to Thirsty Thursday. Yeah, Thirsty Thursday is what we have named it. You not rushing me? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, girl, your judge is on the bench and he do not have his robe on. Look at there. I'll show you his. I'll let you get a little glimpse. before I hit play. There he go. There he go. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Judge. Gotta talk sweet to him. Good morning, Judge. Kevin Spacey. You see, Benny was smiling when that judge came up there. Good morning, Judge. Gotta be real sweet to the judge. Good morning. Good morning to you. Let's see here. Oh, I'll tell you. I am going to put this up here. No, we won't put that one up there. I don't know which one I'm gonna put up there. We'll put something up there at some point in time. He's terrible. Love him. I know, right? Okay, guys, I am going to go ahead and mute up, put us right into the courtroom, get some things set up, watch out for the chat. I definitely am gonna load us up with some questions. You know me, emoji questions, right? Okay, guys, let's go in. We got some fireworks happening today. Welcome to Thursdays that take it to trial. There is no sound. Don't worry. I don't have it muted this time. I just figured we just look at the judge for a little bit. We'll just look at him for a little bit, see what he got going on. Wait for him to turn on the mic. Yeah, rub on it. He rubbing. He ain't even put on his robe yet. We call him all and all. He probably don't even know the camera's on in the courtroom, y'all. He probably like, what's taking him so long? Okay, now he gone from. Okay, well I'm gonna go past this part. He ain't up there. Maybe he want to go get his robe. I thought he was gonna sit there for a minute, but nope. Oh, okay. Here we go. Wait a minute. Can y'all hear? Because I can't hear nothing on my end, and I don't know why. Let me see. Unless they don't have the microphone on. Can y'all hear anything besides me? Let me make sure. Because I would have thought he would have said something right then. Wait a minute. Yeah, he's saying something in the mic. Wait a minute.
And then Ms. Cooper, for the record, please give us your first name and your last name.
Wait a
Spell them
minute.
both.
Let me get this together. Because we having a whole conundrum here. I think my let me change this. It's coming out of the wrong part. I tell you, Thirsty Thursdays, know it's Thirsty Thursdays, and now it's taking me through all this stuff. Wait a minute. Let me get it through the right speakers, because it is not coming through the right speakers. And we probably gonna have all types of issues if I keep it through the way you had it. The way I had it. So wait a minute. Settings. I don't know how this even changed. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I had no clue that that it changed. That's so weird. That's so weird. Wait a minute now. Let me see. Like, I usually come in and everything is kind of like set up because I don't really change anything. But now I have some changes and I have to kind of like think about how to work through this. Wait a minute. Let me look up here. I'm sorry, guys. I truly, truly apologize. I have no clue why this is going through this like this. So I have to kind of like find out how to get it back there. I tell you, ain't nothing like having no doggone audio issues, right? No. I don't even know. I'm like confused. I am really like confused. Wait a minute. Just trying to see what is this going on. I'm just making sure everything is plugged in like it's supposed to be. And Chrome. Okay, this is probably gonna be my best way of doing this. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I just have to do the speakers today. Wait a minute. I would like for this to work, but I mean, if it's not working, let me see if I can unplug and connect it. Give me a second. I am going to, I'm gonna mute up. Let me go on the backup.
Cooper, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, Ms. Cooper, for the record, please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both.
Karina Cooper, Karina, Coop as in Paul, ER.
All right. Ms. Watt.
Karina, how old are you?
I'm 48.
Where'd you grow up?
Dysart, Iowa.
I want to hear the story about your relationship with Ryan, okay? When did you meet Ryan?
I met Ryan in 2005. in the summer of 2006.
When did you guys get married?
We got married September of 2009.
Do you have children together?
We have 4 children total. One is Ryan from his first marriage, and we have 3 between the 2 of us.
How old are your 3 children that you share?
Currently, they are 15, 12, and 8.
How would you characterize the nature of your relationship with Ryan in general? I guess, was it good? Was it bad?
Generally speaking, I would call it good, normal.
We've seen some evidence that you guys had a few toys at the property. What did you guys have?
It depended on the year, but both Ryan and I kind of went through phases where one year we'd say, oh, we want to go camping, and we did camping for quite a while. We bought a couple of different campers. Then he would go through a motorcycle phase, and he bought and rebuilt a motorcycle, and then we were golfing the next year. And so we recycled a lot of toys and a lot of hobbies.
Okay.
At the time, we had snowmobiles and a Ranger, which is like a sport utility vehicle, like a 4x4 type of thing.
Okay. And so you had a shop already, right?
Correct.
And were you guys trying to build a second building?
A second and third, technically. The farm, like people have spoken about, he worked for Cooper Farms. The farm was putting up a large machine shed on the property, and we ourselves were putting up a smaller shed, machine shed of our own.
And what was the purpose of that smaller machine shed?
Ryan wanted to be able to pull semis into that building and work on them and clean them. He wanted an office. As he was taking on more responsibility with the farm, he was needing a little bit more of that space to do some, Michelle did the book work, but just to have an office space, I kind of overtook his first shop by him putting the barber shop in there, and then I started making soaps and candles, and I was kind of hogging in on his space. So it was kind of a joke that he said, okay, I'm going to build my own shop and get my own key for this one.
Okay. So you said he was working for Cooper Farms. What would his normal work day, like just in terms of hours?
Oh, geez, it could vary. They were long, almost year round. It was always long, because if they weren't in the field, he was trucking or working cattle. So some days could start as early as 4 a.m. If he started that early, he was usually done a little earlier, around 2, 3. Some days it was from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. It varied depending on what he was doing.
What about and I understand it probably has to do with the farm season, is that
Correct.
fair? Okay. So what about in June? Did he have like a more regular schedule in June?
June, the crops would have already been planted, and for a few years, probably more than I'm remembering, but he had started doing some what's called side dressing for the local agronomy company. I'm not real up on what that entailed, but it basically involved spraying crops. So in June, he was usually doing that. I cannot recall if he had started doing that or not at that time, but there's a good chance he was.
So if he's doing that type of work, what time is it still varying so much, or what time would he normally go to work?
He wouldn't probably start until, I would assume, when the agronomy company opened. I'm assuming around 8. If I had to try to guess, I'd say he'd leave around 7 in the morning, but he could be gone till fairly late at night.
I want to ask about his sleeping habits. Where did he normally sleep?
99% of the time he slept in the recliner in the living room.
And is he a heavy sleeper?
Yes and no. When he slept hard and snored hard, but he was up and down quite a bit throughout the night. He would sleep for a few hours, then wake up and watch some TV, and then sleep again.
Did he have any sort of a regular pattern to what time he might wake up?
It always seemed to me that he would fall asleep watching TV around the same time I was putting, excuse me, the kids to bed, so around 8. He might doze for a couple of hours. I would go to bed and read, and then I'd hear him up later watching TV around 11-ish, getting a snack in the middle of the night, and then back to sleep. And again, it kind of depended on what his work hours were. If it was a time when he was leaving the house at 4 a.m., he was tired at night and would sleep harder.
Okay. Tell me about this truck that he had. When did you guys get that truck?
Which truck? Semi-truck or pickup truck?
The pickup truck.
Well, there's a bit of a story behind that too, because he bought this dually pickup truck, a Ford F-450. It was before the derecho, whatever year that was.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Let me just ask you, so did you get that truck with the insurance money from, how was it paid for? That's what I'm trying to ask.
So like I was saying, he bought the first one before the derecho. It was ruined in the shed that came down in the derecho. He bought the exact same replacement truck and paid for a good portion of that with the insurance money from the first one. What remained that he owed on it, we financed through Chelsea Bank.
Okay. And what was the remaining balance on the truck at the time of Ryan's death, if you know?
I thought it was closer to 25,000, but Michelle, Ryan's sister, testified that it was 15. And given her accounting, I would assume that she is correct.
Tell me about, you guys, I mean, obviously you have to earn a living. How is Ryan getting paid for his work with the farms?
He was an hourly employee with the farm.
And do you have some sort of a farm loan, or
Yes.
describe what that is?
So although he was an employee of Cooper Farms, him and his brother Aaron bought, well, they didn't buy, the farm bought about, I think it's 200 acres of land for Ryan and Aaron to farm together. Ryan wanted to start not branching out on his own, but we were in our 40s. He wanted to own some things of his own rather than just being an employee, excuse me. So they bought this piece of land that Ryan and Aaron rented from the farm with the agreement that they were basically renting to own it, was the way I understood it, that eventually they would own it.
Okay.
So any crops that were planted on that farm between Ryan and Aaron, they had to pay for the seed, the land rent, the fertilizer, the storage. They paid for all of that themselves, and the profit off of that was theirs, minus I think they had to pay the farm some usage for equipment, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
What we paid for that with was a what's called an operating note from the bank.
Okay. And does part of that money with the operating note, is that how Ryan's truck gets paid down?
Yes, Ryan did most of the finances, but from what I kind of pieced together after, well, he did all of the finances, so I was basically lost. But what I pieced together after the fact was that I'm mistaken. It wasn't the farm note technically. He sold his grain from the year before and used that money to pay for part of the truck.
Okay.
Is my understanding. And I believe part of it may have come from the farm note as well, because it's a write-off for the farm. But like I said, that's just kind of what I've pieced together after the fact.
Okay. If you did want to buy something, would you have to clear that with Ryan?
If it was a large purchase, yes.
Okay.
Or sometimes even small ones, just for the fact that I didn't have the cash on hand. Like if the kids, we were going Halloween costume shopping, for example, or Christmas shopping.
Okay. What was your source of income at this time?
I owned a barbershop salon the outbuilding at our house
And we've seen some bank records. Did you overdraft a bunch?
all the time. Like I said, it was out of the house, and I kept the kids at home with me when they weren't in school, and it was just laziness or forgetfulness of taking a daily deposit into town to the bank.
Did you have any credit card debt at this time?
I didn't own a credit card. Ryan had one credit card that I guess you could say we shared.
Can you describe to me the nature of your relationship with Michelle Wilson? Were you two close?
I'm sorry, I have to go back on that last question you asked me.
Do you have something else to say about the credit card debt?
I do, I apologize. I think I had a couple of store cards, like Old Navy credit cards. I apologize.
Okay.
I just didn't want to leave that out.
So then with Michelle Wilson, were you guys close?
We got along well. We didn't see each other a whole lot. They've always lived further away.
How about Aaron Cooper? How often did you guys spend time with Aaron and his family?
Holidays, birthdays, occasionally we would just get together to have a few drinks, but given that him and Ryan worked together all the time, we didn't necessarily socialize a lot together, but we had a lot of the same friends, so it was occasional.
When you received the life insurance money, did you pay down any debts?
Several.
Okay. What debt did you pay?
First, I met with Brad Rund at Chelsea Bank regarding, I had some questions for him about the farm note. And while I was there, he told me that Ryan had a payment coming up on the dually pickup. And how that worked was, I think it was only a once or twice a year payment that he had to make, so it was a larger one. But he told me that it was close to being paid off, as well as my vehicle being close to being paid off. So I started with those, which I, again, thought his was more like 25,000, but it must have been 15. And I believe we owed about 8 on my car.
Okay. So did you pay those?
I paid those,
And then were there any other debts that you paid?
several.
What else did you pay for?
We had a $3,500 payment due to the lumberyard for some rafters for the shop that we were putting up. Those had already been delivered. I paid those off. My mind's going blank right now because I'm nervous.
Okay, that's all right.
There was several different, he had some credit card debt, not huge.
Okay. We heard some talk that you opened 2 storefronts in town. Where did you first work after Ryan's passing?
So after Ryan died, we basically lost our house, and that's where my barber shop was as well. So I rented a building space in town to put a barber shop in there. I spent some money bringing that up to date to work from,
Okay.
and that only lasted a couple of months.
And then did you have another storefront?
So then I was having a lot of trouble with the barber shop, being around people every day, strangers walking in, people wanting to talk about what happened. So a friend of mine that had a day salon or a day spa, a day spa in town, offered for me to move in with her. I wouldn't be able to cut hair there because they didn't have the setup for like the wet sink and things like that. But like I said, I was making soaps and shampoos and knick-knacky signs and lotions and things like that. So I moved into her place of business and set up a booth in her business.
Okay. So that place would not have been you didn't own that then?
No, and that's where I spent a fairly decent amount of money too, was renting, paying half the rent on that space and rent on a house in town.
At the time that you and Ryan were together, what kind of vehicle were you driving?
I was driving a Lincoln Navigator that was about 7 years old.
Did you blow through all the life insurance money?
No, I spent some of it paying off debts and renting a home.
Okay, I do want to also, did you have a dream at some point to do an embroidery business?
Ryan and I had talked about that a little bit when we were getting ready to put up the new shop and talking about how I had overtaken his shop. I had bought a Cricut. It's the vinyl cutting machines that you can make t-shirts with. I was kind of dabbling in that, and we had talked. Both of our moms are quilters, sewers. I wanted to buy an embroidery machine.
Okay. And did you end up buying one with some of the insurance money?
I did.
How much was that?
Around $12,000.
And did you start an embroidery business?
I did.
Did you do that out of your home?
I did.
At the same time, are you still selling soaps and candles or no?
No. When we moved back out to the country to one of the homes that the Coopers own, I left that office or left that space. The gal that I was working with was thinking about moving into a more affordable building. It would have been a lot smaller. There wouldn't have been space for me. I was spending a lot more money in that space than I was making, so I decided to leave.
Okay. You mentioned moving around some. Where did you first move to after Ryan's passing?
We stayed with my brother and sister-in-law for a month or two, and then a friend of mine from Traer had a small 2-bedroom house that was it was tucked away in an alley. It was real private, and she offered it to us until we got on our feet. We lived there for a few months. It was very small for 4 of us to live in.
Okay.
And then we rented a larger house in town for about 6 more months after that.
And then eventually you end up back on one of the properties belonging to Cooper Farms?
Correct. About 8 months after Michelle and I had lunch, and she offered for us to move into one of the empty houses that Cooper Farms owns.
All right. Oh. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. You don't need to ask again.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell me, Jennifer, what is it?
It is a summary from Envision Wealth, which is a investment company.
Does it tell us how much money you got? Please don't say it.
It does.
And is this a fair summary of your financial standing
With those investments, correct, yes.
Your Honor, I ask to admit what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit F.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit F is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may. Is this on your side? All right.
It's their cable.
Okay. Gotcha. I think we're going to have to restart it to get it on the big screen. So just give me a second. Okay.
All right, I just want to kind of go through this a little bit. Defendant's Exhibit F. So this is showing us that your portfolio, at least as of April 30th, 2025, is worth $368,359.37. Is that right?
Sure, should be.
And I understand on the right-hand side here, we've got some fluctuations. Do you know, I mean, are you spending money, or is that just the change in the markets?
That's the change in the markets. I don't pay attention to this. This is just put away and put in the trusting hands of a financial advisor.
Okay. What is your plan for this money?
This money, when I invested it, it's similar to what I would compare to a life insurance policy. You name beneficiaries of this, and I put this in my children's name. Because they're underage, I had to have a second, almost like an executor, I believe would be what it's called. And I appointed my brother, but this was set up as for the kids to be as beneficiaries, and once the estate, Ryan's estate was settled, it was going to be put in a trust for the 3 kids.
Okay. No, you can take that down.
Are we done with that?
Done with that one.
All right, thank you.
After Ryan's passing, I mean, how much are you earning each, like in 2022, how much money did you earn from your businesses?
From my businesses, none.
Okay, so you lost money,
I did,
and you still had 3 children to care for.
yes,
They cost money.
they do.
Tell me about, where would your children normally sleep at your house?
Before,
Before, yes.
the 2 younger ones, Cable and Cortland, were, well, Cortland was always in bed with me. Cable was usually in bed with me. It was kind of a back and forth trying to get him in. We had trouble getting any of the kids to sleep in their rooms. And Cade slept upstairs, or he would sleep on the couch downstairs.
Did you, at any point, did you bribe them that you'd paint the room a certain color if they'd sleep in their own room?
I did. We were doing some remodeling to the house, and that involved repainting everything before the carpet came. And I told the kids that throughout that summer, we would repaint and decorate their rooms however they wanted to, with the incentive to get them sleeping back in their rooms before school started.
And we've heard some testimony that there's lots of pictures on your phone of your children.
Yeah.
All right.
My
You like-
children and hair.
Okay. You like to post a lot of pictures of you and your children.
Yes.
You love your children.
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit E. Recognize this.
Yes.
Who's this a picture of?
Myself and my babies.
You know when it was taken?
It was taken at Riley Storyhan's wedding the summer of 2024. 23, sorry.
Your Honor, we'd ask to admit what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit E is admitted.
And permission to publish, please.
You may.
This. So can you just tell us who the 3 children are here?
On the left is my daughter, Cortland. Right next to me is my son, Cade. And on the right is my other son, Cable.
I know it's just your opinion, but were you a good mother?
I think a good mother thinks that she's a horrible mother. So yeah, I think I was a pretty good mom because I felt like I was screwing up all the time.
All right, we can take that down. You and Ryan, did you guys have a lot of friends?
Yeah, we did.
Can you just list off, I understand there was a pretty big friend group. Can you just list off the names, unless there's like 50, can you list off the names of your closest friends that you and Ryan shared?
To clarify, we had several friends, and we also had like different genres of friends that we hung out with, you know, depending on what we were doing. But some of our closest friends would have been Chris and Ashton Wilson, Bryant and Ashley Cheezick, Jamie and Carmen Earhart, Ewalts, Shettas, Kucheras.
Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison?
They were more like family. When I name family, I include them. Riley Storyhan was a close friend. Quite a diverse group, depending on what hobby we were doing at the time.
Okay. Did these people remain your friend for some time after Ryan's passing?
Some did.
Okay.
Most did.
Is it a fair assessment that sometimes when you were drinking, you became a Karen?
Yes.
All right. Based on your drunken behaviors of being a Karen, did any of your friends abandon you because of that prior to Ryan's passing?
No, they made T-shirts when we would go out with jokes about Karen on it, or it was a running joke. I don't handle alcohol the greatest, and yes, I can get ornery or loud, depending on, but it seemed to be more of a joke than.
Okay. In your marriage to Ryan, did you ever lay hands on him?
Never,
Did he ever lay hands on you?
never.
Heard a little bit of talk about Snapchat groups and whether you left them. Did you leave a bunch of Snapchat groups before?
No, I left one.
Okay. Which group did you leave?
It was called Six Pack. It was a golf group from a tournament we had played in the year before, and I wasn't playing in it that year, so I left it. There was.
Okay. All right. I want to touch briefly on the night of June 17th. Were you and Ryan at the sports complex?
Yes.
Who
with the
was all
kids.
there?
I'm sorry, what?
Who was all there with you and your group?
Ryan and myself and all three of the kids.
Did you guys
The
ride?
younger kids.
Did you guys ride together?
Yes,
And did you also drive home together?
yes.
Did you stop anywhere on the way home?
We went to Pizza Palace and got pizza to take home with us.
I don't remember what time you guys headed home. Do you know what time you headed home?
I thought it was around 8, according to the cell phone things yesterday. I believe we got home around 8:20.
And maybe you already said this. Did you take the pizza to go?
Yes,
All right. So you guys got home maybe around 8:20, and then I assume you're going to eat the pizza?
eating pizza and doing showers and baths, getting ready for bed.
And who is primarily responsible for getting the kids ready for bed?
That'd be me.
So is it fair to say you would be busy at that time with your children?
Yes.
And what time do you think they went to bed that night?
I'm not sure what time Cade went to bed, because when I laid down with the two younger kids, he was watching TV with Ryan. Cortland and Cable and I went to bed. Cortland was watching TV, Cable had his tablet, and I was reading. And I'm sorry, did you ask me what time that was?
Yes.
Probably, sorry, it was probably 9 o'clock or shortly after. 9:30 maybe.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 211. Did you have a chance to look at that yesterday?
I did.
So is this your phone record?
Seems to be, yeah.
And you see the sticky with Houston's number on it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, sorry.
Is that phone number on this call record?
It is not.
And we see some check marks next to some numbers, and it seems to be the same number. 319-231-3853. Do you know whose number that is?
I have no idea. It could be anybody's. My cell phone was used for my business phone as well, so it could literally be anybody's.
You ended up getting your own phone plan shortly after this. Can you tell us why?
Cade, our oldest son, was turning 12 years old, and we had decided to get him a cell phone. The farm paid for our cell phones at that time, but was not going to pay for their 15 grandchildren's cell phones. So I got my own plan so that I could put Cade on my cell phone plan, as well as my mother, to help her out a little bit financially. It made sense to do so because owning my own business, it was a write-off.
Approaching with State's Exhibit 206. Do you recognize these as the messages between you and Brad Rund?
I do.
I want to turn to the last page. On June 17th, did he schedule a hair appointment with you?
He did.
And when was he supposed to arrive for his hair appointment?
At 8:15 the morning of June 18th.
Did you schedule that?
I did.
Do you remember, did you have a couple of hair appointments scheduled for the morning of June 18th?
Yes, I have a customer that I've had for 23 years that was also my first grade teacher, and I did her hair every Tuesday and Friday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
You did her hair every Tuesday and Friday?
Every Tuesday and Friday.
Styling it then?
Yes, it was called a shampoo set. I would wash it, put it in rollers, put her under the dryer, and then style it. And she did that twice a week, and the world could come to an end and she would not miss her hair appointment.
All right. And June 18th of 2021 would have been a Friday?
Yes.
Tell me about Google searches about firearms research. Were you researching this hunter education website?
I wasn't researching it. I was enrolled in an online hunter safety course.
What was the purpose of you doing that?
The purpose of that was, again, Cade was turning 12 and he was able to take his hunter safety course at that time. Ryan took the boys hunting and I wanted to get my safety course as well so I could go with them. Or if Ryan was working, I could go sit with the boys while they hunted.
Can you tell us, I mean, were you aware that some of this was being done on a private browser?
Not particularly. I don't really know how all of that works, but it's very possible. And I took screenshots of several of the slides, I guess you would say, because at the end of each chapter, there was a test. And I took those screenshots to kind of help me cheat on the test because I wasn't doing very well.
Okay. Have you shot a rifle?
I have. It's been 25 years ago, but I have.
All right. Because you told the police that you'd never even shot a gun.
Yes.
That was not true.
That was not true, and the only thing I can say is in my head, I was thinking of handguns at the time. I have not shot a handgun. I have shot 2 long arm rifles in my lifetime.
Many years ago.
Many years ago, before I met my husband.
All right.
I have been around guns. I don't deny that.
The evening of June 17th, you guys went to baseball. Had you been drinking?
No.
Did you see Houston driving by your house?
No.
Did Houston pull into your driveway?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you know that Houston was stalking near your home?
That night, I was not aware of it. I was told at one point in time from him that he was going to Gladbrook, which requires driving by our house, but I didn't see him.
So you do admit that you had been texting Houston that night.
Yes,
And we've seen exhibits that are some of the Snapchats. Were there many more?
several before and after what they have shown you.
I want to talk about the relationship with Houston. How did you meet him?
Technically by cutting his hair. Like others have said, it's a small town. I knew of him for years, but I started cutting his hair is how I met him.
And how often would you cut his hair?
It varied. At first, I would call it on a regular schedule of maybe once a month. And then there became a time that he started getting his hair cut every 10 days, which was, in his words, following the footsteps of Brock Wilson, who he worked with at the time at Liquid Grow. They got their hair cut every 10 days, so it never looked like you got a haircut.
Okay. And how do we go from cutting his hair to Snapchat buddies?
Flirting a little bit when cutting his hair, talking about, he was having a lot of problems with his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child at the time. He only had one, was having some custody issues with her. He confided in me a lot about that, and I guess it kind of originated with me feeling like not a big sister, but an older person to him that has some experience in marriage and children, and just giving him advice and encouragement. And I felt kind of bad for him. He was young and had children, and other people his age didn't, and we became friendly first.
Okay. So, I mean, you raise a good point, because he's much younger. So how do we get to Snapchatting Houston, what we've seen?
Sometimes negative attention is still attention, and I was being showered with attention by him, being told I was beautiful and funny, and I would post pictures of the meal I had made that night for supper, and he'd praise it, or the garden that I planted, and he'd make a big deal out of, why can't I find a woman like that? And it became very flattering to me.
All right. So is it fair to say then Houston is maybe giving you some attention that you weren't necessarily getting from Ryan at that time?
Yes.
Was your relationship with Houston, was it primarily online then?
Yes, 99% online. Yes, I cut his hair, but that ended at one point, and the online relationship continued.
When did you stop cutting his hair?
In February of 2021. Even when I was still cutting his hair, it's odd because when I would cut his hair, we would talk about the same things that I would talk about with any other customers, family, work. It wasn't lewd. It wasn't flirtatious. That was when we Snapchatted at night, it was like we were shy in person, but became other people when we were texting each other.
Okay. So if you stopped cutting his hair in February of 2021, did you ever have him, after you stopped cutting his hair, did you ever have him over to your house?
Not after February, no.
Did you ever see him in person again between February and June?
One time briefly in Waterloo, he had sent me a message asking if I could get him some beard wash. It's shampoo for the beard. And I agreed. And I had told him that I had a birthday present for his son as well to give him. And I was going to Waterloo, and I told him I would meet him outside of Shoe Carnival in Waterloo. And I dropped those items off to him, and that was it.
Is that the last time that you would have seen him then, prior to Ryan's death?
Yes.
talked about a rogue, there's a message about a rogue semi-accident that we saw in the Snapchat. Did you want your husband dead?
No.
Why would you say that?
Because I have a really sick sense of humor sometimes, inappropriate humor, and I was probably angry. There were times that we weren't getting along the greatest, and like people have said, especially when I drink, I have a sharp tongue sometimes and can say nasty things.
I think there might have been conversations about divorce. Were you going to leave your husband?
I didn't plan on it. No, I didn't want to break up our family. Our relationship wasn't perfect, but I knew I didn't want to break up our family.
Saw a little bit in the Snapchat content about, was Houston jealous of your relationship with Ryan?
Houston acted like he was my husband and Ryan was my boyfriend. Like I was, if Ryan and I were together, he acted like I was sneaking around with my husband and cheating on him somehow.
Did Houston talk about killing Ryan?
Several times.
Did you ever take him seriously?
No, I thought he was full of crap. He liked to brag about how he knew powerful people and his dad knew dangerous people, and he insinuated that he had been involved in some other crimes.
But you didn't believe him?
No, he's got quite a reputation around town with women and telling tall tales.
If we had the other Snapchat content, would it show these things about Houston going off about Ryan?
Yes, several threats.
What would your reaction be when he's making these threats? How did you handle it?
Laughed it off, used sarcasm, sometimes replied inappropriately, like when he said one time, "Don't use your husband's truck in the morning, there's going to be a bomb planted under it." And I replied, "Gee, thanks for the heads up."
Yeah. Okay. So does that mean, though, do those messages mean that did you want your husband dead?
No.
Did you see Houston the night of June 17th into June 18th?
No.
I guess we do have these Snapchats about shell casings. What's going on?
Again, it's not the first time that had been talked about. I didn't take him seriously. He had made a comment before about walking into the shop. When Ryan was there, I was gone with the kids at the swimming pool. And he had made a comment. He said, "If you get home and find your husband dead, make sure you pick up those shells for me." And I had asked him, "What in the world, like LOL, what does that mean?" And he said, "Well, according to CSI, that's how they always catch the killer." So I took it as a joke.
Okay.
So it had been referenced before. It was 3:30 in the morning, like you said, and I said there were several messages before that he was very aggressive towards me that night and upset and angry. When those messages came through, I was more or less Snapchat. Like most of you know, once you open a message and you exit out, the Snapchat is gone. It's not like a text that you can go back and reread what was there. I halfway read messages, didn't always read them thoroughly, I wasn't paying attention, plain and simple.
And your belief, when you said go, did you believe that you said more?
I know I said more. I sent 3 messages in a row.
What did they say?
Go to sleep. 3 messages, like putting periods in between the words to emphasize go to sleep.
So, during the night then, I want to get to the part. What wakes you up?
Crashing noise.
Did your kids wake up at the crashing noise?
No,
Did your kids wake up at any gunshots?
no.
So you heard a crashing noise. What do you do?
I got out of bed and I stumbled on the dog at the end of the bed and I walked out of the bedroom. I walked into the bathroom because that's what I thought it was our shower caddy had fallen. It had fallen earlier in the week.
All right. Where did you go next?
I went to the kitchen next and looked out the window that is over the sink, which overlooks basically our driveway and front yard.
Did you see anybody out there?
I did not.
What did you do next?
Then I went and walked into the living room on the other side of the house to turn on, well, in all honesty, to yell at Ryan for not waking up with me, because my thought was, why isn't he up looking, like, how did he not hear that? So then I walked to the living room and turned on a lamp.
Was there some point that, we've heard that you said that you got up at some point and heard Ryan snoring. Is that a different time window then?
When I got up to go to the bathroom around what I thought was 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard him snoring regularly.
Okay.
When I was in the kitchen, I heard a single snore sound come from the living room.
Do you have your phone in your hand while you're walking, making these steps?
Most likely, yes.
So you get to the living room, you turn on the lamp. What happens?
I see Ryan, and then I see a large pool of blood. I shook his foot,
Okay.
and then I just started screaming.
And then how long are we waiting before we call Karina Cooper?
It seemed like forever, but a couple of minutes. I ran back out of the living room through the dining room, and I was halfway up the steps when Cade was coming down the steps. I think I scared him because I remember him like turning around like he was gonna run away from me, like run back up the steps, and then he realized it was me, and I grabbed him and we went downstairs and I put him in the bedroom, and I went in the bedroom as well. And I believe that's where I called Aaron from, was the bedroom. So to answer your question, it was probably a couple of minutes, but it felt like a lifetime.
I want to ask you about State's Exhibit 313. Is this a fair, is this correct?
I wish my bathroom was that big. No, it's not.
Okay. So what they labeled as hallway, can you tell us what that room was?
So what they labeled as hallway is actually a dining room that I used as a sewing room because we called it the wasted room. It was just a room in the center of the house.
Okay. And so is the sewing room, dining room, is it bigger than this?
Yes, much.
I mean, if we're going to talk about a scale like this, so it would be taking up some of the space that this has labeled.
Over half of it.
And when I think we saw Detective Fangman's body cam, we can see him go through these rooms.
Yes.
I want to know, is this door, this mudroom door, is that the door that was most frequently used when people would come over?
Yes.
Do you know whether this front door on the steps, do you know whether that door was locked?
I can't say for sure. I made the assumption that it was locked. It was a newer door, and it was the type of door that even if it's locked, you can open it from the inside. I'd be fairly confident that it was locked.
All right.
However, like I've said before, the kids ran in and out of that door a lot to go outside to play. The dog was let in and out of that door a lot, but you're always opening it from the inside. So I can't say for certain if it'd be locked from the outside.
Okay. You have the baby gate on the steps. What was it for?
It was to keep the dog off of those steps because he would sit at the screen door, and that's why the storm door was up, because he had ripped through the screen door, pawing, begging to come inside. So we put that baby gate up to keep him off that landing.
Okay. I guess returning then to when we're calling Aaron, can you tell us why you called Aaron instead of 911 first?
Aaron lives less than a mile from us. Aaron is a first responder. Aaron is the person closest to us that I would trust in a time of emergency. I called him because I was panicking, and I wanted him there because I thought somebody might still be around.
Do you have those pictures? Yeah, the ones that I took of her. Did you, in that living room, did you search for any shell casings?
No,
Did you dispose of any shell casings?
no,
Were you deleting pictures on your phone that morning?
no,
So do you have any explanation for why your phone records would show that?
none. Unless I did, I don't know if there's a time relay on it. You know, if it was something that was, if you like delete a picture and then it sits for however long before it's permanently deleted. I don't know how all that works, if that is a possibility, but I was not deleting pictures at the time.
Okay. Then when the police get there, why didn't you tell them, Houston shot my husband?
I was so scared. I was scared. I was panicked. I instantly thought I was being set up in one of his plots that he laid out all the time through Snapchat. I panicked.
And then did you continue to lie to law enforcement for years?
I did. I was also being threatened by Houston for over a year and a half afterwards.
What was he threatening you with?
Beginning in September so it'd be September of 2021, he started sending me Snapchats that he knew where I was at. The first one, we were at, everybody's been talking about shops, how many of our friends have shops. Some friends of ours, Ethan and Abby Charlie, have a shop in town. He does air conditioning and heating work. We had been at Chris and Ashton's house, the kids and I, and we went into their shop, and the kids were all playing. We were having a few drinks, and while we were all there, I got a Snapchat from Houston that I was now screwing Ethan Charlie and Chris Wilson, and I would screw anything that moved and took care of me because we were there. That was the first of them, and then there were several after. One time he sent me a Snapchat describing what I was wearing when I went out to do cow chores that morning.
So he was continuing to watch you after June 18th.
He was watching me and reminding me about these dangerous people that he knew, and that he knew how to take care of problems, and that he would take out anybody else that was necessary.
So did your online emotional affair, did it continue after June 18th?
No.
Didn't you cut Houston's hair one time after Ryan died?
I did.
When was that?
That was in September, right before the first Snapchat came. He had messaged me a couple times asking if I would watch his kids. Harvest was starting and he claimed that he didn't have a babysitter and can you watch the kids? And I told him no. And then he started hounding me about, can you cut my hair? I have this event this weekend and I don't have time to get it cut because of Harvest. And he kept hounding me and I was a little nervous of the consequences if I ignored him. So I agreed to go to the shop that I had opened in town and cut his hair.
Okay, so this would have been in town now.
Yes, my mom came over to stay with the kids and I went up and cut his hair. Of course, I didn't tell anybody whose hair I was cutting until after.
Did he threaten you when you saw him that day too?
He did.
Did you ever see him again?
No.
We do also want to touch on the affair with Houston. At one point, did it become physical?
There was one physical encounter, yes. That was the last time that I cut his hair.
Not in September of 2021.
No, not that last time. I'm sorry. The last time I cut his hair before he killed Ryan, it would have been in February. I cut his hair and we had sex.
And then you stopped cutting his hair? What was the purpose? Why did you stop cutting his hair?
Because I had sex with him and I didn't want him around and I didn't want that chance of that happening ever again. It was an online fantasy, like going to a chat room or playing video games where you steal cars and shoot at cops. It was an online fantasy thing, and when it became a physical in-person thing, I was disgusted and scared of losing my husband.
After, were your kids all interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes,
All three of them?
yes.
And you allowed them to be interviewed?
Well, with some argument, I was being pretty heavily accused by the police of involvement, and they wanted to question the kids. My brother and close friend Chris Wilson suggested that I get an attorney to protect all of us and make sure that the kids had
Okay.
proper representation if they were going to be questioned.
Okay. But they were ultimately questioned?
They were.
Ryan was killed with your 3 children home. Would you ever orchestrate the murder of your husband with your 3 kids home?
Never.
Did you participate in the death of your husband?
No.
Yes. One moment, please. Showing you what I'm going to mark as exhibits G, H, I, and J. Do you recognize these pictures?
Yes,
Were those taken of you the morning of June 18th
they were.
by law enforcement?
Yes.
Express it. G-H-I-N-J. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit into evidence what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit G, H, I, and J.
Any objection?
No objection.
Then defendants exhibits G, H, I, and J are now admitted. Ms. Water, you wanting to publish these?
Yes. No, I'm not publish them. Why isn't it? You've just decided which one. I didn't. So just- That'll be cheap. Just. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
You're still using that cord, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, showing you Defendant's Exhibit G. In this photo, there's no longer any blood on your face. Can you tell us why?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you tell us why there's not blood on your face?
My sister-in-law was consoling me, and my mom saw the blood on my face, and she went into my salon and got a towel and wiped my face off.
Did your mom wipe off any other part of your body?
No. Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you, at any point upon seeing your husband, did you ever go wash up?
No.
Yes, you can take it down. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Mr. Kodiaga, cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Cooper, can you hear me well?
I can't.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed in his own house, correct?
Correct.
The place where he's meant to be safest.
Correct.
The place where considered his castle, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Place where his children slept.
Yes.
Children that he loved dearly.
We both did, yes.
children that Ryan Cooper loved dearly.
Yes.
Was killed while he slept,
Yes.
while he snored in his sleep.
Yes.
You state you loved Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
You loved him
Yes.
very much.
Yes.
You had a lover.
That's what you call him. Yes.
What do you call him?
I called him an online inappropriate relationship. When I hear lover, I assume sexual partners. It's just the way I perceive it.
Judge, let's hope this works.
Are you wanting to publish something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what is it that we're publishing?
State Exhibit 194. Are you able to read that, Ms. Cooper?
I am.
You have a screen next to you.
Okay. I can see it. I'm afraid to move it.
You don't deny you sent that first text on March 8th of
I do not deny
2021.
that, no.
Pardon?
I did send that, yes.
Can you read it?
Read it. I just read this 10 times, I swear, with
left
heart
out-
emojis. I'm sorry, what?
You left out a love emoji.
I just read this 10 times, heart emoji.
Okay.
I swear, heart emoji. And just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice. Doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than it happens. Not let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of that move. Just it happens. They need you so badly. Kate is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball.
The person you just referred to as a sperm donor, that's your husband,
Yes.
Ryan Cooper, who you tell this jury you loved so dearly. That's how you showed your love to Ryan Cooper, correct?
I think we all call the people that we love names at times.
I asked you, is it a yes or no question?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sending this to Houston Danker, the man you now call your online lover?
Yes.
Your husband is a sperm donor.
That's what I referred to him as, yes.
You also told him the kids are yours.
All part of the fantasy.
Is that a yes or no?
It's hard to say yes or no. I feel like that's black or white and there's a gray area.
Ms. Cooper, did you hear my question?
I did. So yes, if it must be yes or no, then yes, I clearly said it.
Can you read the next message on the March 8th at 7:03 a.m.?
Your Honor, just to correct the record, I do believe this is Defendant's Exhibit A, not State's Exhibit 194.
Defense Exhibit A.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And who are you sending this to?
I'm sorry, what?
Who are you sending this to?
To Houston Danker.
The man you're just telling this jury that you're terrified of.
I wasn't terrified of him at this time, no.
When did you start being terrified of him?
After he killed my husband.
Also, this time you're not terrified of him in March.
No.
And so Houston Danker would have woken up to your hand, your honey hands around his day, correct?
That's what I wrote.
That's what you wrote to him.
Correct.
You are the one who initiates that conversation.
What's that?
You're the one who sends that conversation.
Yes.
A minute later, you write to him expressing thoughts of death to the man that you claim you love called Ryan Cooper. Correct?
I wrote, here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
Big accident, no survivors.
That's what I wrote.
Your mind, and you should say your mind is pretty dark and twisted, correct?
That's what I wrote in the next message, yes.
We can turn on the lights.
And just to be clear, for the record, again, you mentioned it, Ms. Watt, but this shows State's Exhibit 194. There is no State's Exhibit 194 that has been admitted. It's identical to what the Ms. Cooper had admitted as Exhibit A. So just so everybody's clear on that. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kodiak, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. You can go ahead, Mr. Kodiak.
On the same day that your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'm still asking the question.
Not sure the question isn't finished, so go ahead.
On that same day, when your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker and you say, oh, I don't want to wait another summer. Correct?
Yes.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed just on the eve of summer, correct?
At the beginning of summer in June, yes.
In June, correct?
Correct.
The same message, 10 o'clock, that same morning, where you want him dead by a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. You write to him, to Houston Danker, and you're talking about the blinds blowing, making the sheets chilly, and dreaming of sleeping and enjoying the lightning and the nights with Houston Danker. Correct?
That's in the message, yes.
You tell him the same day that you want a partner, not another child. You're referring to Ryan Cooper as another child.
Yes.
That's the same man you've told this jury was a hard worker who worked from can't see in the morning to can't see in the night
He was.
and will fall asleep so tired because of his hard work.
Yes.
That's the man you refer to your lover as another child.
Yes.
On the 12th of March, you write to Houston Danker that you might be pregnant this time next year, and you send 3 heart emojis. And he responds by saying, "Would love you to be pregnant next year for him." Correct?
That's what's written.
That's what you wrote.
Yes,
You yourself wrote those words, correct?
I assume so. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't remember precisely, but I'm going to assume you're correct.
Do you want me to put it up?
Not necessary.
In fact, at that time you talked about IVF.
Yes,
He doesn't know what IVF is, and you have to explain to him what IVF is,
I did.
where they plant your sperm and my egg, correct?
correct.
Not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Right? That's what you tell him.
Correct.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, had life insurance where you were the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes, we both had policies.
I asked you just about Ryan Cooper. You are the beneficiary if Ryan Cooper were to drop dead.
Yes,
You would stand to earn a substantial amount of money, correct?
yes,
Over $500,000, correct?
correct.
More than one occasion, you told Ryan Cooper that you hated him.
Yes,
In front of friends, you told Ryan Cooper that you'd shoot him in the face.
I deny ever saying that.
Was that when you were Karen, when you said, "I'd shoot you in the face"?
I never said that.
Karen did?
Karen did not say it either. It was not said.
Cade Cooper is your eldest child with Ryan.
Yes,
Cade loved his dad.
all three of them did. Yes,
Cade Cooper loved his dad.
yes,
He slept on the couch next to his dad as dad slept on the recliner.
that's not why he slept on the couch, no.
Just asked you a question, yes.
So the
or
answer
no.
is no.
That's not why, because he didn't love his dad, or slept on the couch because he didn't love his dad?
Well, which question is it? Why did he sleep on the couch or did he love his dad? Because yes, he loved his dad.
Okay.
And yes, he slept on the couch.
Next to his father.
Yes,
On the night that Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
he was when I went to bed.
When Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
No, he was not.
And you know that because, as you've said before, you were up at 3 o'clock and you went to the living room where Ryan Cooper slept on his recliner, and Ryan Cooper was the only one there. Cade was not.
Correct.
So at 3 in the morning, you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch.
Correct.
At 3:30, that morning at 3:32, 30 minutes after you are aware that Kate Cooper is not on the couch, you send a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
Yes.
If you may have the screen again.
Just
And what I'm going to show you is what was marked as State 195 was not admitted, but is admitted as defense, I believe, B. So for the record, this is defense B. It's the same document. Can you see this, Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The 17th of June, 10:19 a.m. A day later, Ryan Cooper will be dead. You're talking to Houston Danker, correct?
Correct.
Can you see in that document where you're saying to him, just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it?
Yes.
You refer to yourself as your wife.
Yes.
Ryan Cooper is still alive at that point, working from Kansas in the morning to Kansas in the night, correct?
Yes.
Busy,
Usually, yes.
being a farmer.
Yes.
Houston Danker replies to you. Can you read what Houston Danker replies after you talk about being his wife?
He wrote, "Not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning, and I haven't gotten to see you."
You got to see him in his underwear that morning.
He
Didn't
sent
you?
a Snapchat of it, yes.
Is that a yes? You got
Yes.
and you respond by saying,
Train wreck.
what is the next text message and who sends it?
That he sends,
Yeah.
"Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon."
Going to sleep with my hand on your P word very soon, correct?
Correct.
And what's your response?
"Soaked just thinking of you. Will be downright embarrassing when I have you in person." Excuse me, when I actually have you in person.
That's hours before your husband will be lying dead in his house.
It's at 11:19 a.m. on June 17th.
So in the next coming hours, your husband will be killed in your house
He was.
with you present in the house.
Yes.
You send a text message to your lover saying, I will be your wife. And he tells you very soon he will have his hands on your most private of parts. And that same night, your husband is dead.
That and many others, yes.
Let's go back to the 3 o'clock time clock. You see Kate Cooper away from his couch in the living room.
He was up in his bed, yes.
And at 3:31, 31 minutes later, you send a heart emoji, correct?
Correct.
What does Houston respond?
He responds, "Seriously, more than fucking life."
And what is your response?
Forever.
3:31 and 29 seconds later, what is Houston Danker's response to you?
Houston says, more than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?
More than anything, okay, babe. It refers to you in a term of endearment, babe. Of course, we know that by now, but it says phone's going down. And you need to send him something after I leave your house
That's what he said.
to then wait for me to.
I don't know what happened. Wait a minute, y'all. Whoa. I'm worried about this F-bomb coming. Wait a minute. We won't miss a minute of this. I don't know why I just cut off like that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. No, no, no. I got you, Betty. Wait a minute. No, no, no. Oh boy. No, no, no. Wait a minute. Boy. Well, at least you can hear me. I know that's not the priority, but wait a minute. I don't know why.
Was a hard worker who worked from can't see in the morning to can't see in the night
He was.
and will fall asleep so tired because of his hard work.
Yes,
That's the man you refer to your lover as another child.
yes.
On the 12th of March, you write to Houston Danker that you might be pregnant this time next year, and you send 3 heart emojis. And he responds by saying, "Would love you to be pregnant next year for him." Correct?
That's what's written.
That's what you wrote.
Yes,
You yourself wrote those words, correct?
I assume so. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't remember precisely, but I'm going to assume you're correct.
Do you want me to put it up?
Not necessary.
In fact, at that time you talked about IVF.
Yes,
He doesn't know what IVF is, and you have to explain to him what IVF is,
I did.
where they plant your sperm and my egg, correct?
correct.
Not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Right? That's what you tell him.
Correct.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, had life insurance where you were the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes, we both had policies.
I asked you just about Ryan Cooper. You are the beneficiary if Ryan Cooper were to drop dead.
Yes,
You would stand to earn a substantial amount of money, correct?
yes,
Over $500,000, correct?
correct.
more than one occasion, you told Ryan Cooper that you hated him.
Yes.
In front of friends, you told Ryan Cooper that you'd shoot him in the face.
I deny ever saying that.
Was that when you were Karen, when you said, I'd shoot you in the face?
I never said that.
Karen did?
Karen did not say it either. It was not said.
Cade Cooper is your eldest child with Ryan.
Yes.
Cade loved his dad.
All three of them did. Yes.
Cade Cooper loved his dad.
Yes.
He slept on the couch next to his dad as dad slept on the recliner.
That's not why he slept on the couch, no.
Just asked you a question. Yes.
So the
or
answer
no.
is no.
That's not why, because he didn't love his dad, or slept on the couch because he didn't love his dad?
Well, which question is it? Why did he sleep on the couch, or did he love his dad? Because yes, he loved his dad.
Okay.
And yes, he slept on the couch.
Next to his father.
Yes.
On the night that Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
He was when I went to bed.
When Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
No, he was not.
And you know that because, as you've said before, you were up at 3 o'clock and you went to the living room where Ryan Cooper slept on his recliner, and Ryan Cooper was the only one there. Cade was not.
Correct.
So at 3 in the morning, you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch.
Correct.
At 3:30, that morning at 3:32, 30 minutes after you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch, you send a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
Yes.
If you may have the screen again.
Just
And what I'm going to show you is what was marked as State 195 was not admitted, but is admitted as defense, I believe, B. So for the record, this is defense B. It's the same document. Can you see this, Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The 17th of June, 10:19 a.m. A day later, Ryan Cooper will be dead. You're talking to Houston Danker, correct?
Correct.
Can you see in that document where you're saying to him, just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it?
Yes.
You refer to yourself as your wife.
Yes.
Ryan Cooper is still alive at that point, working from Kansas in the morning to Kansas in the night, correct?
Yes.
Busy,
Usually, yes.
being a farmer,
Yes.
Houston Danker replies to you. Can you read what Houston Danker replies after you talk about being his wife?
He wrote, "Not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning and I haven't gotten to see you."
You got to see him in his underwear that morning,
He
didn't
sent
you?
a Snapchat of it, yes.
Is that a yes? You got
Yes.
to, and you respond by saying,
Train wreck.
what is the next text message and who sends it?
That he sends,
Yeah.
"Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon."
Going to sleep with my hand on your P word very soon, correct?
Correct.
And what's your response?
"Soaked just thinking of you. Will be downright embarrassing when I have you in person." Excuse me, when I actually have you in person.
That's hours before your husband will be lying dead in his house.
It's at 11:19 a.m. on June 17th.
So in the next coming hours, your husband will be killed in your house
He was.
with you present in the house.
Yes.
You send a text message to your lover saying, I will be your wife. And he tells you very soon he will have his hands on your most private of parts. And that same night, your husband is dead.
That and many others, yes.
Let's go back to the 3 o'clock time clock. You see Karina Cooper away from his couch in the living room.
He was up in his bed, yes.
And at 3:31, 31 minutes later, you send a heart emoji, correct?
Correct.
What does Houston respond?
He responds, "Seriously, more than fucking life."
And what is your response?
Forever.
$3:31 and 29 seconds later, what is Houston Danker's response to you?
Houston says, "More than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?"
More than anything, okay, babe. It refers to you in a term of endearment, babe. Of course, we know that by now, but it says phone's going down. And you need to send him something after I leave your house
That's what he said.
to then wait for me to open it. Deal? And what is your response?
I replied, "Deal."
You were asked by your counsel whether you would orchestrate a murder with your children in your house. And you said you wouldn't, correct?
Correct.
You understand what to orchestrate is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You do?
You said I understand what to orchestrate is?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when it says, phone, send me something after I leave your house, your response is deal.
That's what I said.
Who sends the emoji of a kiss?
I can't tell by looking at this. Let me 1DF. Judging by the numbers on the other ones, that would be me.
So you not only say deal, but you seal your deal with a kiss.
I wasn't sealing my deal, but I sent a kiss emoji.
Then he says, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts.
That's what he said.
There's no ignorance on your part when he tells you to remember those casings. You know what those casings are because you say, absolutely, 100%.
That was the Snapchat I sent, yes.
Absolutely 100%. Correct?
Correct.
It cannot be clearer than that.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
When you say absolutely 100%, you are as clear as possible on what you will remember.
No,
That's what you write, Ms.
that's what I
Cooper.
wrote.
Then he tells you, okay, phone's going down. I love you. And
That's what
what's
you
your
wrote.
response?
My response is, I love you too.
What does he say?
So much.
And what do you say?
Forever.
When you say forever to the man who said, I'm coming to your house and you need to send me a message so that I can open it when I get back, what does he respond to you once you say forever to him?
He responds, okay, babe, seriously putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what do you say to him?
I say, go to sleep.
Ms. Cooper, you can read what's in front of you.
This reads, go.
So you say to him, go.
That's not what I said to him.
What you
That
read,
is what this reads.
again, what we read in front of you, that's this exhibit that the jury is reading, is you say, go.
Yes.
That's at 3:32 in the morning.
Correct.
An hour later, at 4:42, Houston Danker will send you a message that says, yep, just woke up.
That's what this says. I never saw it.
At 4:42, when Houston Danker is sending you this message saying, yep, just woke up, a Tama County deputy is walking in your house because your husband is dead.
Is that a question?
It is.
I don't know for certain on the timeline, but yes.
An hour after you saying go, your husband, you're calling the cops because your husband is dead.
Around 4:30 a.m., yes, I'm calling 911 because my husband is dead.
So that's an hour after you saying go or thereabouts.
That's what this says, yes, but if you're asking if I knew the specific time, no.
Mr. Codiaga, we've been going for a little over an hour and a half at this point. I think we're going to take a break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. So, again, I just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll take approximately, again, a 15-minute break. All right?
Okay, so they We're taking a 15-minute break on issues that we had earlier. Thank y'all so much for hanging in here with me. I truly appreciate it. Out of all the days, everything wants to not work, and hopefully y'all can hear me. But with that being said, I am going to, we got our TiVo time, right? So we good with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward us, and I'm so mad that they stopped him. No, she's going to talk to her defense. She's going to go talk to her attorneys, right? The defense. And they about to help her. No, 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 no. Here we go.
Miss Cooper, can you hear me still pretty well?
I can.
When you testified, to be clear, you testified earlier on when your counsel asked you questions, and you stated you weren't seeing Houston Danker, claimed you weren't seeing him from February or March, or February, I guess, because you'd had sex and you didn't want to break up your family.
Correct. Excuse me. Correct.
You didn't want to break up your family.
Correct.
And yet, you are the same person texting Houston Danker and telling him you will be his wife, correct?
Those are the texts I sent, yes.
This story that you told the jury this morning, that you're terrified of Houston Danker, you never told it to Deputy Fangman, who arrived in your house as the first deputy.
No.
Was there for a substantial amount of time trying to find out what had happened to your husband. You never told him that Houston Danker shot him.
I did not.
Deputy Foster was the following deputy who came to your house. Your husband is still sitting, sleeping on his recliner, dead. And your children are crying and traumatized. You never said Houston Danker did it.
I did not.
Your mother comes. Aaron Cooper comes. You never say, Aaron, Houston Danker did it.
No, I did not.
That's the Aaron Cooper, the man who you believed would protect you, and he did, in fact, protect you because he came armed with a gun. Correct?
Correct.
He didn't even have time to put on his shirt when you called him because that's what he did. He wanted to protect.
Correct.
You never mentioned the name of Houston Danker.
I did not.
Same morning, your husband, Ryan Cooper's body is lying cold in his house. You are interviewed by DCI agent Ryan Harmon, correct?
Yes.
You know why they were interviewing you, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned any of these texts or Snapchats that you sent at 3:30 in the morning.
No,
You never mentioned that I texted go.
that's not what I text. No, I did not mention it. I'm sorry, no.
You never mentioned that at 3:31, you sent a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
I did not. I did not mention that.
In fact, it's Agent Harmon who brings up the name Houston Danker.
Yes,
And your reaction as the jury saw is, are you incredible Agent Harmon Danker? That's what you say to him, right?
what did you,
You saw that video. When
yes, I saw the video. I didn't understand what you just said.
Your reaction is Danker?
Correct.
And you immediately tell Agent Hammond that he's a kid,
He's a
correct?
what?
That he's just a young man, a kid who you know about.
Yes, that's what I said.
Not what you're telling this jury today that, oh, I was so terrified of him.
Yes.
Never mentioned any of that to Agent Hammond.
No, I did not.
In fact, you tell Agent Herman, this is dumb, when he starts his line of questioning of Houston Danker.
I did.
You characterize it as dumb.
That's what I said.
Your husband is lying in his house cold. Correct?
My husband is,
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Ryan was dead at that time, yes.
The next day, an autopsy is performed on your husband. The same agent meets you again
Yes.
and talks to you. Correct?
Yes.
Wants to find out what happened to your husband, who you claim to this jury that you loved so dearly. Correct?
I don't know what he wanted to find out.
Well, he wanted to find out what happened to him.
I would assume so, yes.
You assume?
That's his job, is what I'm saying, yes.
He wanted to find out what happened to Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
It's not an assumption. Correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, I guess I'm misunderstanding some of what you're saying. Did he tell me I want to find out? I don't know. But yes, that's his job, so that's why he was there, yes.
And you did not tell him what happened to Ryan Cooper.
No.
You did not tell him that Houston Danker has been threatening my life.
No.
You did not tell him that I've been sending him messages where I want to hold his dick.
No.
In fact, you denied any affair with Houston Danker,
I did.
whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's in any shape or manner, correct?
Correct.
In 2 years pass. It's May of 2023. You talk to Agent John Talbot.
Yes.
When you talk to Agent John Talbot, it's at your farm or Ryan's farm where he lived and where he died, correct?
Correct.
When you're talking to Agent Talbot in May of 2023, you know very well that he's investigating what happened to Ryan Cooper that night.
Yes.
You have a conversation with Agent Talbot that spans 3 hours.
Yes.
He tells you, no detail is too small. Tell me everything.
Correct.
He asks you about Houston Danker.
He did.
You saw him testify here, I believe last week or sometimes in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You knew he was a DCI agent, a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa who wants to find out what happened to the man that you now claim you loved so dearly, correct?
Yes.
When the name Houston Danker comes up, you don't tell him what you told this jury this morning, do you?
No.
You don't mention that Houston Danker had been sending you some messages that are threatening that have just somehow disappeared, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
You don't tell him that Houston Danker has been sending you some messages that were very threatening that somehow disappeared.
No.
You don't tell him that Houston Danker wanted to harm your children.
No.
You also don't tell him that you wanted to have children with Houston Danker.
No.
You don't tell him that a year after Ryan Cooper's death, you are planning to have a child with Houston Danker.
Because I was not.
You don't tell him that you are planning to do IVF and that you have to explain to Houston Danker what IVF means.
No, I did not tell him about those Snapchats.
You don't tell him that you're preparing to be Houston Danker's wife and that you'll be tearing down things and that Houston Danker will need to be able to fix them up.
I told him about none of the Snapchats.
You don't tell him that on the night of Ryan Cooper's death, that an hour before Aaron Cooper is called, you were texting Houston Danker and telling him absolutely 100%, I'll remember to pick the shell casings.
I did not.
In these 3 hours that he's talking to you, you don't mention the story you've told today, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you chase him out of your property.
I told him to leave.
And you tell him to leave and you're going to get a private investigator to crack this crime because this DCI agent Talbot and the other DCI agents can't crack it because they don't know what they're doing, right?
Those were not my words.
But you tell him you'll get a private investigator.
My words were different if you'd like me to tell you what they were.
Do you tell him?
I said, maybe it's time to get a private investigator.
Why are you getting a private investigator?
I don't know. Frustration. I was frustrated.
You don't know why you're getting a private investigator.
Well, to solve Ryan's murder.
When you are the one who hasn't told this same agent what happened to Ryan and what you'd been doing with Houston.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
You want a private investigator to solve what happened, yet you have an agent who you're not telling your activities with Houston Danker.
I did not tell him my activities, no.
At that point, you knew what had happened, correct?
I did. Well,
And yet you tell him that if you knew what had happened, or if you knew, and your words, the person who did this, you will be in jail because you would have hurt that person or killed that person, correct?
that's what I said.
And you use an explicit, you swear at that point when you say you will be in jail because that motherfucker will know what's coming, correct?
I said I would kill the motherfucker myself.
I have no further question for this witness.
Ms. Watt, redirect.
We have a portion of the Snapchat messages, right?
Correct.
Were there many other messages between you and Houston?
Hundreds.
On the evening of June 17th, so while you're at the ball field, did Houston get angry with you?
He did.
About what?
I had posted a video on my Snap story of Kate batting. And you could hear Ryan's voice in the background, and he sent me a snap, very angry because I was at the ball field with my husband, again, like I was cheating on him with my husband.
Okay. So then, did you two have an argument?
We did. Several snaps were exchanged, arguing.
So the day of June 17th, while we have some of these snaps, it's not all, the whole conversation, it's not all lovey-dovey type message.
No.
You knew these things for so long. Why didn't you tell the police that Houston Danker killed your husband?
Several reasons. I was scared. I was scared of Houston. I was scared of the police. I was scared. I was scared that I had lied for so long because I felt like I was being set up. I felt like no matter what, I was screwed, for lack of a better term. I was scared of the threats that he was making to my kids and my friends. And I felt that if I kept my mouth shut, he'd leave us alone.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Ms. Kodiak, anything further?
You claim, you tell this jury that Houston Danker was mad at you that night at the ball game, Ryan Cooper's last ball game, seeing his children, correct?
Yes.
So as Ryan Cooper's watches the last ball game of his children and Houston is mad at you, he sent you a text for that?
Houston did?
Yeah.
Several.
And that's the same night where at 3:32 in the morning, you send Houston Danker a heart emoji.
Correct.
The same night he was mad at you, you send him at 3:32 a heart emoji.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. You may step down. Ms. Watt, Mr. Hawbaker, I'm not sure who is the defendant ready to call, have another witness to call?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. Counsel, why don't you approach? We're just going to talk about the schedule a minute. At this point, there's a couple matters we need to take care of. So what we're going to do, if this works for you, is we're going to take an early lunch and ask that you be back here ready to go at 1 o'clock. Does anybody, I mean, again, this is a little change in the schedule. I don't know if anybody, like, I'm going home to walk my dog or whatever. I just want to make sure that that works for all of you. So does any of you have any issues with that? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. Then we will break till 1 o'clock. Ask that you be back here ready to go by then. And again, ask that you keep an open mind, not make any decisions, not do any sort of research or investigation. Don't talk to anybody about the case or let anybody talk to you about the case, and avoid any and all media accounts and social media commentary or accounts as well. And with that, have a good lunch and we'll see you in a bit.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me out there? Thirsty Thursday.
So back on the record, we have counsel and Ms. Cooper present. We're outside the presence of the jury. Just to kind of summarize, put on the record where I understand we're at. At this point, the state is making a decision about if it's going to present rebuttal evidence, and if so, what that will consist of. And we'll know by the end of the lunch break. And then depending on how that goes, we'll move into instructions and closing arguments, and we'll see where we're at. If the state does have rebuttal evidence and how long that takes. So anybody else have anything they want to put on the record at this point? Ms. Watt, Mr. Engel? No, Judge.
No.
All right.
Thirsty Thursday. Right. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. I got to make sure my mic is working for you. Wow. I don't know if I want to say this is a wow Wednesday moment, Y'all let me know what y'all think. I had a feeling last night when I was doing the thumbnail for a show today, and my biggest question on my thumbnail, right, was, is Karina going to take the stand? So when I saw it this morning, before we kind of like went into the courtroom, I said, oh my gosh. Okay, Pretty Brown. Kevin said, I'm coming through loud and clear. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh my. Wow. I don't know what to say. I love it when they take the stand. Like, I don't even know how she's gonna well, we got to hear the answers from her, right? So now we know that she was scared. We have missing Snapchats. She was scared of the police. She was even scared to tell Aaron. Why would you even call Aaron over there if you knew somebody was in your house? You knew exactly who was in your house because you told him to go. Right? That's what she told him, go. Oh, and the hard thing about this is that we see all this evidence, right? But you never know what a jury's gonna do. And that's the part that concerns me and worries me. I don't know if she came off very credible to them, but I think that in my eyes, like when the prosecution was, cross-examining her, they hit on some pretty good points. I like how he slowly, and I do mean slowly, had her read through those messages. And I seen that she kept trying to insert, hey, it's a gray area. Hey, I said this. It doesn't have this. I told him to go, but the to sleep part disappeared. It's gone. Very combative. I agree. Benny said she came off combative. Yeah, and I agree, Benny. Like, she was snappy. She was like, are you asking me a question? Like, I don't know what you asking me. I'm surprised she ain't started rolling her neck and snap her fingers up there, right? And she kept looking over there at the defense table like, am I doing okay? Right? She was looking. She was looking like, help me, save me. Benny said she full of B with a whole bunch of S's, right? Pretty Brown Girl said, there is no missing Snapchats. How Snap has missed the rest of that phrase, go to sleep. Why would you say that? Why call Aaron but not the police if you scared? Right. Like, and Aaron came locked it loaded, like, to come help her. Come help his brother. His nieces and nephews are in the house. Like, really? Like, really? But you scared of everybody, right? If you couldn't have told nobody else, you could have told Aaron. Aaron was there. He was gonna be able to help you. She wasn't scared. Like, she wasn't scared. What Kevin say? Kevin says no, I didn't see it being. Thank you. Kevin says that was a bit of a shocker. I think she may have just buried herself. Her counsel didn't even seem convinced. Would you say the counsel, her attorneys didn't believe her? They was like, let us get back up here and let me try. Let me try once again. Yeah, sometimes they do that. And I'm really surprised that she took the stand. Are any of you surprised? Like Kevin, like that, like a shocker? Pretty Brown Girl said, I don't know why her attorneys let her do that. I don't know. They may have heard me last night secretly asking for it. I was like, secretly, please let her testify. Please let her testify. They may have heard me. I sent them a subliminal message. I can't even say it. I sent them a message, right? I wasn't for real. What you talking about, Benny? What you wasn't for real about? Yeah, I that right there was like, that's why I was like this morning, like when I seen that she was on the stand, I couldn't even do my intro right. Then when I tried to get y'all in the courtroom, I couldn't get the court feed up right. I'm like, oh my gosh, like we could not be doing this today. Yeah, Kevin says, yeah, I would have thought the same. The counsel would not have told her, like, don't stop. But I guess, even if her counsel would have told her not to testify, if she wanted to testify, it's definitely her right to testify, to get up there and say what she needs to say or answer the questions. I'm pretty sure they told her that, look, they're going to cross-examine you on all of this stuff. You need to have an answer, right? Benny says she's not surprised or shocked that she took the stand. I am. I didn't see that coming. I secretly was hoping, but I didn't see why she would need to take the stand. Like, remember, the state has to prove their case. I think the things that she said on the stand, they could have did that in her defense team could have did that in closing arguments with poking holes, as far as the Snapchats, things of that nature. She's like, listening to the prosecutor, Pretty Brown says, listening to the prosecutor read the graphic messages, and his accent was, yeah, I know, right? Oh, I'm like, oh, please drop the F-bomb. Drop the F-bomb again. I thought he was going to say that P word. She said the P word. He decided not to say that. He said the most intimate parts of your body. You couldn't wait. Pretty Brown Girl says, right, I know. They told her, girl, don't do it. But she believes her eyes, and she thought we would too, right? Biddy said, oh my gosh. He was so embarrassed. Yes, he was. He was very embarrassed. I was like, oh, is he about to say the P word? Don't say the P word. Oh gosh. I was like, I can deal with your F-bombs. I like you saying the F-bombs. And I mean, he was saying it very, very slowly, like all the words that he was, saying to her, right? Because first of all, he does have the accent, right? So he does want her to understand exactly what he's asking her. So when he was making those statements, it was like, you say you wonder how the judge is looking at, girl, I don't know. Pretty Brown Girl says, I wonder how the judge was looking. He's probably sitting up there like, you better not say that P word. No, the prosecutor didn't say the P word. She said the P word. Oh, are you talking about just the P? Oh gosh, that was so funny. I was like, oh, he gonna drop all these F-bombs. Good. And he made her read those text messages. And y'all see how strategic their plan was, because he planned it where he was reading her messages and he was making her at points in times read Houston's messages, right? So she could say those words like in regards to the casings and things like that. He was making sure that she said certain parts. You say your judge was loving it too. Benny says her judge was loving all of that. Like, time out. Absolutely. Time out. Time out. Wait. Whoa. 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 Like that was, and she wasn't on the stand long, because when the judge was like yesterday when we ended the court, he was like, I will most likely we'll have a case in your hands on Friday. After that is up to you how long you'll have the case, right? I'm like, well, if she testifies, they'll probably have her on there for a day or so, right? No, 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 no. She testified and she got right down. She's Pretty Brown Girl says, yeah. Talk about she was terrified of him. Girl, when she wasn't never terrified of him. She just had to make some type of statement. Kevin says, how does the defense agree that a selection of Snapchats just vanished? Where? In her imagination? Right. That's what everybody's thinking. And Benny said, right, honey. That's right. Like, where do you get that from? But they tried to put that in there when they were speaking to when they were dealing with the Snapchat forensic investigator yesterday, and they were like, well, y'all don't have the actual records from Snapchat, right? These are just things that y'all pull from Google and different sources to recreate this trail of messages, right? So they were trying to present that, and I guess in order to kind of piggyback off of what they already knew that she was going to kind of like testify to. And that's why I had to be go, right? Because we got to go. Oh, but the to sleep, those messages kind of, because remember, she said she sent it go. Then she sent another message that said to, and then a third one that said sleep. So she's saying that, hey, they typically delete soon as I send them or I receive them. So the to sleep one that I sent, those two separate messages, I don't know. Snapchat doesn't have any official records. So, I mean, they trying to poke a hole right there, right? Yeah, they are too much for me. So I'm assuming when we come back from lunch, we're going to get some jury instructions, right? And so it's going to be in the hands of the jurors probably today, I'm assuming. Pretty Brown Girl says, the prosecution should have argued it was hearsay when she said Houston was mad at her about a Snapchat where Ryan was in the background talking. I think that the prosecution, Pretty Brown, I think they wanted her to dig a hole for herself. Because that's exactly what she did in most people's eyes, is just dig a hole for herself. Yeah, and and the way he combated that is when he did it on cross-examination, he was like, so after this argument with the Snapchats, you send him a heart emoji, or she sent him some kind of endearing kind of Snapchat message hours after this so-called incident happened with Ryan. So I think that he kind of like, pointed that out. Like, it wasn't no argument. You was texting him, Snapchatting him right behind that. And then after that, a couple hours later, after Ryan has attended what he didn't know as his kid's last game, you were setting him up to be unalive this entire time, right? Benny says, yeah, I agree. I thought he would have asked her a lot more than what he did. I don't even know if he had, what more could he? I don't know. What more could he have had asked her? What do you think, Benny? So if you was the prosecutor, what question would you have asked that you feel the prosecution did not address? Benny said what she did. Benny said, hey, but she did enough to make herself look stupid. And I mean, look stupid with all caps, right? Like that was like, just make her squirm a bit more. Oh, Benny wanted to see her up there squirming. Okay. Okay. So she would have been up there trying to get out of that situation, right? Looking over there at the defense. I'm like, she looking over there like, please help me. Please object. Say something. Stop them. Pretty Brown says, right, Sweet Pea, even though Snapchat deletes conversations, they were still able to recover everything. And if Houston was being negative to her or made threats, we would have seen that. And I agree. It's just, it was not there. It was just not there at all. It wasn't there. It wasn't there, but they had it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the jury understands that, but I just, like even with our verdict yesterday, right? I hesitate to ever like really think that they're gonna do something one way or another, because sometimes they be charging too high, right? And if they feel like the charges is too high and it's not first degree premeditated murder and she should spend the rest of her life in jail, they may, unless they have some lesser included offenses, they may not come back with the verdict that we think. I don't know. Benny says, I just wanted to hear the prosecutor say those embarrassing words again. I rewind it. We are the replay gang. And she said, too right, Pretty Brown. So, yeah, I think we see through it, right? The jurors are people just like us. Although we may know more information, right? Because we really don't have to go by rules of evidence or anything, but they are using common sense. I'm pretty sure somebody has Snapchat or they know somebody that has Snapchat. Because I'm like, my messages don't delete like that. I don't know how everybody else snap. I guess I must have mine on a 24-hour turnaround. Because mine don't delete as soon as I read it. She said, that's what I was thinking, Sweet Pea, about the charges. Sometimes they be too high. And I get why a jury would be like, I don't know, that's too much. Yeah, like if they still like on the fence, I just think that sometimes it make it kind of difficult for them. The courtroom audio, they playing music in the courtroom. Let me see. I don't think they should not be. So they saying court will resume at 2. Oh, I guess with all my issues that I had today, we gonna have so much TiVo time that we should be back in court in like 10 minutes. Yeah, it says court will resume at 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. It should be It should be 151. No. Yeah. I think. I don't know. I might be confused. I think it's no, it's yeah, it should be like 151 there. She's I think. Yeah, I agree pretty Brown. Like they did too much. I think they overcharged that one and confused everybody. Yeah, Benny, and that's the same thing. Right? Like I think sometimes they be overcharging and don't want to include the lesser offenses, or they put too much where the jury is like, in that case that we saw that verdict yesterday, like, we don't know. y'all do this over because we don't know. And can you blame them? Like when you talk about somebody's whole life in your hands, like you don't, I mean, you want to do this only if it's clear and cut, right? Because as a juror, you want to make sure you're making the right decision. That's the same thing that happened like in the Diddy case. Overcharging, right? He gonna be serving time for the most, I don't want to say expensive. Yeah, I guess I can. The most expensive defense for prostitution. Like, and technically, if we think about it, everybody buying, right? In some type of shape, way, form, or fashion. Now he's going to be serving time and had to pay all this money for what came back as 2 convictions for prostitution. Yes. Benny says that Karen Reed case, she was so guilty. Yeah, they messed that up. I don't know what them officers was doing, what they it was like they did a disservice to Mr. O'Keefe, to Officer O'Keefe. Like they did him a disservice. That's what I will say. So do y'all want to relook at the cross-examination part until they go back into the courtroom? I wouldn't mind listening to some more F-bombs. I mean, he didn't do it for long. I mean, yeah, it wasn't long at all. Okay, so I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna rewind it back. It only looks like they're gonna be out of court maybe a additional, maybe I would say maybe 10-15 minutes. Y'all know our judge, he always on time. He don't play no games. You better be back here. If I say it's 2 o'clock, you better be here at 1:55 because I'm not about to be waiting. Okay, let me get the screen up. I have it queued up for us.
Just to be clear, you testified earlier on when your counsel asked you questions, and you stated you weren't seeing Houston Danker, claimed you weren't seeing him from February or March, or February, I guess, because you'd had sex and you didn't want to break up your family.
Correct. Excuse me. Correct.
You didn't want to break up your family.
Correct.
And yet, you are the same person texting Houston Danker and telling him you will be his wife, correct?
Those are the texts I sent, yes.
This story that you told the jury this morning, that you're terrified of Houston Danker. You never told it to Deputy Thangman, who arrived in your house as the first deputy.
No,
Was there for a substantial amount of time trying to find out what had happened to your husband. You never told him that Houston Danker shot him.
I did not.
Deputy Foster was the following deputy who came to your house. Your husband is still sitting, sleeping on his recliner, dead. And your children are crying and traumatized. You never said, Houston Danker did it.
I did not.
Your mother comes. Aaron Cooper comes. You never say, Aaron, Houston Danker did it.
No, I did not.
That's the Aaron Cooper, the man who you believed would protect you, and he did, in fact, protect you because he came armed with a gun. Correct?
Correct.
He didn't even have time to put on his shirt when you called him because that's what he did. He wanted to protect.
Correct.
You never mentioned the name of Houston Danker.
I did not.
Same morning, your husband, Ryan Cooper's body is lying cold in his house. You are interviewed by DCI agent Ryan Harmon, correct?
Yes.
You know why they were interviewing you, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned any of these texts or Snapchats that you sent at 3:30 in the morning.
No,
You never mentioned that I texted go.
that's not what I text. No, I did not mention it. I'm sorry. No.
You never mentioned that at 3:31, you sent a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
I did not. I did not mention that.
In fact, it's Agent Harmon who brings up the name Houston Danker.
Yes.
And your reaction as the jury saw is, are you incredible Agent Harmon Danker? That's what you say to him, right?
What did you?
You saw that video. when
Yes, I saw the video. I didn't understand what you just said.
Your reaction is Danker?
Correct.
And you immediately tell Agent Hammond that he's a kid,
He's a
correct?
what?
That he's just a young man, a kid who you know about.
Yes, that's what I said.
Not what you're telling this jury today, that, oh, I was so terrified of him.
Yes.
Never mention any of that to Agent Hammond.
No, I did not.
In fact, you tell Agent Hammond, this is dumb, when he starts his line of questioning of Houston Danker.
I did.
You characterize it as dumb.
That's what I said.
Your husband is lying in his house cold. correct?
My husband is,
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Brian was dead at that time, yes.
The next day, an autopsy is performed on your husband. The same agent meets you again
Yes,
and talks to you, correct?
yes,
Wants to find out what happened to your husband, who you claim to this jury that you loved so dearly, correct?
I don't know what he wanted to find out.
Well, he wanted to find out what happened to him.
I would assume so, yes.
You assume?
That's his job, is what I'm saying, yes.
He wanted to find out what happened to Ryan Cooper.
Yes,
It's not an assumption, correct?
yes. I'm sorry, I guess I'm misunderstanding some of what you're saying. Did he tell me I want to find out? I don't know, but yes, that's his job, so that's why he was there, yes.
And you did not tell him what happened to Ryan Cooper.
No,
You did not tell him that Houston Danker has been threatening my life.
no,
You did not tell him that I've been sending him messages where I want to hold his dick.
no,
In fact, you denied any affair with Houston Danker,
I did.
whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's in any shape or manner, correct?
Correct.
In 2 years pass. It's May of 2023. You talk to Agent John Talbot.
Yes,
When you talk to Agent John Talbot, it's at your farm or Ryan's farm where he lived and where he died, correct?
correct.
When you're talking to Agent Talbot in May of 2023, you know very well that he's investigating what happened to Ryan Cooper that night.
Yes,
You have a conversation with Agent Talbot that spans 3 hours.
yes,
He tells you, no detail is too small. Tell me everything.
correct.
He asks you about Houston Danker.
He did.
You saw him testify here, I believe last week or sometimes in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You knew he was a DCI agent, a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa who wants to find out what happened to the man that you now claim you loved so dearly, correct?
Yes,
When the name Houston Danker comes up, you don't tell him what you told this jury this morning, do you?
no,
You don't mention that Houston Danker had been sending you some messages that are threatening that have just somehow disappeared, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
You don't tell him that Houston Danker has been sending you some messages that were very threatening that somehow disappeared.
No,
You don't tell him that Houston Danker wanted to harm your children.
no,
You also don't tell him that you wanted to have children with Houston Danker.
No,
You don't tell him that a year after Ryan Cooper's death, you are planning to have a child with Houston Danker.
because I was not.
You don't tell him that you are planning to do IVF and that you have to explain to Houston Danker what IVF means.
No, I did not tell him about those Snapchats.
You don't tell him that you're preparing to be Houston Danker's wife and that you'll be tearing down things and that Houston Danker will need to be able to fix them up.
I told him about none of the Snapchats.
You don't tell him that on the night of Ryan Cooper's death, that an hour before Aaron Cooper is called, you were texting Houston Danker and telling him absolutely 100%, I'll remember to pick the shell casings.
I did not.
In these 3 hours that he's talking to you, you don't mention the story you've told today, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you chase him out of your property.
I told him to leave.
And you tell him to leave and you're going to get a private investigator to crack this crime because this DCI agent have it and the other DCI agents can't crack it because they don't know what they're doing, right?
Those were not my words.
But you tell him you'll get a private investigator.
My words were different if you'd like me to tell you what they were.
Do you tell him?
I said, maybe it's time to get a private investigator.
Why are you getting a private investigator?
I don't know. Frustration. I was frustrated.
You don't know why you're getting a private investigator.
Well, to solve Ryan's murder.
When you are the one who hasn't told this same agent what happened to Ryan and what you'd been doing with Houston.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
You want a private investigator to solve what happened, yet you have an agent who you're not telling your activities with Houston Danker.
I did not tell him my activities, no.
At that point, you knew what had happened, correct?
I did. Well,
And yet you tell him that if you knew what had happened, or if you knew, and your words, the person who did this, you will be in jail because you have hurt that person or killed that person, correct?
that's what I said.
And you use an explicit, you swear at that point when you say you will be in jail because that motherfucker will know what's coming, correct?
I said I would kill the motherfucker myself.
I have no further question for this witness.
Ms. Watt, redirect.
We have a portion of the Snapchat messages, right?
Correct.
Were there many other messages between you and Houston?
Hundreds.
On the evening of June 17th, so while you're at the ball field, did Houston get angry with you?
He did.
About what?
I had posted a video on my Snap story of Cade batting. And you could hear Ryan's voice in the
Okay, guys, I am going to pause and take us back into the courtroom. They are back. So let's go back live. Sorry. I want to see what else we got going for us today. So I don't want us to miss, kind of keep us on track with it. Since we had a whole bunch of TiVo time due to my technical issues today, I do want to make sure that we kind of be right in there with everybody else. So here we go. This is outside of the jury's presence, right? But our judge is back on the stand, so we'll listen in.
No form of verdict.
Would ask only that the verdict form be changed to guilty of the offense of murder in the first degree as the first form of verdict 1, rather than the way the court has rearranged it.
So just an objection to the form of verdict, no other change to the statement,
That's correct.
to the jury instructions? Okay. And I guess on the behalf of Ms. Cooper, Ms. Watt?
I have no objection to the instructions as they are.
Okay. All right. I mean, other than you just prefer a different order, is there any legal basis that you can provide me, or just simply a preference on the state's end?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to leave it as is. So any further record? Well, I guess on the record, just so I know what we're doing, we have the jury back here. Does the state have rebuttal witnesses to call?
We do.
Okay. Then, once the jury's ready, we'll start with that. I just messaged her. All right, I'll step out. All right, she's going to go get the jury.
So here comes our jury. They're coming back in, and it looks like the state has some rebuttal witnesses. So I'm not sure how many they have. So maybe we will not get jury instructions today. But hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed for our Thirsty Thursday, right? Thirsty on this Thursday. For some closing arguments, right? Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't pick that up either, Benny, in regards to it being a rebuttal witness. Okay, Benny says she thinks that they're going to call the detective in charge to contradict her statements on the stand. Now, I don't know. We shall see. They're bringing our jury in. But interesting enough. It look like like I said, the judge said that we'll be in verdict watch tomorrow, right? Whether it's in the afternoon or in the morning. I can't imagine that the jury instructions are going to be really, really long. And for that fact, I don't even think the closing arguments are going to be that long, because remember, the opening was very short and sweet. I mean, the defense can't just get back up and say that Houston Danker. And she told him to go to sleep. Right? Because that's her defense right now. I think the prosecution team take up most of the time for closing arguments. So he might be able to get it off. Okay, I'm muting up. They're having a
All right, welcome back from your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record then. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And right before lunch, our lunch break, the defense had rested. At this point, does the state have any rebuttal witnesses to call?
The state recalls Tiffany Lord for rebuttal.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lord. Go ahead and have a seat. Now I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And we've already got your name, so I don't know that we need that again, your spelling. So with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may begin your questioning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified before to being able to retrieve some messages on the night or the early morning hours that Mr. Cooper was killed, messages between the defendant, Karina Cooper, and Houston Danker.
Yes.
Judge, if you may have the monitor, would like to show what's been admitted as defense B. Your testimony, you stated that you are able to retrieve messages ending with go at 3:32:58. Can you see that?
Yes.
But testimony from the defendant where she claims that this message of the go was incomplete and that after this go, she does text 2 as a follow-up message and then period, and then sends another message which says sleep. When you have a review of these records, did you find that the message 2 and sleep 2 following the sleep following the message 2 was sent by this phone at this time?
No, I did not locate any evidence supporting that.
And when you say you did not locate any evidence supporting that, what does that mean?
Yeah, so in review of the Snapchat bio app intents, if you go down to the same date and time stamp there that the message go was sent on June 18, 2021 at 3:32:58, there's no messages directly following that.
So no messages that were deleted or disappeared at that time following that, it's just go as the last message at that time.
Correct.
And so what you're saying is what she's testified to sleep, that's not possible from these records.
Correct.
And the next time, what's the next message that you see this defendant text Houston Danker?
Yeah, so in review of those records, I did locate one message that was at 4:21 that did not parse what the message was, but there was something sent to him at that time.
So at 4:21 is the next message sent to him, whereby the response to that 4:21 message is, yep, just woke up.
Yes.
And earlier on, there'd been conversation in this chat, in this link of send me something when I leave your house to open when I get to my house.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
What's the content of the message at 4:21?
I cannot say. Like I said, there's no content there. It just shows the date and time stamp that there was a message sent.
So why do we have content for the messages leading up to it, but we don't have the content for that one?
I can't explain that.
You would agree that obviously there were other messages sent before the ones that we're seeing here because of the biomap intents. We know that there were more
I'm
messages.
going to
between the two.
object to be on the scope at this point.
Overall, you can answer.
Prior to, yes.
Yes. And we can't answer why sometimes the records are incomplete because it's proprietary information by Snapchat.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect?
Again, just to clarify, the go to sleep, that is not possible from the records that you have.
In my expert opinion, that is not possible, correct?
All we have is go.
Yes.
No further question.
Ms. Watt, anything further?
Do you know for a fact, I mean, is it ever possible with a biome app intent that a message can be sent but not go through immediately?
If the contact is deleted, it is possible on their end. So if Houston were to delete it, it could have something sent, but the biome app intents would still show that something was being sent.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
And here, the biomap does not show that something is being sent, correct?
Correct.
No further question.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any further rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. So council just want to approach just real quick to talk about the schedule.
So while they approach, guys, I love that the state did that. They told Tiffany, hey, I know you just testified yesterday in Ali's trial. Get down the street, get next door. We need you to come back over here and clarify this stuff again for the jury. Because she got on the stand and tried to play like she sent some additional text messages that disappeared. And Tiffany was like, shoot, I'm on my way. You ain't about to try to act like my documentation and all the research I did was false. Like, no, I don't play those games. I'm coming right down the street. Like they had her on speed dial. Like soon as the words came out of her mouth earlier, somebody was texting. Yeah. Nope. They right on it. Me playing that game. I'm glad that they did that. What about you guys?
The evidence is in. So what we're going to do is the attorneys we need to finalize the jury instructions, and attorneys need a little bit of time to finalize their closing arguments. So we're going to take roughly a half an hour break at this point, and then we will come back and we'll start with jury instructions, and then we'll proceed to closing arguments from the attorneys. Again, case hasn't been submitted to you, so same admonition applies. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about this case with anybody or let anybody talk to you about it. Don't do any type of research, and avoid any and all media accounts. And so again, roughly half an hour from now, be ready to go, and we'll bring you back in as soon as we're ready. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
So Kevin says she better get used to the color orange. Right, Kevin? Yeah. Yeah, they shut that all the way down, Benny. I'm so glad they had her on speed out. They was like, boop, 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 boop. As soon as they heard something about the Snapchat message, like, no, you ain't even about to play us like that. No way, no how. And Tiffany was like, I'm on my way. Like, oh, that's all you need? Oh, I got that right now. Like, she all over the state testifying about these Snapchats. with everybody. Because that's the same thing she did with Ali yesterday, is she was testifying about Snapchat and towers and things like that. So that is they go-to person, and they definitely have her on speed dial. Rightfully so. Shout out to Tiffany. I love how they wouldn't let him get the last, let her defense attorneys get the last word. They was like, "State, you got anything else?" He made sure he got the last word because he could have been like, "No, I don't have nothing else." But he was like, "Yeah." I'm just looking at the courtroom to see, make sure that nothing is coming in. You know, sometimes, I be thinking if you going on break, I be waiting for a hot mic. Bree Brown says, I thought she thought, no, she thought that she was dealing with people who don't know these apps. Ma'am, they are experts, right? Like I do this all day. You don't know that I just came out of another courtroom. Tiffany wasn't playing with her. Nope, nope, nope. This is all I do. This is all I know. Yeah, I don't know what made them think. And her attorney looked so frustrated. Like, dang, she made this hard for me to defend this case. She was trying to figure out another question. Did y'all see the attorney? Like, she was over there, like, looking at her screen, like, nothing further, Your Honor. Like, I can't help her. This right here, this right here. Yeah, no, I can't help her. Absolutely not. Let me see. So I was thinking, do y'all want to? I know that we were talking about reviewing her interrogation. Do y'all want to look at that, or y'all want me to go back to her testimony that we just heard today? What would y'all like me to do? Pretty Brown says, plus I've never seen a message that gets sent unless you just flat out didn't send it like the rest of it because of where your pointer set. Where your pointer set. Look, I'm trying. Look, we know what you mean, girl. Look, I'm trying. I'm looking. I'm trying. Yeah, so y'all let me know. Do y'all want to go back to her interrogation video? Do y'all want to look at anything? Do y'all want to review over? Do y'all want to hear her testify again? I mean, none of the things are really like that long, so we can always just kind of do. She said, I admit I've never seen half a message sent. Right. Well, remember, she said she sent 3 individual messages. Go to sleep. ... Her interrogation, please. So we have a vote for the interrogation video. Let me get that pulled up and we will look at her interrogation. Unless anybody else have. Okay. Pretty Brown Girl says yes. Well, I may get her interrogation up. Hold on 1 second. I know I was moving through the markers yesterday and doing some stuff on here. So I had us I queued up in the right place and it looked like I took it down, but I'll be able to get it back. Day 2. Yeah, because her interrogation was really short. Okay. Yeah, she was sitting up there trying to act like she didn't notice me. to myself. Y'all hear me just talking? I'm talking to myself, I think. I do that at times. You know, I'm looking at the video and it's Tiffany, yeah, she definitely be testifying. Pull that up. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me pause it. Here, I am going to remove. Okay, so here's her interrogation. I am going to update the banner in the background just so when people are coming in, they'll let them know that we are still live. We are watching the courtroom. They went on a 30-minute recess while they work on the jury instructions. And as soon as they are back in court, we will be too, right? Thirsty Thursdays.
Anything else kind of off or just strange about last night? Nothing. Nothing? Okay. So you fall asleep between midnight. You think that you get up around 3 because that's your kind of your usual normal time. Okay. And then you go back to bed.
Shut the door, the kids are in there, I went back to sleep.
Okay.
And I didn't feel like I was like hard asleep when there was it sounded like something crashed in the kitchen. It sounded like something falling, which seems to happen a lot in that house. But the house is torn apart right now because we're working on it. I've got stuff sitting everywhere.
Okay.
It was loud.
Like help me out here.
So our wire, we have a wire rack in the shower. And it's on a suction hook thing, and it fell a couple days ago, and it was loud, and it sounded just like that. Not just like that, but loud like that, like a racket.
So no sounds of like glass breaking or anything like that, just kind of a loud, like you said, a ruckus.
Yes.
Okay. And that woke you up, or that
It scared me.
okay?
Kind of laid there for a second. See if kids woke up, which they didn't. It seems like there's always something stupid once a week that him and I get up and see because of the highway or something. I got up and I peeked in the living room and he was laying there, and I went to the kitchen and turned the light on in the living room, and then
Okay.
I looked in there first before I went to the kitchen, and it looked like he was sleeping.
Okay.
I swear I heard him snore.
Did you happen to see him when you got up to go to the bathroom? Did you happen to see him there then? Do you remember?
You have to look around the corner to see him.
Okay, so you didn't go and see him at that time?
He went to the bathroom.
Okay. So you said that you get up, you hear the noise, you wait there for a minute, you get up, and you go out, you see him sitting there, then you go and turn on the light to the kitchen?
I went in the kitchen, there's always a light on in there, so when they didn't turn on the light, I went in the kitchen and looked out the window over the sink
Okay.
towards the driveway, looked around the living room or the kitchen. There's nothing on our walls anywhere because we've been painting and everything. I didn't see anything, so I went in and Oh. I don't know if he's got anything or not.
Okay.
I turned on the light and it didn't look like he was sleeping.
Okay. So when you turn on the, did you turn the light on in the living room there?
The table lamp, yeah.
The table lamp?
Yes. I scared my kids so bad.
Yeah. So when you turn on the light, what exactly do you remember seeing?
It just looked like he was sleeping.
Okay.
And then I walked up to him and touched his foot, and there's blood, like, everywhere. Like, a lot. I started screaming, like, a lot.
Okay.
But I always scared the kids because Kate came running down. I don't know what I thought. I thought somebody was in the house. I put them in my bedroom and told them to lock the door. And I called Aaron.
And Aaron lives just down the road, right? Okay. So you said you tried to touch his foot, or you touched his foot to try to wake him up?
I think so. That's usually what I do is shake his toe.
Okay. So let me backtrack. When you see him the very first time, he's sitting in the chair like he's sleeping.
He's reclined in the chair. It looks like he's sleeping.
Okay. And
Blankets on him.
where's the blanket on him? Like over him? Like over his chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
His feet always stay up. I swear he was snoring.
Okay. So when you notice it, obviously, you see the large amount of blood, and you realize that something's wrong, right? Do you make any attempt at, do you touch him? Do you?
I crawled on him. I hid in my fingers, shaking him and screaming in his face to wake up.
Okay.
He fell on the floor next to him because I think he slipped. And I think I was hitting him.
You think you were hitting
I
him?
think I kept hitting him, trying to get him to wake up.
Like-
Shaking him,
Okay.
holding his feet.
Like hitting his chest?
I don't know, grabbing his shirt or making it get up to wake up.
Okay. So you said you thought that maybe somebody was in the house?
That's what I thought.
Did you hear any other sounds or commotions or anything other than the one that woke you up?
No, nothing.
Like,
Cars go by all time of the night, but I didn't see it. I looked out the kitchen window. I didn't see anything.
no sounds of like the front door slamming shut or
No,
anyone running down your deck or down your steps or anything like that?
no, nothing.
Okay. So after trying to wake him up or get his attention, you said you called Aaron?
I called Aaron before. Well, I touched him or whatever. And then I just remember I started screaming and screaming. And Kate came down. So I told him to get in my room with the other two kids, and I called Aaron from in there.
Inside the room?
Yeah, I think I locked the bedroom. I was in and out. I went in and locked it. And then I thought I had to go home, Brian. I had to go so you're there. I tried to get my stupid gun that I don't even know how to work and have never shot out of the safe that he said we had to have. And I couldn't even get the thing open. It's in our bedroom closet.
Okay. And how big of a safe is it? Just a little
Just
bit?
a one security type
Okay.
handgun safe that I don't even know how to open.
Okay.
So
You couldn't get it open?
I don't think so.
Did you ever actually get the gun out of the safe?
No.
Okay.
I touched the safe, I think, because it's some stupid fingerprint thing, I think, and I put my finger on it and nothing happened, and I was screaming, and
Okay.
I called Aaron. He said he was on his way, and I went back out.
Okay.
I told the kids to stay in the room, but they wouldn't, so I kept going back in there to take them in because I didn't want them to see.
Yeah.
And I was scared. I didn't know somebody was there.
Okay.
All right, that's the first portion of the interview that you completed. Did you then, as you discussed, ask if Karina had any relationship issues or what the relationship was between Karina and Ryan?
Yes,
And that portion was captured during the recording as well?
correct.
So nothing out of the ordinary with Ryan's behavior yesterday?
Perfectly normal day.
What about in the last few days or like the last week? Is there anything out of the ordinary with him or maybe between the two of you or anything like that?
Better than we have been in a while. Kids are finally getting older and we can breathe again.
Yeah.
He's got a lot on his plate right now with the shops going up, and his mom passed away a year ago, so some shift in responsibilities with the farm, but
Is his dad still with us?
yeah,
Other than Aaron, how many siblings does he have?
he's got a sister and aunts
Okay.
that's about 10 years older than him.
What's her name?
Michelle
Michelle. Is it Cooper? Is she still?
Wilson.
Wilson? Okay.
Everything's been, he just works, like he's been side dressing and bailing. He's busy. We both are always going or working, not really going. If I'm not with the kids, I'm working. I have a side business that I make soap and stuff. We just work and stay home.
Okay. You mentioned that things have been better now recently than they were in the past.
Not that they've been bad. We're just finally getting to spend some time together again and not have a child all the time on top of us.
Yeah.
Never been bad.
No real issues between the two of you?
We didn't get married until we were mid-30s. We've been through all that garbage.
Yeah.
We had plans.
Plans for what? Okay.
We wanted to buy a lake house. We were gonna last year and it didn't work out, and then the ratio hit. And we decided that it was a blessing in disguise because we were putting up the shop sooner than we thought. We'd wait a few years. Just had plans. We're 40 years old and we still have a 4-year-old, and we just joked all the time about hoping that we were alive long enough to retire. And go do things.
Agent Herman, just briefly, and then I'll play another clip from your video. There's someone else there in the room with you, obviously. Who is that person?
That would have been Special Agent in Charge Rick Ron.
And throughout your interview with Ms. Cooper, were there portions you said you weren't certain what had occurred yourselves, what the nature of the injury was? Were there portions of your interview where you spoke to her about essentially the fact that you didn't know what happened to Ryan?
Yes, we talked about that it could be a medical situation. We briefly discussed if she had any thoughts that maybe it was a suicide by Ryan or anything like that.
You stated to Ms. Cooper that it could potentially be a medical situation.
We'd said we didn't know, and we've seen cases where this is a result of a medical emergency as opposed to something violent or something malicious.
Considering that she had indicated to 911 that her husband had been shot, did she ever correct you or offer any information as to what she believed happened to him?
No.
All right, returning then to the next portion of your video clip, did you ask, or did SAC Ron ask additional questions regarding her relationship with her husband?
Yes, he did.
Again, not to be personal, okay, but again, these are things we need to ask, just to try to figure this thing out. Has there been any marital issues between the two of you?
We had a rough patch shortly after his mom passed away where we weren't getting along. There wasn't any real issue. We were just both sad and mad and not communicating.
And it's something how the ones you love the most, those are the ones sometimes you treat worst.
I'm
sometimes.
a talker and he's not, and I was always pushing the free whatever talk. And he shuts down and
Okay.
nothing where there was ever any doubt about our marriage.
Okay, so no affairs of any kind?
No.
By him or by you? And the only reason I ask is if someone went in and did something to them, and again, we don't know, could be that, could be medical, we don't know. I'm just thinking about like the scorned lover type of thing or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So there's no
We don't
concerns
go
with that for
anywhere.
you?
We don't do anything. He might go to the bar after work with his friend Riley, and he's never home past 8. That's how exciting we are. It's like
We're
I
the
said,
same way.
we weren't talking and getting along, but we finally talked it out, and there was never.
Never any issues like that?
Never.
Okay.
I never worried about it. I don't think either one. It's just, like I said, he's been divorced. We got married in our 30s. We didn't.
And further along in your interview, did you again ask her to recount, or did she provide further details or a retelling of what had occurred the night that Ryan died?
Yes.
We got to kind of regroup here. We're going to try our best to get to the bottom of this, okay? You know, and again, we don't know. It could very well be, like I said, a medical thing, because we've seen that before. And he is how old? 42? Or something else could happen. That's what we're going to try to find out and figure out. But basically, to rehash things, just to make sure, you hear this noise, you get up, you think at the time it sounded very similar to the wire rack that had fallen in the shower a couple days earlier. But you went around and didn't see anything, hear anything unusual, didn't hear any cars speeding away, didn't hear any talking or communicating that was going on inside the house at all. Is it a 1-story, 2-story home?
Story.
Story and a half. And you didn't see anybody flee or anything like that?
No.
Nothing that gave you concern that at least someone was still in the home? Or did you think at the time someone was in there?
I don't know. I was just nervous, just scared.
Okay.
I don't really feel like I thought anybody was in the house until I saw him.
Okay.
And I saw blood.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just started screaming.
Okay. All right. Well, let's give us a couple of minutes here and we'll be back, okay? You sure you don't need anything?
So she had recounted her story a couple separate times. At any point, did she talk to you about sending Snapchat messages with Houston Danker at 3:30 in the morning?
No,
Did she ever mention using her phone or deleting photos?
no,
She talk about anything that would explain taking over a football field worth of steps?
no,
You said that in your prior testimony, you took a break and at that point found out some information about an individual named Houston Danker and asked follow-up questions related to that, correct?
yes,
And we just saw you in the video getting up to take your break, correct?
correct.
I'm going to play the remaining portion of your video.
As Rick said earlier, we don't know what happened. Like he said, we don't know if this is a medical thing. We don't know if something bad happened or if something did something to Ryan. And that's obviously what we're trying to figure out. One of the questions I have is, do you know anyone that would have any reason to hurt him?
No,
Has he had any issues with anybody?
no, nobody. He doesn't hurt anyone.
Okay. I know you said that he is usually home by 8 o'clock, but sometimes goes to the bar with Riley.
What's the matter?
Has he talked about maybe somebody he ran into at the bar that maybe there was? I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. You know, if anyone
No,
is going to come into your house and do something to him,
nobody.
you can't think of anybody. Okay.
He just works all the time and comes home.
What can you tell me about your relationship with Houston?
Danker?
Yeah.
My friend?
Okay. And I'm going to be blunt with you and be forward with you. The only reason we ask is Aaron made mention about maybe Ryan seeing something on your Snapchat. Not that that was Houston, but maybe there was something with your Snapchat.
Last fall, there was a Snapchat that wasn't even meant for me.
Okay, tell me about that.
Supposedly, Ryan saw it, not me. And he told me about it. It was something about a married woman and naked, seeing her naked or something like that.
Okay.
And Ryan saw it and confronted me, and I confronted Houston, who were friends on Snapchat, and that's it.
So
And he swore up and down to both of us that it wasn't intended for me. And that was the end of it.
So Houston sent us. I guess I'm not familiar with Snapchat. I don't use it.
Like not a picture, Ryan took a picture of the message that he sent through Snapchat about something about being a married woman or something. I barely even saw it because I didn't know what the hell it was.
Okay.
And he swore up and down it wasn't meant for me.
Houston,
And we had snapped each other earlier in the day that day because he got some product from my salon.
Okay.
So he said that he sent it to the wrong person.
So I guess.
This is dumb.
Well, we're trying to get.
Hey guys. So I stopped the recording, right? Because I hear noise in the courtroom. And y'all know I want to keep us up to date in regards to all of this, right? And I see our handsome judge. He's back on the bench. He's ready to present to Benny and all the other ladies that have been loving on our judge, right? Sorry, man. It's not too often where you get maybe a handsome judge or prosecutor. or defense attorney that's presenting the case. Okay, I won't hold you guys up. I am going to put us back in the courtroom and let's see what our judge has to say. Let's see what's next. Okay, Ms. Cass Mom said really guilty. Really guilty. We put the stamp on it. Boom, guilty. Guilty as charged. I know that's right. I think everybody here is in consent and agrees with that. Yeah, she done did way too much. And her testifying, trying to bring that stuff up. I'm so glad they did what they did. Like, I want to write them a letter and say, thank you. Like, thank you. Thank you for making sure that y'all brought back the Snapchat. Miss Tiffany, right? She been traveling all over. Okay, I'm putting this back in the courtroom, guys. I am going to mute up and let's listen to our next instructions.
Bit. I think the defendant has some surrebuttal evidence that they would like to offer. It's, you know, when people present rebuttal evidence or surrebuttal evidence, it's not always clear what's going to happen. And so, you know, people sometimes need a little time to prepare, both the state and the defendant, when that happens. So we're not going to be in a position to proceed with that until tomorrow morning, okay, at 9 o'clock. So I anticipate that we will be done with surrebuttal and any additional rebuttal the state may have fairly quickly tomorrow morning, and then we will proceed with jury instructions and opening statements. So apologize for the confusion. Like I said, that's my fault. I'll take the blame for that. We're going to let you go then for today and ask that you be ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, remind you of the admonition. Keep an open mind. Don't do any type of research or investigation. Avoid any and all media accounts. Don't speak to anybody about the case or let anybody speak to you. And with that, we will see you tomorrow morning, and have a good night, everybody.
I just got them muted in my ear because y'all know they always be talking after they tell the jury to go home. So I'm just kind of keeping an open ear for this. Sir, rebuttal. They went on that 30-minute break and they was like, we got to find somebody else to come to the stand. Oh, wow. Oh, nope. I guess they are going to end the feed. We was getting ready for some closing arguments and some jury instructions, and they went back there in the back and said, we need to call a rebuttal to the rebuttal. Where they do that at? They calling a rebuttal to the rebuttal. Whoa. Okay, judge, back up here.
Or defendant have any additional record they wish to make at this point?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so what I expect will happen then is Ms. Watt, Mr. Hawbaker, you'll get your surrebuttal evidence in order. I understand one, it's part of it consists of a possible exhibit. Expect you to review that with the state. And ahead of time, since we all know, or at least you all know, I don't, what it may consist of, and then you discuss that so that they then can be prepared possibly to decide if they need any additional, I don't know what you even call a rebuttal to a surrebuttal, but if they want to present any evidence in response, so we can proceed expeditiously tomorrow morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Judge.
The judge, like, he don't even know what this stuff is called. A surrebuttal to a rebuttal to a rebuttal. So I guess the prosecution team, even though the defense is going to put on a surrebuttal witness, the prosecution can do a rebuttal to the surrebuttal witness. So he wanted to make sure it was clear that whatever the defense's surrebuttal witness is going to provide, that the prosecution is ready and available with their information so they can proceed forward and we can get closing arguments and also jury instructions so we can hand this case over to the jury that will decide if Karina is guilty or not. Thirsty Thursdays. right? They didn't know that we were thirsty over here, and we did not want to wait till tomorrow to get this to the jury. Like, we didn't want to wait that long to get this to the jury. But it looks like we're going to have to wait until tomorrow, right? Unfortunately. Tears. I tell you. That was something else. So look, I'm gonna finish playing her interview if that's okay with y'all, since we were in the midst of that. I don't think we have much longer to say, but you could even tell from like the interview, like she was just telling stories. I'm gonna call them stories. I just, it's that acting down, playing this. I mean, even Houston's interview, he comes in there like, I'm just like her gay best friend. Nothing more, nothing less. She cuts my kids here, she cuts my hair. She even watches my kids from time to time, right? Because I'm a single, helpless dad. Yes, and I want to thank everybody for joining us. Truly appreciate it. Y'all know I totally love me doing this with you guys. Like, this is awesome. Like, awesome. Awesome. Okay, guys, I am going to put us in here, and I want to know, do anybody in the chat believe that Karina's not guilty? If so, I want you to come to the altar. All right, here we go, guys.
Get to the bottom of them.
Oh my God.
We're just making sure that all the questions are answered. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it a situation where Houston sends a snap to you that's not supposed to go to you?
Supposedly.
That,
He did send a snap to me, yes.
that is about you being a married woman or naked with a married woman? You don't know. Well, what does Ryan say about that?
We've talked about it since then. We've talked about it with friends. That's how non-issue it became after we talked about it. That said something about, remember, I've seen you naked, and something about a married woman.
Has Houston seen you naked?
No! God, no!
Okay.
He's 22 years old.
Oh,
No!
to each their own. I'm just.
Stupid town and their rumors. No!
Okay.
I cut his hair.
Okay.
I watched his kids a couple times when his babysitter flaked.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We don't know unless we ask. Right?
Wait a minute, y'all. She was offended. Did y'all just hear her when he asked her about these naked pictures? Has Houston never seen her naked? She was offended. Like, he 22 years old. I just watch his kids sometime. Asking me that stupid question. How dare you? That's basically what she told him. Like, super offended. How can you believe this? This was her demeanor. And look at the date, y'all. This interview happened on June 18, 2021 at 11:03 a.m. So the police had came out to her house about 4:50 something that same morning. So we talk about roughly 6 hours later. And the amazing part about this is that Houston's interview is on the same day, a couple hours later, just like that. And they both in these rooms acting like he the gay best friend and she like he too young for her. Girl, that her young boo thing had her out here gone. Right, Pretty Brown was super offended. Like, I thought she was gonna jump out the chair. And the prosecutor, he made sure that he elaborated and brought that point up to her when he was cross-examining her. Like, he was like, You asked them why they were asking you these dumb questions. That question was dumb. Like, really, girl? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and push play.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's safe to say that nothing is going on between you and you.
Absolutely not. After that Snapchat, I don't even talk, I don't cut his hair anymore. I told Ryan I would just keep a distance from everybody, from him, from his brother, from anybody related in that age group. Okay. To make him feel better, and it's been a non-issue since then.
And this was, you said last fall, get a better time frame on that?
This snap was not last fall, it was more like this spring or late winter.
Okay. Okay.
Last fall is when I was supposedly horsing around with him because I babysat his kids and his truck was at my house because I babysat his kids. That's what all that stupid Houston Danker stuff started with.
Okay.
We're friends. Ryan didn't like him. They don't fundamentally get along. So as his wife, I said, I'm not his friend anymore. Or cutting his hair, just keep a distance. And it was over, it was done.
Okay. When's the last time you socially interacted with Houston? Or cut his hair or anything like that?
Last fall.
Okay. Okay.
Don't talk to him. He asked me to watch his kids one time. Might have been, I don't know if it was last fall or this spring because it was field work, and I said no, that Ryan wasn't comfortable with it, but Amber, my friend Amber, would be more than willing to, and he called her and she became his babysitter.
Okay.
That's the last I've spoke with him.
And what's Amber's last name?
Monit.
Monit?
M-O-N-A-T.
Okay. Like I said, we get information and sometimes we have to ask stupid questions. Okay.
So that interview took place, as you said, it started approximately 5 hours after that phone call to Karina Cooper, which was at 4:30 a.m. You also stated then that you conducted an additional interview the following day on June 19th of 2021.
Yes.
What was the purpose of that second interview?
To try to get more information from Karina. The autopsy had been completed on Ryan, and we had completed our search of the house and processing of the house. So I had some follow-up questions for Karina that following day.
When you were going to interview that second day, what additional information beyond the information you received from the autopsy did you have?
Well, we had processed the house, so there were some questions that related to what we found at the house. I guess I don't know specifically what you're asking.
Certainly. So you had said that the house had been processed. Did you participate in what you called processing that house?
I did, yes.
And when you say process the house, what do you mean?
In this particular case, we utilized the DCI crime scene team. And so the crime scene team came and they did the majority of the processing. But in this particular case, I assisted with looking through. There was a couple of outbuildings on the property as well as some vehicles away from the residence, the actual home. And so I helped photograph and look through both those vehicles and some of the outbuildings on the north side of the property.
And briefly and just generally, what types of things were you looking for?
Just anything, firearms, any information. We weren't sure at that time whether this was maybe a break-in or attempted robbery or something like that. So we were trying to see if there was anything of value that would have been around the property that was maybe missing. as well as anything evidentiary involved in the case, just, blood or anything that was out of place.
Did you locate any signs of forced entry during the processing of the scene?
No.
Did you locate any missing valuables, or did you locate valuables that were still present at the scene?
We did. I was able to locate a firearm in one of the pickups on the property. And in a separate vehicle, I located a envelope with $600 in cash and checkbooks. I believe the checkbooks were for the Cooper Farm Incorporated, their LLC or their company that they have. Those were in I would call it an older farm truck, not the nice shiny new one. So.
All right. Why was that important or relevant to your investigation?
It just showed that, if the intent was to come in and steal things, they didn't look very hard, because the unlocked pickup truck next to their house had a pretty good haul in it.
All right. So you have that information, not full details, but generally, what did you learn from the autopsy?
That the cause and manner of death was gunshot wounds of the head, and that it was manner of death was manner of death was homicide.
And you said gunshot wounds. Do you remember how many?
2.
How did that information influence or affect your subsequent interview?
It took out the theory of, is this a medical problem? Is this a suicide? It made it clear that something had happened and that this was a homicide.
With that in mind, was part of the nature of your questioning involving, again, not only developing a timeline, but also scene security, or essentially the security of the home itself?
Yes.
Had you learned information about, and we've heard some previous testimony about the fact that there was a family dog?
Yes, they have a Rottweiler at that time. His name was Ransom, and that he was present in the residence. It was explained to us that Ransom barked at everything. Ransom was a very protective dog, as Rottweilers tend to be. He slept in the house most nights. When it was cooler out, he would sleep outside, but in this particular evening, he was in the residence, and in fact, in the bedroom with Karina and the 2 younger children.
And she provided you with that information?
Yes.
With regard to the security of the home, did you ask her questions about the door that was located behind the recliner Ryan Cooper was found in?
Yes. Generally speaking, was the house typically locked? Were doors always locked? Who locked them? She indicated that Ryan was always kind of the last one in the house in most of the time, and that he would make sure things were locked up, and that they were more focused on locking the shop because there's typically more valuables in the shop as opposed to the residence. She specifically said that she was 99% sure that door behind Ryan was locked, and that she had been doing some painting. And through the course of that, she had made sure that that door was locked as she finished her painting.
Did you try to determine where everyone else in the house was at that time? We've heard testimony at this point that at the time she finds her husband, Ryan Cooper, there were 3 children in the home as well. Did you try to make a determination of where everyone was sleeping that night?
Yes. She stated that she had made a deal with the kids that she would paint their rooms whatever color they wanted over the summer, but kind of the reward would be that all kids would be back in their beds, and that Cade, the oldest boy, was sleeping upstairs. He would sleep on the sofa with his dad and watch TV. The last few evenings he was going to his room, and that the 2 younger children were, by the end of summer, before school started, supposed to be back in their rooms, but on that particular night, they were sleeping with Karina in her bedroom.
Ultimately, did you begin to develop suspicions or have concerns that
Karina Cooper may be involved in the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes,
And during this interview, did you confront her with that suspicion?
yes, I did.
And what did she tell you?
I believe she said it was ridiculous. She made comments about Houston Danker, and that made comments about Ryan's, because Ryan sleeps in the other room, or that they maybe don't get along all the time, that why would that be a reason for her to kill him? Something to that effect.
Did she say she was sleeping?
Yes, she was sleeping at the time. She stated that when this happened, she was sleeping and she woke up from the loud noise.
And did you conduct this interview by yourself, or was there another agent present?
Agent Trent Villada was also present during that time.
And similar to the last recording, or the last interview that you did, was that recorded, the interview
Yeah.
that you completed on the 19th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, let me just ask you, have you had an opportunity to review the recording of that second interview?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the interview that you completed with Karina Cooper on that date?
Yes, it does.
This time, the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit number 301. Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 301 is admitted. Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Ringgold. And again, this isn't the full interview. These are portions of the interview that you completed. And initially, or at least during a portion of this interview, you spoke with her about the dog Ransom, correct?
Correct.
Are you ready, Mr. Ringgold? Yes.
What about the dog? I noticed I stepped in a couple piles of dog poop. And somebody said you guys have maybe a Rottweiler.
We have a
or
Rottweiler.
Okay. Where's the dog? Where's the dog now?
He's with some friends of ours that watch him when we go on vacation.
Where was the dog on Thursday night?
He was in the bedroom with me,
Okay.
and he barks at everything.
Okay.
And he woke up when I woke up to the noise and let out a little oof.
To that, okay, to the loud noises.
Yeah, and
Okay.
but he's usually upstairs with Kate, but since we took the carpet out, he's afraid of the wood on the steps. So I tripped over him leaving my bedroom. That's what we just talked about today, that if somebody was in the house, he would have been raising hell, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
He barks at everything.
Okay.
But he's in the house every night. Either he kind of wanders around the house.
Okay. You typically leave your bedroom door open.
Yes.
So he's, for the lack of a better term, he's a free range dog.
Yes.
We have two cockapoos that if you let them in the carpet, the minute they see carpet, they're going to pee on it. And they've been potty trained for 3 years.
They're cats.
Yeah.
Cats pee on everything.
As soon as they see carpet, it's pee time. So we seclude them in a little thing at night, but they have free range of the
He's all
upstairs.
over the house.
Okay.
You could probably leave him in the house for 2 days and he wouldn't go to the bathroom. He just
Okay.
goes everywhere in the yard.
Okay.
But he's almost, this time of year, if it's a nice cool night, he likes to lay on the patio furniture and he might not come in.
Okay.
But when it's hot like it has been, he's in the house.
So it's not uncommon to let him in the house like he'd be.
No, almost every night. I prefer he be in the house just because we lost a few dogs to the highway, so we try to keep him inside at night.
What's his name?
Ransom.
Right. Oh, it's good. Good dog name. I went with Doug. Which I think is
Also a good name.
It's a good dog name. Okay. So Ransom's in the house. He doesn't make much noise other than the kind of the.
Just a real low, like he does that if Ryan gets up to go to the bathroom, or
Okay.
he full on barks if he hears something outside or in the house.
Well, that kind of takes me into my next question. You get up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom?
Around there usually is when I do.
Okay. Kind of take me back through that. I know you said that you thought you went to bed about midnight.
I think I finally fell asleep about midnight. Cortland was kind of up and down, not up, but crying in her sleep or something all night. I know I got up to go to the bathroom. The TV was off because it was on before. I always it's right there in front of the doorway, so I glance, and a lot of times if it's still on, I'll go in and shut it off.
So it's off at 3
It
a.m.
was off.
And did you look at the clock? Do you know that it's 3 a.m.?
No, I just know that that's usually about the time that I wake up and go to the
And
bathroom.
it's because you take the water pills? And what does that do? What does it actually do?
It's not a water pill. It's called Be Epic. It's like a weight management pill.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I can blame it on, that I tend to go to the bathroom a lot with it.
And specifically, middle of the night?
Specifically, first few hours in the morning when I take the morning one, and then middle of the night. And then that I kind of chalk up to being 44 years old. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's
Just wait
almost
till you
always
hit
about the
50.
same time.
I have to get up and go to the bathroom every middle of the night too.
And then sometimes I can't fall back asleep.
So when you, I guess, the way I should have asked that question is when you say 3 o'clock, you don't know that it's 3 o'clock. You're just going off of past experience of, hey, my middle of the night, I gotta pee.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
You
it was
go
around
out there and the TV's off, and you said you hear Ryan snoring.
I hear him snoring.
Okay. So time aside, at that time, whatever time it is, TV's off, he's snoring, you're 100% sure of that. You go to the bathroom, you go back to bed, you fall asleep right away.
I don't feel like I was sound asleep, you know?
So
I usually, sometimes I can't fall back asleep and I'll get on my phone, because half the time I'm apologizing to Katie Morrison, my good friend, because she'll always joke with me, are you always up at 3? Because I'll respond to a message or something to her at 3 and then realize it's 3 in the morning. So I didn't get on. I think I fell right back asleep, but I don't feel like I was in a deep, deep sleep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't feel like I've been asleep for hours.
okay. And then what happens?
And then I wake up to a noise, like a crash is the best way I can describe it. And the first thing I thought was the shower caddy that had fallen the day before and scared Kate and I.
Mm-hmm.
And now he says he heard that too.
Cade says that?
Yeah, but he's heard me talking for a day and I don't know what to take.
And he's upstairs, right?
He's upstairs. So I got up and I know that I glanced at the living room, see his foot, went to the bathroom, flipped on the light. That thing wasn't down. Flipped off the light, went to the kitchen and looked out over the sink. That's what and then I was pissed because he wasn't up. Usually he gets up too, and we're like, what was that noise? And went in the living room and said his name, and there was no answer. And I swear I heard him snore. From the kitchen is where I swear I heard him snore. And I turned on the table lamp and just glancing at him, adjusting my eyes, it looked like he was laying there sleeping. And there was blood.
Okay.
A lot of it.
A lot of blood.
And I just started screaming. I thought somebody was there. Kate came running down the stairs, and I don't know if I was going to be going up the stairs. I don't know, but I was at the bottom of the stairs when he came down. And I think I scared him because he turned around and started running back up. And I said, no, come down here and get in the bedroom. And I put him in the bedroom with the other two, and I said, lock the door. And I think I locked myself in there too when I called Aaron. I think I was in the bedroom when I called Aaron. And then I told them to stay in the bedroom no matter what and don't answer for anybody but me or Aaron. And I went out and tried to wake him up.
And did the kids listen to you? Did they stay in there?
Kate came out and came running, and he slipped in the blood that was on the floor.
You had stated that you had information from the autopsy that Ryan Cooper had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the face. Had that information, to your knowledge, been shared with Karina Cooper prior to this interview?
No.
And did you ask her again what she believed had happened to Ryan?
I did.
What did you think about, like, how's this blood? Like, what?
I didn't. I don't know. I was looking all over him trying to find a cut, a shot, a bump. I was just looking, trying to figure out where the blood came from, and I couldn't find anything.
You couldn't find it? Okay. Nothing stood out to you? No noticeable marks?
His one eye was open. That was the only thing that I keep remembering. I couldn't find, it seemed like it was all around his face, though, and his neck. I didn't pull the blanket back, I just kept grabbing his face.
You'd stated before that you asked her about the door behind Ryan. Why were you asking about that door?
After processing the scene, we found what at that time would appear to be blood on the steps and the stairwell behind that door. And we were wondering if someone had come in that door, come out that door, if that door was locked, if it was open when she found Ryan, or if it was closed when she found Ryan, or what was the status of that door when she discovers Ryan.
Do you know, I understand it's a chaotic situation, but do you know, does anybody go in or out that living room door?
I know Cade was next to that living room door because that's where he slipped.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have had no reason to open it. He was there involved, asking me what's wrong, asking Daddy to wake up. So I don't know of any reason why. I don't remember anybody going in or out that door. The deputy was behind me. They didn't come in that door. I think Aaron met him at the kitchen door.
And you said when Aaron comes in the house, he comes in the kitchen.
He was behind.
He comes in behind.
When I noticed him, he was behind me. He wouldn't have used the living room door. Everybody that knows us uses the kitchen door.
Okay.
It wouldn't have probably even occurred to him to go in the living room.
So it's safe to say that, as far as you know, nobody came in.
I wouldn't think so.
And
No.
nobody went out that
Not
door.
before or after, or before I was out of the house.
Now I'm going to ask you a tough question. Do you know for sure that that door is closed when you come in there?
I think so. I mean, it's right by his chair. I think I would notice if it was open.
Yeah, that's my
I
opinion
am 99% certain it was closed.
too. Okay. That's a pretty.
It's literally less than a foot away from his chair.
Yeah.
I would have noticed.
Yeah.
I know I was losing my mind, but I'm sure I would notice. I've been over it a million times in my head. Because Kate keeps asking me if there was a lamp or anything, and I just painted. There wasn't anything in the room.
Okay.
She had described to you during the first interview hearing a crashing sound. Did you follow up on that crashing sound?
Yes.
For what purpose?
We wanted to see if something had in fact fallen off the wall or fallen off a shelf or something in the house, to see if there was a reason why she heard a crash.
Did you or Agent Valletta also make an attempt to determine, a timeline? She stated that she was in bed between when she heard that crash and when she got up.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Between 5 and 10 seconds.
Going over it in my head after, I wonder if something that I have stacked up, to put back up on the walls, but all that stuff is in my bedroom. And it didn't sound like it was in my bedroom. It sounded like it was basement, kitchen, all those sounds sound distant. Sounded distant. But it sounded not like glass breaking, it just sounded like a crash.
sounded like something falling off a shelf.
Yes.
Or falling
Yes.
from up high down.
Down low, onto something hard, not carpet. But it wasn't even loud enough, like I said, to wake the dog. And usually if there's a loud enough noise, he's barking.
And he doesn't give out a bark. He just
Just
kinda
the low,
woof. Yeah.
like the warning.
Lets the air out of his lungs.
Yes.
Yeah, my dog does the same.
And then he followed me. He wasn't even raising hell once he followed me out of the room.
Do you know, can you answer this when you're going back and forth and this is all going on? Does Ransom stay in the room with the kids?
I know he was in there at different times.
In the room with Ryan or in
No, in the room with the kids.
Okay.
I don't remember him ever being in the room with Ryan. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't remember it.
You don't remember shooting him out of there, grabbing him, throwing him outside or anything like that?
No, he didn't go outside, I don't think, until I did, but I don't know for sure. I know he was in the bedroom when I went back in the bedroom with Cade because I locked the door and he was in there. Because he was upset, agitated. He wasn't barking, but he was agitated.
He's probably going off of your,
Right.
you know, they can sense that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your dog gets freaked out because when you're freaked out,
Yeah.
You know,
I have to think though, I don't know if Cortland stayed in the bedroom the whole time, but from what they're telling me that Cable kind of came in a little bit and she probably followed him. I would have to think that the dog did too, because he follows those kids around everywhere.
okay. And how, is he a big dog?
He's 130 pounds.
That's a big dog.
He's a big dog. He's a big baby, but usually at night he kind of, you know, with the other two always being in bed with me, we always joke that he's pacing because he'll usually sleep at Ryan's feet for part of the night. He'll come in my bedroom for part of the night. He goes upstairs, or he did while there was still carpet with Cade. He's very protective. So more than likely he was between the two rooms, but if I had to guess, he was with the kids.
Okay.
When you're talking about nightly routines, lights on in the house at night, I can't see crap in the dark, so I have to leave like a kitchen light on. Sometimes I fall asleep on the couch, or sometimes where I snore, I get kicked in the spare bedroom. So I have little lights everywhere. Is that kind of, with little kids, is that how you guys operate?
It's not so much lights, it's me and my decorating that, yes, we have usually quite a few small, like, I call them nightlight light bulbs, but they're in a decorative thing. The kitchen is usually pretty well lit. Got one similar to that in the living room and the dining room, but neither one are plugged in because I just painted and I haven't put everything back. But the house, I would say, is lit decently. My bedroom is very, very dark. The yard light comes through in the living room. That's how I can usually peek in on Ryan.
And that was the other thing we always forget to ask, every case I ever do, the outside lights. So that you have the outside driveway light that's always on.
Yeah, that's
you have
the
a
yard
motion
light.
light too by the door. I can't remember if I saw them.
We have can lights that are new
That's
since we got the house sited, and they're never on because we've never had them before. We always forget.
Always forget.
But we would turn, the few times that I've left those on, like when he was combining or something, until he got home, he shuts those off.
But like with most farms, the driveway is at least lit.
The yard light is quite bright, and it shines right in that living room because I figured he was gonna have a fit because I hadn't put curtains or anything back up yet, so it was gonna be light while he was sleeping.
Okay, yeah, and I always forget to ask that, and then I would have to call you at some point. You know, like my wife, when you hear a noise at night, my wife, especially when the kids were little, we have this big fat cat in our house. He's like 10 times as big as he should be, and he always jumps up on stuff, and it sounds like a bowling ball hitting things, right? So every time Henry would jump on something, my wife would be like, "Oh shit," and she'd roll out and be on her feet into the hallway. Is that kind of like you, where you're?
Yes, when the kids were really little.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting over that a little bit, that I'm sleeping a little harder than I
you're
used
40,
to.
I'm 49, so I get where you're coming from.
I'm sleeping harder than I used to, but I don't feel like I was sleeping real hard that night anyway, because Portland was having a weird night that she was fussy.
So I guess my question then would be, is when you hear that noise, are you pretty quick to get out of bed?
I don't feel like I was. I feel like I laid there scared for a second before I moved, because usually he'll jump up And then when I see him get up, within less than 10 seconds, but usually he's up when there's a noise.
Right.
And then I get up because I'm not.
And usually my wife has to wake me up and say, go look, because I don't hear anything, so.
So I probably laid there for what now feels like probably too long, but at the time, probably 5-10 seconds. And he didn't get up, so that's why I would have peeked in the living room to see if he was sleeping.
During the course of the interview, did you ask her about the state of any blood that she observed?
Yes, I asked, or excuse me, she was asked what the blood looked like. She made mention of it was chunky or clotted.
And why are you asking those questions?
Because depending on temperature, depending on location, blood clots a little bit differently. It's not necessarily going to clot right away. So it's curious as to whether there were clots there when she found it or when she found Ryan.
All right.
And you said when you went out there, you saw a lot of blood. Can you kind of tell, because I had it, did you see any behind him on the floor? Not at first.
After, when I was kind of pulling at his shirt and looking around more, I saw, and maybe it was when Kate slid, because I remember looking down and freaking out because he slid in blood. And I remember seeing splatters on the floor beside the chair. I don't remember anything.
Did it look like pools, or did it look just like?
It looked like I remember seeing dots.
Right.
But it had to have been more if Kate slipped.
If he slipped, right.
I don't remember seeing any behind him. I remember his favorite blanket that his sister made him that was on him. There was like chunks of blood. Does it make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And was it towards the end of your interview then that you had confronted her with your suspicions?
Yes.
I think that this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Whatever's happening between you and your husband, whatever the issues are, okay?
There are no issues. There are no issues. Because my husband sleeps in a chair in the living room?
I'm not saying that.
Because rumors flew last fall that I was sleeping with some kid that he even said was ridiculous and apologized to me for. Because as a married couple, we had a few months that we weren't communicating very well because we dealt with his mom's death hard. We've been fine. Never once did either one of us ever say that we were going to leave. Never once did we doubt our marriage, our kids, our family. We have plans.
Thank you, Judge. That's the end of that exhibit. Again, at any point during the second interview, did she talk to you about being awake at 3:30 in the morning and sending Snapchat messages with Houston Danker?
No.
Or deleting photos?
No.
Did she ever talk about the fact that she was having an affair with Houston Danker?
No.
And did she ever state that Houston Danker was a threat to Ryan in any way?
No.
No further questions. Mr. Hawbaker?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
So there we have it. Her interrogation. Her defense didn't cross-examine, didn't say anything in regards to the investigator regarding this video. Interesting enough, right? So we now know that when she got on the stand today, that she's basically trying to say that she told Houston, go to sleep. Right? Right. So they're trying to say that some Snapchat messages were mysteriously deleted. Like they're just gone, vanished. The only Snapchat that went through the phone was go. So Houston didn't get the rest of the message. Not go unalive my husband. but go to sleep. Right? So the state was like, well, no. Okay, we gonna bring Tiffany Lord back up here so she can testify that no, it's no way that they just vanished, right? So we thought that we were gonna get jury instructions, closing arguments today. But the defense found themselves kind of like in a pickle, right? So they're submitting the third rebuttal case for tomorrow. These Snapchat messages were really, really, really damaging. And if you want to know why, I'm going to show you why. We're going to go look at the Snapchat messages, the things that are causing everything to be in play right now in regards to these rebuttal witnesses, third rebuttal witnesses, extra witnesses, keep bringing witnesses. Let's see these Snapchat messages and see what can you really can you really deny this evidence? Digital evidence is so concrete, like DNA, like really, but they trying. So this is a big topic for them. So I am going to play it for us so we can kind of look at these Snapchat messages. Here we go. I got it all queued up. Let me take this in there.
Giving these proceedings will be the truth.
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yeah, it's Tiffany Lord, Tiffany. Lord is Lord.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, how are you currently employed?
I work for the University of Iowa as a detective/digital forensic investigator.
First, can you explain what a digital forensic investigator is?
Yeah, so in general, what we do is we receive digital evidence, whether that's a phone, computer, tablet, anything that's digital, we receive it in our care. We preserve the data, so we'll usually take pictures of it, and then we'll get an image of that. An image is a working copy of that digital device, so we're not altering the evidence. And then we'll process that device, which makes it in a workable format that is easier for us to see or the investigator that we give the case to.
You said you're also a detective. Can you talk about your education and training that qualifies you for the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity from Champlain. I also have my certificate in digital forensics from the Des Moines Community Area College. I also have, I'm a part of IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And within that, I have my CFCE, which is a Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have my Mobile Device Forensic Examiner certification, and also the Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner.
Can you talk about, you said that you work as a digital forensic investigator, you're obviously also working as a detective. What's your experience in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2017, and in this position since the end of 2020.
And generally, can you talk about your duties?
Yeah, so I mainly work, my main role is digital forensic investigator. The only thing that I do investigation-wise from start to finish, which includes like search warrants and stuff, is the child exploitation cases. But as far as digital forensics go, we take any case.
Would you be able to put an estimate on how many such examinations or extractions you've done when it comes to your work as a digital forensic investigator?
Yeah, so I've done hundreds of examinations and then a couple dozen examination reports.
Any other relevant training or experience?
So I've attended NCFI, which is the National Computer Forensic Investigator.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, NCFI is the National Computer Forensics Institute, which is actually through the Secret Service. I've also attended some NW3C classes, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
So you stated that you received different electronic devices for evaluation or examination. Can you explain that process a little bit? How do you receive electronic devices, and then what do you do with those devices?
Yeah, so we get devices in all various ways. Sometimes it comes straight from the search warrant. Sometimes they have it for a few days. Once we receive that device, if it is currently powered on, we take a picture of it and then we put it on our imaging device that gets that working copy of it. If the device is powered off and we're not sure like what state it is in, then we have what's called a Faraday box that blocks any signals coming in or out so it can't change the data while it's in there. And then once that extraction is complete, then we would then take a picture of that device.
What type of devices are you examining?
In this case or in general?
Generally,
In general, all electronic devices. So it could be phones, tablets, computers, the Oculus VR sets, tablets.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. Having just a little bit of trouble hearing your answers.
And I
So-
see my court reporter's nodding her head, so help her out as well.
All right. So turning specifically to cellular phones, what type of information may be of interest to a digital forensic investigator on a cellular phone?
Yeah, so in general, locations, media, conversations, whether that be call, text messages, anything within applications, health data, Google search history, or any browser history.
Okay, so there's a number of different sources of information, and I'll walk through some of those that you just referenced here. Can you talk a little bit, and I think you have, but just to make it clear, with the cellular phone, how do you go about accessing that information?
So that varies. If we have the passcode, we can get different kind of extractions, I guess, off of devices. And so we have what is called a gray key, which is a device that images it for us. You plug the phone into it, and then it takes the image off of it. So you can have the passcode. We can also get devices without a passcode. It just varies on the device.
Okay, and you say that you're taking an image of the phone. What do you mean by an image?
So that is what I mentioned earlier. It's a working copy of the phone. So that way we aren't altering the actual evidence, and we can then take that copy of the image, or the image, which is the copy, and put it into Magnet, Axiom, Celebrate. Those are different processes that then makes it viewable for the end user.
So if I understand correctly, you essentially take the phone and make a one-to-one copy of all the information on that phone.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bit by bit on a phone, as it would be a computer. It does take all the data that is on there, but like if there's something that is deleted, be permanently deleted, we're not going to be able to necessarily get that back. It just depends on the application. Every application is different how data is stored.
All right, so essentially you're taking a copy of pretty much all the data on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're working with that copy.
Yes.
You mentioned Magnet Axiom. What is that?
Yeah, so that is a software that we then input our image into that breaks it down and makes it readable.
And Celebrate, is that similar?
Yes.
And so you're taking that copy that you've made of the information from the phone and you're putting it into these programs, and you said that that makes the information readable. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, so when it takes the copy, it's all in a file system. So you have different file paths. And when you look at that, there's a lot of data there. And what this process does, it makes it where these are your Snapchat conversations, these are your messages, this is the Google browser. So it kind of breaks that down for you. So you can click on it and see, okay, well, what was searched and things like that.
So if I understand correctly, when you make that initial copy of the data, it's just a lot of essentially unsorted data that mirrors what's on the phone. Is that fairly accurate?
I mean, it is sorted within the file path, but no lay person is going to look at that and know where, okay, what do I click on to then find the images, or what file path do I click on, because it's, paths within paths.
I see. And so then with these programs, it's sorted out into specific either applications, messaging, communication, or a way that's, as you stated, more readable.
Yes.
So once you've taken that image and fed it into these programs, are you then working at this point, you can work both with the original data if you wanted to do that and with the readouts or reports from these programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
So once you've run the data through Magnet Axion or Celebrite, what are you doing as an investigator at that point?
That varies. So with that, sometimes people just bring me the device and they just want to extract it, process. I then can give it back to them for the investigator to then go through. Sometimes in certain cases, they ask me to look through it, or if they found something, they ask me how this came about, where this came from, because I can explain it where they can't.
Okay, so you yourself, if you were asked to go ahead and investigate a phone, how does that work? Are you given information about the case that you then use to direct your search, or are you just going in and looking for what you believe to be items of interest?
Yeah, so usually they give me some information. If it is something that's based on a certain date, they'll give me that date that happened, the kind of case they have, what they are generally looking for on there. So if they're looking for, say it's a burglary and they want location data, they'll put that on there. So just the basics of the crime.
And I understand this is sort of a broad question, but there's certainly a lot of different types of information or data on a cellular phone, correct?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned there's applications, there's various forms of communication. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the fact that you can take video, photographs, etc. What other type of information are you able to recover from a cellular phone?
Yeah, so it also records health data such as steps taken, distance that you walked. Also, pattern of life is a big thing, ownership of the device, and then, yeah, the Google search history, media, all of that.
Okay. A couple of things that you mentioned that I just want to make sure we have an understanding of. The first would be an application. What is an application?
Yeah, so it's a software that you download. So say from an Apple, it would be the Apple Play Store. Then Google would be the Google Play Store. So it's software that you download on your phone that serves a purpose or purposes.
And so what type of information, my guess is that this varies, but what type of information are you able to retrieve from an application?
Yeah, it definitely varies. Sometimes you get deleted stuff on there, but the main thing is time, date stamp of when, say, something was sent or received, if it is a conversation or a search of some sort.
Would the type of information that you're able to obtain depend to some degree on the nature of the application itself?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, does it depend on the nature of the application?
Yes.
Could you just explain that?
Yeah, so say with Snapchat, it's a conversation. So you can see who the receiver is, who the sender is, what time that message was sent or received. And then let's say with a browser, it'll show what date and time that search term was searched. As far as deleted stuff, it varies on every application. Sometimes it's so encrypted that application is, because each application has its own security within too, that sometimes when it's deleted, it's permanently gone and you can't recover it. And other times it stores it in a different database.
You mentioned the concept of pattern of life. That's something that's important to you as an investigator. What does pattern of life mean?
So how they use their phone. With, say, browser history, you can see how often they use it. Do they use it every day? Is there a point in time that, you know, something isn't searched, or is there a big gap in data that, you know, normally would be there otherwise? You can kind of see if there's location data, where they go, and then the emails, what they log into, what sites they go to.
So essentially historic data about the use of the phone over time.
Yes.
You said as a digital forensic investigator, sometimes you're able to obtain information that's been deleted. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so again, with every application, it's different. And so with certain things, it puts it in the same database, just it'll mark it as this is deleted. Other times it puts it in more of what's called like a non-active part of that database. So if you were to take that database out and you put it in like a database viewer or something, you're not going to see that deleted data. But you can see it in the non-active part, which is mainly in what's called the binary, which is the 1 and 0s of that user partition, and then it'll pull that out that way.
Okay. And admittedly, that was a little bit confusing, at least for me. So I guess what I would like to understand is when you have something on your phone, you delete that information. It's gone, or it seems to be no longer accessible to the user. Sounds like you're stating that that's not necessarily the case, that that data is completely gone, and instead that you as an investigator are able to access that.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it can be permanently deleted. So a good example, I guess, now with current phones, say you were to delete a photo, at least on an iPhone, it would normally go to your deleted folder for 30 days. You have the option to recover it, and you can still see it in that deleted folder. But once it's gone, sometimes it's permanently gone. But other times we can still get that data when we do a forensic exam. So it just varies.
So as a user of the phone, using your photo example, after we've passed that 30 days and it's been deleted, it's no longer accessible to you, but nonetheless, it may still exist in the data somewhere on the phone.
That is correct.
And is that until it's overwritten, or at what point is that no longer accessible?
It varies. Sometimes it will stay there for a certain period of time, whatever the software developers put in there. Other times, yes, it will stay in there until that data is overwritten with other conversations or whatever you are doing.
So we talked a little bit about the types of information that you're able to recover, the fact that at times you can recover deleted information. We've talked about pattern of life. I think you talked about health apps as a potential application, and the ability of those apps to record steps. Any other information on the phone that you can typically find or may be able to find related to location or movement data?
Well, if they're you can usually see location database, but that is only for a certain period of time. So there's the Apple routine, which is the most common, which is the most precise location. That's only on there for 7 days. But yeah, other than that, then Snapchat also shows location, but again, that also varies on if that is stored on the phone or not. But with a search warrant, you can also get that data sometimes.
And just to be clear, we're talking specifically about location data related to, or that you would be able to discover related to the data that's on an actual cell phone. Based on your training and experiences, your understanding that there's other ways to determine the location of a cell phone that don't involve strictly the data on the phone.
Such as conversations, you can see if people are talking about where they are.
Cell tower locations and those types of things as
Yeah,
well.
you can get cell tower locations. I didn't do anything with that on this case. Someone else did, but yeah, for sure you can get what's called a geolocation search warrant, and that can then basically location is always pinning off of towers, and so you can get locations that way.
And as you just stated, that's outside of the scope of what you did on this particular case.
Correct.
So I do want to turn now to this case specifically. Did you receive some electronic devices associated with this case for examination?
I did.
Do you recall which devices you received?
Yeah, so I received a HP computer. I received 3 iPhones. Well, 3 iPhones that I was advised were Karina Cooper's, and then there was 6 iPhones that I was advised was Houston Dankers.
And did you examine each of these devices?
I did.
Did you follow the protocol essentially that you outlined previously in examining these devices?
I did.
So that would involve connecting them, making a copy of the data, utilizing those programs that you referenced, and then working both with the raw data and the output of those programs.
I did.
Can you outline briefly what information you had when you began your examination?
Yeah, so I was only given that there was a shooting in Tama County and on the day of June 18th, 2021, around 4:30 a.m. And they just wanted to know if I could get a better extraction than what they got originally. And that's all I was told.
Okay. And with that information, then generally, what type of information would you be looking for?
Yeah, so obviously with the shooting, you'd be looking for guns. You'd also, to narrow down the scope a little bit, take it down to the time of the incident, see what was happening, you know, around then, which in this case would be prior to.
And it sounds like you received phones that belonged both to Karina Cooper and Houston Danker. So you understand that there was a shooting, you understood the date that this occurred, and sounds like there was potential involvement of two separate parties. So were you looking for information related to, as you said, at or around the time of that shooting, you're looking for information? What types of information are you looking for, especially considering that we're talking about two potential individuals being involved?
Yeah, so at the time, I did not know if there was any other involvement. I was not told anything besides Karina's name, that she was the wife of the deceased. So what I was just looking at is if anything stood out as far as like conversations, movements, any searches prior to pattern of life, like I mentioned before, just any sort of conversations.
And I'm not asking you to go into what you found, because we're going to go through that here in a moment. But ultimately, were you able to, when you examined these devices, find any information of evidentiary value?
I was.
On which devices did you find that information?
Yeah, so on the first iPhone 8 Plus that I was advised was Karina Cooper's. On the white iPhone 7, I was advised was Houston Danker's. And on the iPhone 10, that I was also advised was Houston Danker's.
And just generally, what types of information did you find that were of value?
Yeah, so there was Google searches, health data, Facebook, or not Facebook, but text messages, Snapchat conversations, and then pattern of life.
I want to talk to you a little bit. You talked about two separate phones. There's an iPhone 8 Plus that was determined to belong to Karina Cooper. I'll start with that phone. How were you able to determine, or were you able to determine by looking at the data and information on the phone, that it belonged to Karina Cooper?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
Yeah, so there was a lot of usernames to different applications on there. Her email is also on there. It was also registered to her for her Apple account.
When you say it's registered to her, and I know you had referenced this previously when talking about the types of information you can find on a phone, what are you looking at that tells you who's registered the phone and essentially who owns that phone? What is that information that's on there?
Yeah, so when you have an iPhone, you typically would register it to like an iCloud account. In this case, hers was linked to an iCloud account. There's also other addresses, email addresses that is, such as for her lasting impressions job that she had. And then there's also within the web browser different sites that she went to that you would log into, and those emails or usernames are also saved on that device.
You mentioned lasting impressions through the work that you did on this phone. Were you able to make a determination about what that was?
It was a hairdressing company.
And the same question with regard to Houston Danker's iPhone 7. What were you able to find that made you believe that it belonged to Houston Danker?
Yeah, so similar to what I said with her, there was on the web browser, there was usernames, emails associated that had his first and last name on there. It was also registered to an iCloud account.
So turning to these two phones, I guess I'll start with Karina's phone. You talked a little bit about the types of information that you were able to locate. Were you also able to find data or look at data that gave you some notion of her pattern of life or usage of the phone?
Yeah, so yes.
So there's a lot of, well, I guess I want to ask you this with regard to these phones. You've talked a little bit about being able to locate or determine information about dates and times. That would include dates and times certain things were accessed or communications took place. How are you able to determine that those dates and times are accurate?
Yeah, so we always do validation. And on top of that validation, I always do more. So when I find a piece of evidence that I think is pertinent, you can actually take out that database and then it has the date and timestamp also within that. And I use what's called this DB browser, which is just an interpretation of that string of numbers, which is the date and time, to see what it says to make sure that my software is actually interpreting that correctly too.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. You said the first thing you mentioned was validation, and then you said you do more than validation. Can you start by explaining what validation is?
Yeah, so there's different ways you can validate. One of that is you take a phone that you know dates and times on, what is going on, and you image that phone. Then you process it to verify, do those date and time stamps line up with what you know is on that phone. Secondly, with what I talked about with the databases, what I do is I can extract that database that, you know, whatever it is that is in that. And then within that, there's different tables, and they'll have like a date and time stamp within that, which is a string of numbers. And so if you use another software that then interprets that data, it can see if that matches what your process says.
And that's those processes then you utilize with regard to both phones, in this case, Houston Danker's phone and Karina Cooper's phone, to validate and assure that the dates and times that you've included or found were correct.
Yes.
All right. Just so the jury has an understanding of the amount of information that you're able to locate on a phone, how much information did you locate, or how much data did you locate on Karina Cooper's iPhone Plus?
Are you asking how much data was on the phone?
Yes, either in terms of gigs, length of report. How would you explain how much information you're able to pull off that phone?
I don't recall the exact gigabytes the phones were, but I can tell you there's millions of different data points within the phone that you can go through.
And that would be the same for Houston Danker's iPhone 7?
Yes.
Considering all the different types of information you said you were able to locate, the amount of raw data, sounds like that's a lot of information. In order to present the information that you found, did you create a summary or a report?
I did.
And the summary that you created, was that based on the information that was found on these phones, pulled from either the raw data, the Celebrate report, or the Magnet report?
It was.
Would it aid your testimony in discussing the information that you found to use the demonstrative exhibit that you prepared?
Yes.
And before we get into that demonstrative exhibit, how did you, first of all, what types of information did you find, and then how did you organize the information that you're presenting?
Yeah, so I stated earlier, there were text messages located, health data, Snapchats, search history, and how I did it was I organized it more by date and time. So you'll see the stuff that was earlier first onto when the incident occurred.
All right. And Judge, if we could get the screen turned on.
Just so we're clear, you want to turn on the screen for a demonstrative exhibit to show the jury.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure that this is okay. Does the, Ms. Watt, have you had a chance to see this?
We have.
And you're okay with this?
Yes.
All right, then we will go forward.
And Judge, at this time, the state,
Hold on. All right, gotta try it again. Get the big screen up. There we go. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ringel, you were starting to say something. At this time, the state was going to do something, and then I cut you off.
that's all right. The state would move to admit this as State's Exhibit number 306.
Well, then it's not really a demonstrative exhibit. You're.
That's correct. I'm asking now if the state, as I said, the state's now moving to admit it as an exhibit.
Ms. Watt?
I hadn't contemplated that. I thought it was only a demonstrative. Could I just have some, I mean, we can go through this and I can just think about whether I have any position on that.
Sure. I don't know that we need to cross that bridge this second. So I'll give you a little bit of time. Go ahead, Mr. Ringel. I'll make a note to circle back.
Thank you, Judge. All right, what are we seeing in this image here?
Yeah, so this is the iPhone 8 Plus that I received that was in possession of Karina Cooper at the time of the incident.
And in this next image?
Yes, the left image there is what I was advised was Houston Danker's iPhone 7, and on the right is the iPhone 10.
And the first image that we saw of the iPhone 8 and then here the iPhone 7, are those the two phones respectively that you examined in this case and found relevant information on?
Yes.
All right, so we're starting here. This looks like it says an Apple iMessage. What is an Apple iMessage?
Yeah, so an Apple iMessage is what's your SMS message? Basically is what is integrated in the phone when you receive it to be able to text other people back and forth.
All right, and what are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, so this is a message from the iPhone 8 Plus to this contact that was called Wind Up Jake.
So it's the Apple phone belonging to Karina Cooper. It's communication with someone named Wind Up Jake based on the information you located. When did this communication take place?
Yeah, October 6th, 2020.
And what did you find of relevance in this communication?
So it was a conversation between the two of them where Wind Up Jake found, or actually someone else, Diane, found a check of life insurance company, called them. It was an accidental death policy on him that he didn't know that she had, his wife that was. And so then the message that was from the iPhone 8 Plus was maybe she was mad at you and saw an opportunity.
And as an investigator, why did you believe this was important?
Yeah, based on, well, if you know someone that has a life insurance policy and that you can get the money from it, that's always a possibility.
What are we seeing in this next image here?
So these are different screenshots that were located on the iPhone 8 Plus. As you can see over here on the left, the account creation, the account name was Karina Cooper with the value is actually the password of Hair Lady 1977. It shows that it was created on November 7th of 2020, and it shows last visited on the regular browser in December 17th of 2020. So these two pictures are very similar. As you can tell, they're not exactly the same. They're screenshots taken at different dates and times. The image on the left is November 8th, 2020. And if you look at the top, you can see that it does not say private next to it. And the image on the right is from November 19th, 2020, that does say private. So that's actually from the private browser.
A few different things I want to ask you about there. So the first thing, this information was located on the phone belonging to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
And under account creation, what's your understanding of what that information means?
So that's when you would set up that account.
And the account was through who or what website?
Yeah, huntered.com.
And the information you were able to determine was the account holder was the name Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And you said the value is?
That's the password.
So that password, as far as you understand, was required to access this information?
Yes.
Where on the phone did you locate these two Hunter Ed images? I'll start with the first one you said that was not marked private.
Yeah, so both of these were actually screenshots located in the database. So it was in the photo data database. They're actually both thumbnails of the original image.
And can you explain then what is the difference between the image that's not marked private and the one that's marked private? You made a distinction between a private browser and I guess a non-private browser.
Yeah, so in a private browser, it's meant to be, as it states, private. What you search in that does not keep web history. So once you close it out, that web history is gone.
And as an investigator, what did you find to be of import with regard to these images?
Yeah, it talks about, as you can see here, common types of handgun bullets, and it talks about each bullet and what it is good for.
What do you mean what it's good for?
How it's used, so as it says with the first one there, it has a good penetration, little expansion. So each bullet serves a different purpose.
Did you find other, well, the other thing I guess I wanted to ask you is you said these were screenshots and you're distinguishing that from what?
What would be called a web cache. That web cache is how it does is when you're on a website and you're scrolling, it kind of takes its own images of that to kind of help the browser load faster. Those are different. That's not user interaction. That is what the phone is doing behind the scenes. This, a user would have had to take that screenshot.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then the user would have had to manually capture these images and save them?
Yes.
Did you find any other similar images from this Hunter Ed website?
I did.
What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so there was a total of 89 that I located, and it was between the dates of November 8th, 2020 and November 19th, 2020. Here on the left, you can see that there's 23 screenshots that were taken on or before November 11th, 2020 in the regular browser. And then starting on November 18th, 2020, there was 66 screenshots taken, and those were all in the private browser. What I have here underneath shows the timestamp of when that was taken, that was located on the photo, and that also matches what the report said the screenshot was taken.
And did you review the majority, if not all, of these types of images from the Hunter Ed website?
I did.
And what generally was the nature of the information contained in those screenshots that were saved on Karina Cooper's phone?
It was all about guns, whether it be rifle, handgun, how to use them, how to keep them clean, also protection, and then the bullets.
When you say the bullets, I think you already referenced which bullets could be used for different things, including which ones had penetration. Did that include the basic parts of bullets, shell casings, that type of thing?
It did.
And this information here on the screenshot on the left, what is that imparting there below the image?
Yeah, this is talking about the maximum projectile and saying that it could cause injury or damage to persons, animals, or objects. And so knowing your firearm's maximum projectile range is critical, being safe and responsible hunter.
Does it also say it helps you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill?
Yes, it does.
So beyond, as we all know, the data, using your phone to search the internet, et cetera, of course, you can also make calls and send text messages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine by looking at the phones, the phone numbers associated with Karina Cooper and Houston Danker's phones?
I was.
All right. What are we seeing here?
So the gray is going to be what is coming from Karina Cooper's phone. And so that is her phone number. And then the blue will be Houston Danker, and that is his phone number. This actually comes from his iPhone 7.
And you said you have them gray and blue. That's just for your demonstrative, correct?
Correct.
To distinguish between the two. Were you able to find text messages or communications between these two parties?
I was.
And so
I couldn't unmute the button fast enough, guys. We're about to get into the part that I've been looking forward to. We about to talk about these messages. Now, she already searching up bullets and how much damage, and is it a clean kill? And like Donna said in the thing, like, why are people so foolish to think that in 2025, when they say you private, that is private browsing? or, you know, with like the different apps that I like even heard in the Monica Simontelli case, where they was using that WhatsApp, thinking that it was all encrypted. Like, what makes you think they can't see this stuff if they need to get this stuff? What make you think you can delete anything? What make you think that, like, they can't? I mean, like in that last case, they were even able to get the burner phones, right, and track that information down and get stuff. So now we're about to get into these juicy details and figure out these text messages between her and her boo thing, right? To see who was in control of this, what type of relationship they had, and more importantly, what were they planning? So this is gonna be real important for the case, and y'all watch out for the chat, because I am gonna put some stuff in the chat in order to let's have some fun with this as we go along. Because I do know that, you know, dealing with these messages and gray and blue, she said, he said, it can kind of get kind of dry. So I'll interrupt at different points in time just to kind of keep us up to date. More things to come. We do have some documentation, right, that was testified to by the minor yesterday. So I'll bring y'all up to date on what the minor, the son, he's named as CC, you know, in the documents, of course, because his testimony could not be recorded or viewed. Thank goodness Benny was able to find some documentation for us, and I'm going to review that over with y'all when we take our next break. But I'm gonna take y'all back in. Let's listen at what these messages say. Right, pretty Rocky? Yay. Here we go. Oh, these messages.
So what is that icon or image that we're seeing in the top right?
Yeah, so that is just what the image looks like on your phone as the application,
And that application is,
the iMessage.
okay, so this is just standard Apple iMessage.
Yes.
So generally, what is the nature of this conversation based on your review of it?
That there is a sexual relationship between the two of them.
Okay. And this conversation that we're about to look at, what were they discussing, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly what this conversation's about without reading it.
Okay. So this is blue. Is that indicating that this was a communication that was from Houston Danker?
Yes.
Okay. What was this communication?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Shit happens every day. Phones are replaceable. Hope the kids are enjoying the flying and the racing around of airports. I love you, baby. Have another safe flight. Have been waiting to hear from you.
And were you able to determine when this was sent?
Yes, it was.
When was that?
It was February 13th, 2021. So this is, yeah, okay. So this is from Karina's cell phone. It says, fucking hate him.
And that's approximately 4 minutes later.
I wish she would be over there crying after they just seen that message talk about how much she hate this man. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to keep quiet during this, y'all. I know y'all want to hear this stuff, but I'll read this. Unless y'all want me to throw something at the computer. Or throw something at my other monitor. I don't know. Maybe I'll put some this size in these. Y'all see, the camera has panned over there to her, right? Oh, she don't have that cry face on right now. She don't have that cry face on right now. All right. Okay. I'm gonna be quiet. Just for a little bit. But they are talking about sex and how much I miss you, baby, and you have a safe flight. And she says back, I effing hate him. Y'all know what I mean. All right.
Later.
Yes. And then, yeah, this is from Houston Danker's phone. Day one, identification, truly starting, and 2 kids have already been treated like trash and cried. It makes my blood boil. Shit happens every day. No reason to make somebody cry over it or yell about it.
Did this appear to be a conversation then between the two parties based on the timestamps you located?
Yes,
This was approximately 2 minutes later.
yes,
And this would be a communication that was sent from Karina Cooper in response.
yes.
All right, and what's that communication?
I just keep imagining us traveling together and how much different and fun it would be. And this is from Houston Danker's phone. We'd be having a blast with every single situation, whether Cade lost his phone, Keeble forgot his tablet, whatever the situation may be, still would be having a blast. I mean, come on, it's vacation. Lighten the fuck up. Shit can be handled when you get back home, but that's just me. This is again him. Cade could have just had my phone the whole time. He didn't have one. And her response was, yep. Again, this goes back to Houston. Wouldn't have fazed me a bit. Here you go, wild man. Not like I have anybody to talk to. You. Your mom's here with me.
And there's some emojis there as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what emojis are those?
There was a broken heart earlier. This one is a heart.
Is this part of the information that you used, in determining the nature of the relationship between the parties?
Yes. So this is again from Houston Danker's phone. Can't wait to travel with you and just laugh and smile and have a complete blast with whatever we are doing or whatever we are going, with another heart.
And then this was sent by Karina Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what's that message?
Listen to the background of the video I'm about to send. Shows you the difference between people like us and people like him.
Were you able to locate then additional communications on an application called Snapchat?
I was.
Can you explain what Snapchat is and how it works?
Yeah, so I think the next slide actually says too. It's more of a discrete text messaging application, so you can use it to talk to somebody. It's a mobile app used for instant communication on your phone. So when you take a photo or a video, or you can send and receive just regular text messages through it. Also, it is user controlled, so it can be set to delete right after the message is sent. It can be set for 24 hours, and you can also even save the message within the chat.
Is that essentially one of the primary features of Snapchat, is that essentially I see the icon as a ghost, that the information can be instantly deleted, or people believe that it can be deleted and removed from the phone?
Yes.
You located Snapchat communications. Where did you locate those communications?
So these are actually in what's called it's carved from Axiom. So what it does is it can parse or carve information. And so the carving of that is typically a deleted data that's no longer there. This was still stored as in the non-active part of the database that Snapchat would be in.
Okay, so when you say it's in a non-active part, the communications that you located of relevance were essentially in a deleted folder?
In a way, yes.
Okay. All right, you had indicated before that you had separated these out by date and time. That first date is March 8th, 2021?
Yes.
All right, and this just shows us a little bit of the format that you've used here. What are these red X's that we're seeing on the left of the screen?
It shows they're deleted.
And there's some brackets on the right side that are linking these bubbles that show times as well. What are those?
That is the time between the different chats.
Okay. And you've indicated that Houston Danker's communications are red and Karina's are blue, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so what is this first message that you located?
Yeah, so it reads, I just read this 10 times with a heart emoji, I swear, heart emoji, and just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice. Doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than it happens. Not, let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of this move. Just, it happens. They need you so badly. Cade is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball. Heart emoji.
And who is this communication to?
It was to Houston Danker.
From Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And what date and time?
Yeah, so it's on March 8th, 2021 at 7:03 in the morning.
I'll ask you to try to slow down just a little bit if you could. So there's an additional message at 34 seconds later.
Yes.
What was that?
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And 39 seconds later, what was that message?
Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
And again, that message was from Karina Cooper to Houston Danker.
Yes.
So Karina is the one that sent that message?
Yes.
All right. Now this is a message from Houston. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is on that same date, March 8th?
Yes.
What was that message?
And you aren't a fucking loser. Look at all the fucking work you been putting into us. My God. Plus, with the me working out thing, the boys need a father that's in shape to lift with them, run with them, be able to push them. So Cable doesn't have to worry about losing another match. Cade can be a complete fucking animal on the football field. Both just strong little men that nobody will fuck with. And nobody will ever fuck with their little sisters after they see them studs roaming around. Really don't want Cable to ever have that feeling again, ever, in his life of defeat. Have thought about that ever since you told me that. Can't let our kids ever feel like that. Can never make them feel like they lost. Even if they did, pick them up. Show them the positives of the situation and work on shit for next time. Everything in life is a learning curve, not defeat. Them kids will understand that as their dad's on their ass for getting down on themselves ever.
And then this is an additional message about an hour later from Karina, correct?
Yes.
And what was that message?
Breeze blowing the curtains, listening to thunder. Ugh, I don't want to wait another summer.
And we've heard testimony previously that Ryan was killed in June of 2021. These messages are again approximately 3 months prior to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You located some additional messages on March 12th. This first message is from Karina Cooper. What is that message?
I read somewhere that even if the surgery doesn't work, you can still do IVF.
And an additional message 23 seconds later.
Might be pregnant this time next year.
And Houston Danker's response?
IVF, question mark. Would love for you to be pregnant this time next year. I would love babies in my slow season so I can be around to help and spend time with you and the baby as much as possible.
And Karina's response?
In vitro fertilization, they implant your sperm and my egg, not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Option if the surgery doesn't work.
All right, moving on to June 13th. So this is approximately 5 days before Ryan Cooper was killed, correct?
Yes.
All right, what's the first message?
Every time he's around.
And Houston's response?
Just explain that to me, please.
And then what's this message?
Nothing has happened since Florida, and if you think I forgot about you in the moment, like there was some big romantic moment, then, well, fuck you, because you have turned me into giving him a fucking peck to get him out of the door instead of resisting and raising a fit and probably taking much more. You've taken that and made it into this huge deception and betrayal that you have continuously brought up and beaten me over several times. So let me ask you also, since we're being honest, why, if you love me so much and promise to spoil me rotten and put me above everything in your life, why is it so easy for you to belittle me? Turn your anger towards me. Pick fights with me over the same thing over and over again. and hurt me by making me feel like a piece of trash cheater. I mean, just curious. Find a fucking mirror, Houston, and take a good long look.
And what was the next message from Karina?
I'm fucking done with this conversation.
What was your understanding of this conversation?
It was a little confusing. At first, it really seemed like she was.
Objection, Your Honor, to any sort of interpretation and narration.
Sustained.
Moving on to the next series of messages. This is June 17th, correct?
Yes.
And the murder occurred on June 18th. First message from Houston.
Night, get tired of me working.
That was at 9:52 a.m., correct?
Yes. Then looks great. In case you haven't noticed, I like to stay busy too. You'll have slower times. Winter will be really slow. Just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it.
Okay, again, so we're one day before the murder, and Karina is sending that message to Houston, referring to herself as his wife.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next message?
Not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning, and I haven't gotten to see you.
And what's Karina's response?
Train wreck.
And Houston sent a message then at 10:54, again, the day before the murder. What was that message?
Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
What was Karina's response?
Soaked just thinking of you. Will be downright embarrassing when I actually have you in person.
And Houston responded to that about 34 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What was that response?
Why? I love how wet you get for me.
So moving on to June 18th, did you find additional Snapchat communications then between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
All right. We've heard some testimony in this case already regarding what occurred on the morning of June 18th, and that Aaron Cooper was contacted at 4:30 a.m. by Karina Cooper. She stated that someone was in the house. What time is this first message that you found on June 18th?
At 3:31 in the morning.
And what was that message?
A heart emoji.
It says here he responded approximately 2 seconds later. What was that response?
Seriously, more than fucking life.
And Karina's response 8 seconds later.
Forever.
All right. And then Houston Danker's next message to Karina Cooper.
More than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?
Oh gosh, y'all. Oh wow. Do y'all see this? Do you see this? Guys, do y'all see this? This is the day, the murder day. This is the day we're talking about. This is when Ryan was shot twice in the face. Let me make sure. Let's make sure we break this down now. So, you say you see it, Benny? Okay, so we talk about June 18, 2021 at 3:31 a.m. Karina, right? Heart emoji. Houston replies back 2 seconds later. He can't wait. He can't wait. Houston says, seriously, more than effing life. Boy. Y'all see that? 3:31:02. Literally 2 seconds. Karina responds back 8 seconds later, forever, baby. Boo thing. Can't wait to go on these vacations with you. He can't wait to have his hand all down her pants and laying next to her. We seen the text messages, right? The Snapchats. All right. So, interesting. 3:31, 29, 3:31, 29 seconds, right? This was 19 seconds after the forever. Houston replies back, more than anything, okay, baby, my phone about to be shut down. Send me something after I leave the house, after I finish doing what I need to do. Send me something after I leave your house and after I get rid of him. And wait for me to open it. So I'm gonna come in and do what I need to do so me and you can be together because we so in love with each other. And you send me something after I leave, right? Because we about to stage all of this stuff. We about to make it like I wasn't there. Okay, Benny says that the deputy Kyle that testified yesterday says that he was dispatched about 4:39 and arrived about 4:42 to find Karina laying on top of her husband who was in the recliner. I'm telling you, right? Look. So this is all before he's coming up in this house, y'all. These are they Snapchat messages. He telling her, I'm cutting off my phone, but I want you to message me as soon as I leave your house and finish murking him after I finish doing this. Yeah. Donna says, so he's smart enough to plan to leave his phone at home to get her the message to ping the towers, but he doesn't think these messages will be seen. I know, right? Dumb. Like, wow. You can't make this up, can we? And can you believe that the defense thought that these messages should not come in? Like, really? Okay, let's see what else they talked about. Let's see how soon she messaged him back. I just had to stop right there to let y'all know we are on the day. I like how the prosecution has this laid out in regards to how these text messages are being presented on the case and how they bring them up as pop up versus to, some of them, if y'all a trial watcher, they'll have all the messages and highlights and stuff like that. I really, really, really like how they did this. Other people should look into this. But okay, here we go.
Again, this is at 3:31, so this is approximately 1 hour before that call to Aaron Cooper. Did she respond to that message then 8 seconds later?
Yes,
What was that response?
deal.
Okay, so she said deal at 3:37 a.m. on June 18th.
Yes.
Karina's next message, what was that?
Kissy emoji.
No, 3 seconds later,
Yes.
right after she said deal.
Yes.
15 seconds later, Houston Danker sent an additional message. What was the time of that message?
At 3:31:55 in the morning.
What message did he send to Karina Cooper?
Remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs and or buts.
Oh, she done. Why is she wasting taxpayers' money? Why is she wasting taxpayers' money? What are we doing here? Houston told her, remember those casings. Like, you better remember those effing cases. No ifs, ands, or buts. He told this broad, now he told her in order for them to get rid of this, in order for them to get away with this, she had to get rid of those cases. Gosh, Karina, you didn't follow instructions. He told you, the boo told you to get that mess. Get those cases up when I leave this house. Now I'm trying to give you how this is going to work. Really? She had one job to do. And we all know at this point in time, she left the casing on the ground, right? One job. I know, right, Betty? Like, is she for real? One job to do. And she couldn't even do that right. Now, we'll say that acting, you know, after the fact, she was overboard. But she had to fake it till she made it. This man told her to remember the cases. And furthermore, effing remember those cases. No ifs, ands, or buts. Really? Come on, Karina, you got to do better, boo. She got to do better. Sitting over there with the EASS face. She don't even have the ugly face. She can't do the pretty girl face. She got the EASS face. Excuse my language. Definitely messy, guilty. I can't. I told you it was either going to be the messages that get me. Right. Solved it, right? I don't know. I don't know, Donna. I don't know why it took them so long. I don't know. I don't know. But maybe they'll be able to explain. I know it doesn't take that long to subpoena these records and things like that, but who knows? Let's see what else he told this ding dong to do.
No ifs, ands, or buts?
Yes,
She responded 14 seconds later. What did she say?
absolutely, 100%.
What was the date and time of that message?
Yeah, it was at June 18th, 2021 at 3:32 in the morning.
He responded 10 seconds later.
Yes.
What was that response?
Okay, phone's going down. I love you.
11 seconds later from Karina Cooper.
I love you too.
Houston's response 7 seconds later.
So much.
9 seconds later, Karina Cooper.
Forever.
And he responded 8 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What did he say?
Okay, babe. Seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what was the date and time of that message?
June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:54 in the morning.
And Karina's response?
Go.
4 seconds later, she said, go.
Yes.
What was the time of that communication?
Yeah, it was June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:58 in the morning.
His response when she said, go.
It was an hour and 9 minutes, 4 seconds later. It says, yep, just woke up.
Okay. Were you able to find additional Snapchat messages belonging to Karina Cooper, not necessarily with Houston Danker, on her cellular device?
Yes.
Were all of those found in the deleted folder?
No.
What are we seeing here on this image?
There's approximately 2,400 snap messages on that phone, and only 61 of them were deleted, which includes the messages to and from Houston up into the night of the shooting.
All right, so of the 2,400 Snapchat messages, 61 total were in that deleted folder, and that includes the messages that we just saw?
Yes.
Were you able to find additional information relevant to your investigation from the phone associated with the night of the murder, which was June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
What are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, on June 18th, 2021 at 4:13 in the morning, it showed there is a live photo that was watched. And then also that same morning at 4:18:22, it shows that there was 2 photos deleted.
All right, so talk to me first about at 4:13, it says watched live photo as you just discussed. What does that mean as an investigator when you see this information? What of relevance are you able to determine?
User interaction with the phone.
Okay, what do you mean by user interaction with the phone?
So when you watch something, it's showing that you are opening that photo or video, whatever it is, and actually viewing it.
So someone has to be manually manipulating or operating the phone.
Yes.
Okay, and at 4:13 a.m., somebody was watching a live photo on Karina Cooper's phone.
Yes.
And it looks like 5 minutes later, 2 photos were deleted. This is at 4:18 a.m.
Yes.
So again, that call to Aaron Cooper was 4:30 in the morning. This is 12 minutes prior to that. 2 photos are deleted. What does that mean? What information is of relevance when you see this?
It shows that these 2 photos are deleted and then they're then put into that recently deleted folder. So it just shows, again, user interaction.
Okay, so it's that same user interaction or manipulation of the phone.
Yes.
Were you able to make any determination about the nature of these images?
Yeah, both of those images appear to be screenshots of a Snapchat image. Both of them had just kids in them.
Okay. There's some information here about Apple Health. Could you explain, as an investigator, what was important about this information?
Yeah, so with the Apple Health app, it automatically counts your steps, walking, running distances. So it shows movement.
Okay, is that an app that, well, it says here Karina Cooper's Apple Health, so I'm assuming this was an application that was on Karina Cooper's phone?
Yes.
And what type of information are you able to obtain besides, you said steps, but are you able to obtain dates, times, what other information?
Yeah, so the date and time when you start moving and when you end moving.
And based on your training and experience, can you explain when does the phone record movement versus times when it doesn't record movement?
So when you're actively walking around is when it starts recording the movement, and it doesn't show the end time until that movement stops. So it has to be a constant movement.
And an individual has to be in possession of the phone at the time, correct?
Yes.
What were you able to determine then from this application?
Yeah, it shows here on June 18th, 2021 at 4:23 in the morning, movement started, and then it ended at 4:33.
Okay, so 7 minutes prior to the call to Aaron Cooper, movement started, and it says it looks like that the duration in minutes there was
Yeah,
9.62.
9.62.
Okay. You were able to determine both steps taken and distance. What were those steps and what was that distance?
Yeah, it shows the distance in meters as 120. If you translate that to feet, it goes to 393 feet, and then 170 steps taken.
Okay, so starting prior to that phone call to Aaron Cooper, a distance of 120.5 meters was covered.
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
So that is actually a blueprint of the house. And so the average size of a school bus is 45 feet. So you can see that the width of the house, so the perpendicular is actually smaller than you put 2 buses perpendicular. That red X is where I was advised where Ryan was shot at.
What are we seeing here?
This is showing distance traveled So as I said, the 170 steps, if you were to take the meters and turn it into feet, actually turns into 393 feet. And so it's a little bigger than one football field.
Okay, so this image shows 100 yards of football field, 300 feet, and then an additional 30 plus yards, correct?
Yes,
Did you compare that then to the house itself and the size of the house?
yes.
What were you able to determine?
That would have taken like 9.5 houses, basically.
Judge, may we have just one moment? You may. Aaron, you turn the lights back on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. So I would again remind you of the admonition I gave you. Again, highlight a couple key points since we're going to take a longer break. Keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Don't do any sort of investigation, and stay away from any sort of media coverage of this case. And with that, hope you all are able to have.
Oh, now we know why the defense is wanted to fight to keep those messages out, right? And we see how damaging those messages were, right? Or are. I don't want to say were. They are. They still are in play. Definitely. Yeah. Tiffany was like, you won't play me with that stuff. I'm coming right back. And I'm going to testify and let you know that what I testified to, no, she did not send that. Absolutely not. Okay, I did TiVo the time so we can move forward since we did, see that part. So here she goes again. She's still back on here. Okay. So funny. Pretty Brown said she texting, calling Aaron, deleting pics, all while her husband did. You forgot that she jumped on top of him in the meantime, so she was on top of him doing all of that stuff, right? I'm sure the eldest son did not see his father lying there after the shot, but not the younger ones. I'm sure. Okay, you said I'm sure. Why did I read that wrong? Yeah, she said he slipped in the blood. So I'm sure he did too. I agree, Benny. Yeah, definitely. Okay, here we go, guys. I'm gonna try to cut down my talking because I'm talking in the other video. I'm just talking.
Jumps to 3:13 a.m. to 3:23 a.m., which then continues on from 3:23 a.m. to 3:26 a.m. And then there's a gap of no movement until 4:46 a.m.
So with regard to that movement at 3:13 a.m., what was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Are you asking total between 3:13 and 4:46? I'm
sorry, couldn't quite hear you. Could you pull your microphone a little bit closer?
Yeah, what did you ask? Sorry.
I'm asking, you said that there was movement there between 3:13 a.m. and 3:23 a.m. What was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Yeah, so the distance there was 159 meters.
Okay, and then there was further movement then between 3:23 and 3:26. What did you note there?
Yeah, the distance there was 37.28 meters.
And then you indicated there was a gap. Could you just explain what you were talking about?
Yeah, the phone showed just no movement between 3:26 a.m. and 4:46 a.m.
And you had testified previously that there was Snapchat messages between the parties indicating something to the extent of phones down, is that correct?
Yes.
And if an individual was not in possession of their phone, not carrying their phone, would it be recording steps, or could that account for the gap we see here?
Yeah, they would not record steps if their phone was put down.
With the information that you located and the other information that you received as an investigator, did you attempt to put together a timeline from the night of the murder?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you the exhibit that you've prepared. Looks like it is animating. What is the first line on your exhibit that you've prepared?
Yeah, so between 3:31 and 3:32:58, that's when that Snapchat conversation took place between Karina's phone and Houston's phone.
All right, and that's the Snapchat conversation. Judge, may I have just a moment? All right, so that was the Snapchat conversation that we saw where Ms. Cooper said go, and then they talked about putting their phones down.
That is correct.
That conversation ended at 3:32:58, and what was the next event that you noted in your timeline?
Yeah, that is at 4:13 when that live photo was viewed.
And that was on Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And what did you note next?
At 4:18 in the morning, there was 2 deleted photos.
And the next activity you noted on the phone that you included in your timeline?
Those were the steps taken between 4:23 and 4:33 a.m.
We'd heard previous testimony that Karina Cooper called Aaron Cooper at 4:30 a.m. Were you able to verify that information by examining the phone?
I was.
And how did you verify that information?
Yeah, so at 4:30, that is when the call came out from Karina's phone to Aaron Cooper. That is also located on the US cellular records.
All right, so then the next thing you noted here, you have 3 separate entries. What are those? At 4:31, again at 4:31 and 4:33.
Yeah, those are calls from Aaron Cooper to Karina Cooper.
And the length of those phone calls then, and this is looks to be more or less immediately following the phone call to Aaron Cooper, 1 second unanswered and 23 seconds?
Yes.
And then what's this next piece of information at 4:33:43?
Yeah, that is when Karina Cooper's cell phone called 911.
And what's this that we see at 4:34:44?
That's when Aaron Cooper called 911.
And at 4:39 a.m.?
That's when Aaron Cooper arrived at the address of 1846 K Ave.
And 4:42 a.m.?
That is when the first deputy arrived at that address.
Did you do some additional work then to look at Houston Danker's search history on his iPhone 7?
I did.
Showing you the next slide. It looks like we have an icon here for Google. It says Google search history. Could you explain what you were looking for and how you completed that search?
Yeah, so for on the phones, I narrowed it down to the time that the incident occurred, and I located some search history. And then after that, I got rid of the timeline and it located some other history that was also around the same time that doesn't necessarily have a timestamp.
And it may be fairly obvious to some people, but perhaps not everyone. Can you explain what a Google search history is?
Yeah, so what a Google search history is basically an index of a whole bunch of different sites. So when you go to search something, it tries to pull what it thinks you are searching for, the most accurate thing.
And again, perhaps fairly obvious, but these searches are completed typically manually or input by a user, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've just included the results of that search that you did in attempting to locate the searches that Houston Danker had completed here on this next slide.
Yes.
What is you could just go through a couple of the results that you found.
Yeah, how to kill somebody with antifreeze. Best way to kill somebody with no way for anybody to find out who did it. How to save snaps without them knowing. And then the SS on here is how to screenshot on Snap without them knowing 2021. And that was searched on February 16th, 2021.
And some additional history that you located.
So this was on May 11th, 2021 at 9:20 p.m. Is sodium sulfate, is it deadly? This is on May 22nd, 2021 at 8:52 p.m. I might sound strong, but diphenol versus bromethylene. This is the same day and time, a little bit later, at diphenol, does it kill humans? Again, on May 22nd, this is now at 9:17 p.m. The black market. This is 6/18/2021 at 5 p.m. Old open Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa.
And what's the date of that particular search?
Yeah, that one is June 18th, 2021 at 5 p.m.
And so again, that's the date of Ryan's death, correct?
Yes. This is again on June 18th at 6:17 p.m. Are Snapchats encrypted? This one's on July 1st, 2021 at 10:26 p.m. Where do murderers go to prison? This is July 2nd, 2021 at 10:29 p.m. Minimum security prisons in Iowa. This is again on July 2nd at 10:30 p.m. High security prisons.
I'm going to move forward here to the next slide. Looks like, or excuse me, the next line on your slide is July 3rd. What does this one say?
How long does it take to go through data forensics?
And the 10th?
Leavenworth Prison.
And July 16th.
How to permanently delete Snapchat data.
So this is approximately 1 month after Ryan's death, is that correct?
Yes.
And now from November of 2021.
Does your Snapchat location turn off when you log out?
Did you find then some additional searches related to Snapchat and the functioning of Snapchat?
I did. Can messages be accidentally sent to somebody else on Snapchat? Can the feds pull Snapchats back up? Can data forensics retrieve old Snapchat conversations from an iPhone? Can old opened Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa? Does Snapchat save every message and picture I send, even if opened? What is received with a search warrant sent to Snapchat? Can a state investigator read through old Snapchat conversations? Snapchat saved messages. Can data forensics pull Snapchats up? What is Snapchat able to give to feds? What kind of conversations can data forensics pull back up? Even after a snap is already opened, can you use data forensics to see what the Snapchat was? Can I recover photos I deleted from my recently deleted album? Will deleting your Snapchat delete the DATs, which is dates? What's Snapchat cache? Are Snapchat messages encrypted? If you delete your Snapchat, can data forensics pick up anything from it? If I deleted pictures from my iPhone, can I still bring them back? They have opened my Snapchat, but their last seen time hasn't updated or location. If you log out of your Snapchat and log back in, does it show your location in the same spot, but turn it off? If you shut your location off, does it keep you in the same spot for 8 hours on Snapchat? Is Snapchat messages encrypted?
Moving on to some additional search history that you located. You've separated these out, it looks like, into 4 separate segments. Did you find then Google searches related to poisoning?
I did. What is the best way to poison somebody quickly? Is chloroform traceable? Cyanide, sodium cyanide, diphosphanone. Where to find arsenic?
And moving on to the area that you've deemed killing or searches related to killing, what did you find?
Yes. What's the best gun to use to kill somebody? How do people get caught for shooting? How to positively get away with murder? The best way to kill somebody with no evidence? How much does it pay to dig a grave?
There were a couple searches related to locating a lawyer. What's this final one marked to date?
Father's Day 2021.
Did you attempt to locate search history then for Karina Cooper?
I did.
See what appears to be the Safari icon. Can you explain what Safari is?
Yeah, that's the built-in search engine for iPhones.
And so this is information that you're taking from her iPhone that you referenced previously?
Yes,
Were you able to locate relevant search history for Karina Cooper?
I was, but not between these dates.
All right. So it says gap in Safari search history from February 13, 2021 to June 1st, 2021. What does that mean?
It means there was no search history between those dates. Like I mentioned before, the pattern of life, every day prior to February 13th, or almost every day, there was a search, if not lots of searches. And then on June 1st and after, there was also a search almost every single day or multiple searches a day.
So you're talking about the pattern of life or historical use of the phone that you referenced previously.
Yes,
And so the pattern of life that you determined, so I understand, is prior to February 13th of 2021, on her phone, there were how many searches? Or what kinds of searches?
general searches for, I don't know, anything and everything. Nothing stands out in particular.
But again, the pattern that you noted in terms of frequency of Safari searches.
Yeah, there was multiple prior to.
And then following June 1st, that pattern resumed.
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for the gap in Safari search history, or what would account for what you're seeing there?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, so it could either be deleted or, as I mentioned earlier with the private Safari, if you use that, it doesn't keep track of your history.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Yes, is it possible to switch to my screen and let me just show you what I'm going to put up, I suppose.
All right, so you want me to publish something from your screen?
Yes.
And Mr. Engel, you've seen it for the state. The state has no objection?
Currently, no, and based on the representation of council, I do not.
Okay, let me know if something changes. All right, that should be your screen.
We'll see. I can't promise I did it right.
Well, I'm not getting a signal from you.
I can't say I'd previously tested it. And
Let's try it again.
I can't pull up. I know I could get it to work on here, but I can't. The phones won't work on. All right. But there's
Wow, Karina was just charging.
Is there one? I'm not aware of one. It's, what is the small USB?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hope this resolves quickly. While it is, feel free to stand up, stretch, converse amongst yourselves. We'll go off the record for a minute. Just jurors, we're going to ask that you stay here. Again, don't talk about the case, but you can chat or stretch or do whatever you'd like. All right, we have our jurors back, counsel and parties present. And prepared to proceed with cross-examination.
Yes,
And you want your screen displayed at this point?
please.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Okay. Is it Detective Lord?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective Lord, do you recognize the software I'm looking at here on the screen?
I do.
What is this?
This is actually Magnet Axiom.
Is this, I think earlier in your testimony, you described how you have software that can take all the data off the phone and allow you to more easily go through what's on the phone.
Yes.
So, can't see my mouth. So these would be examples of everything that's on this phone being iPhone 8 Plus. So do you recognize this as Karina's iPhone?
I do.
Okay. And so, like you said, there's a lot of different, what we're calling artifacts.
Yes.
Okay. So that each artifact is a piece of data that's on the phone.
Yes.
So the questions I have for you are just sort of related to what I have found using this software, obviously without your expertise. But you mentioned just recently about a search history. So we've got this Safari search history. And is this right here, is this showing us what you're talking about? We've got a visit here on February 13th and then nothing until June 1st.
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell us whether the person actively deleted that or just wasn't using it? Do you know how that happens?
I can't say.
Okay. And then you mentioned that previous to that, there was always a text, or sorry, not a text, a search regularly. But when I was, let's see, looking, sorry, I'll get there. So we're going to December of 2020. And we have a gap here as well, October 11th through December of 2020, right? Okay. So I mean, there are other gaps on this phone. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, just not as big of gaps. And that's why I said, frequently, almost every day, not necessarily every day.
Okay. Right, because I mean, then here, obviously, again, shorter gaps, but here's another 5-day gap. About a month. Bottom line, there are other gaps.
Yes.
Okay. At I'm gonna try. You can't turn off the screen, then I can't see it. Do you have like a paper copy of your PowerPoint or anything? I can probably. So on here, we can, so we've got 2,400 Snapchats that we take from this phone. That's what this is telling us.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What this screen is showing us is that on Karina's iPhone 8 Plus, there were 2,409 messages still somewhere in the phone's data.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we search, am I searching? I'm searching on the wrong. 2,758. So then I know that on your PowerPoint here in your demonstrative, you did, under Houston Danker's name, you have a number associated with it underneath his name. Is that his like Snapchat ID or number associated with his messages?
Yeah, it's the user ID.
Okay. So then this is how we see on here, on the actual software, where the messages are, right?
Yes.
Okay. My question for you is, so we've got Snapchat messages here. Right here, we have Snapchat Biome app intents. So what are these?
Those could be other deleted messages. It doesn't show you what the message is. So it just shows the phone that things are being sent out.
Okay. Just correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that a Biome app intent is something that is generated on your phone anytime you send a Snapchat.
Possibly.
Okay. Because on all of these, as I'm sure you'll notice, it only says sent.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, I'll sort by date here. So clearly we can see there's a lot of other messages, but we just don't have content for them.
Correct.
What's that? Do you have any explanation or idea for how, I mean, obviously the phone knows that these messages are sent. Do you have any idea why we can't see the content of the messages?
I cannot. I didn't write the source for this application.
Okay, so that comes down to how Snapchat, how their software is written.
Yes.
Okay. But from this, at least for a given time frame that this phone was tracking, we have 876. Would you say it's safe to presume there were at least 876 messages going to Houston?
Yes.
Okay. And this doesn't tell us how many are being received without the content.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice a similar pattern on Houston's iPhone 7, that we have some content, but then there's also lots of these app intents?
I don't recall.
Okay. I wanted to ask you as well, you mentioned that in your PowerPoint, you mentioned that these messages, at least I believe some of them, had been deleted. Can you just tell me where on all of this, how do you know that?
If you go back over to where it says carving, no, back to the right.
Okay.
It'll say, yeah, carving versus parsing.
Which one means what?
So the carving means that it is not in the database, it's in the not used part of the database versus the parsing. If you were to then pull out that database, you can actually see those messages within that.
Okay. So then I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. If it says parsing, it's not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. Well, that's just the entire conversation table. Why does this show up as parsing? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, because the table still exists because that last message that was, yep, was not deleted.
Okay. Another question for you. When I was looking at the messages here, each message appears to have a message ID. Can you tell me or us what that means or indicates?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because at times they appear to be in some sort of sequential order, but you don't know.
No, and it could, no, I don't.
Okay. You found a lot of searches on Houston's phone, both before and after the event. Did you find similar messages on Karina's phone? Or not messages, I'm sorry, searches?
No.
You testified, I think I might be done with the screen for now, Your Honor. You testified at the beginning that you had an HP computer, 3 iPhones and 6 for Karina and 6 iPhones for Houston Danker. Did you also get a watch?
I did.
Okay. And would that have been a watch that was being worn by Karina the night of the murder?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Were you able to get anything from that watch?
I was not.
So when you're talking about steps then, and saying that within a 10-minute interval, she's taking 170 steps. Is that generated? Do we know? Is it generated from the phone or from the watch?
Those are from the phone.
Okay. What? Oh, was the watch some sort of, like a smart watch at least?
Yeah.
Okay. And then with regard to the steps, is it accurate to say that when your phone is tracking it, it's always doing it in 10-minute increments?
No.
Okay. I'm looking at, all right. So then does that mean, so tell me how the time starts and the time ends then. Please explain that.
So when it detects movement is when it starts, and when it detects movement has stopped, then it stops.
Okay. So I suppose in the 10-minute interval we have here for Karina's phone, where then the assumption would be that she starts moving at the first part of the timestamp.
Yes.
Okay. The wind-up Jake text message conversation. I assume you don't have any information who that person is?
I do not know.
Are we at all presuming that that's Houston Danker or no?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And then I saw we had screenshots of some sort of hunter education website. Am I correct that that website was last visited on December 17th of 2020?
That's what it stated.
Okay. And again, you're just producing the information that you find that you think could be relevant to the case. You don't have any other information about why these things might be on somebody's phone.
No, that's correct.
Correct, thank you. On your PowerPoint, you had some text messages, or I'm sorry, Snapchat messages that come from Houston's iPhone 7. Were those all of the messages between Houston and Karina from his phone?
I think on the first one, there was some other messages, if I'm recalling correctly, that were just small talk. But all of them have been put as the exhibit.
Which exhibit are you talking about when you say they've been put in the exhibit?
I provided all the whole conversation in a PDF format.
Okay. Do you have it pulled up? All right, we'll move on for a second here. I think you might have answered this, but do we have any answer as to why we have some messages in March, then a gap, then some messages in mid-June, then a gap on Snapchat?
I can't say.
Okay. You had in there that there were some deleted photos the morning of, and you said those are just pictures of children?
Yes, both of those photos appeared to be screenshots from Snapchat that someone sent. And yeah, both of them were pictures of kids.
Okay. On the Axiom magnetic software, where do you find those pictures? Are they on that?
Yeah, so if you were to search the image name, you can locate them.
Okay. As for the live photo that was viewed, do you know what that was?
Yes, that photo was just a kid running towards the camera.
Okay. I'm not on any for. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to bring this up. You, what's been marked as both the state exhibits, but I've also marked them defendants A and defendants B. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are their Snapchat conversations.
Do those, What's been marked as defendants A and defendants B, do they appear to be the reports you would have generated directly from the software?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence what's been marked as defendants A and defendants B.
Since they were state's exhibits, I'm not anticipating an objection, but Mr. Ringel, any objection on behalf of the state?
That's correct, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, defendants exhibits A and B are admitted.
The one that I noticed in particular, and I can't put your PowerPoint back up right now, but do you remember the conversation about here's hoping for a rogue semi today? No big accident, no survivors.
Yes.
Okay. And that was sent by Karina, March 8th, 2021 at 7:04 a.m. I'm reading from here, so,
Yeah.
okay. There was then a following message sent within that same minute from Karina. My mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted too, honey. Divorce me. Do you remember that message?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, she's talking about, well, I won't characterize it. Oh, on some of the messages on the PowerPoint, or not the messages, the Google searches, maybe you already answered this, but some didn't have dates or times. Is that because the phone didn't know, or how's that work?
I don't know. It's, if the things are deleted too, sometimes time seems to go away, so.
If what gets deleted?
If the, like if the URL gets deleted, so whatever you search, you delete the history.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that what we have here in your PowerPoint and with the addition of these is pretty much the sum and substance of what you found on these phones that was relevant to this case?
Judge, I'm going to object. I believe this witness is in a position to testify to what's relevant in the case.
Okay.
Overruled, witness can answer.
That was everything that I presented in the PowerPoint is.
Okay. I was just making sure there wasn't something else that you thought wasn't, that you would have thought was important that wasn't included. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, redirect.
None, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective Lord, you may step down.
I forgot to ask you.
Well, Snapchat messages, Google searches. We have seen it all. So that's the Snapchat evidence, right? And the Google searches, how to get away with murder, basically, in a nutshell. They wanted the online kit, how long everything takes. What do I need to do after the fact, right? After the fact, Houston is doing all the searches in the world. And I do mean all the searches in the world. Right? So I think we all in agreement that they're probably going to have a person that comes up because they try to put a point to the jury when she was on the stand that when she was on the stand that there was these messages that told Houston to go to sleep. Right? Houston didn't go to sleep. Houston decided on his own accord to come over there and do what he had been so-called jokingly telling her that he was going to do. I know none of us believe that, right? Benny says, if I was on the jury and I got told after both sides rested, after rebuttal, and the judge said no more witnesses, that's the case, I would be so skeptical about this dubious of a defense. Hey, I think she really thought with those questions that she kind of followed up with, when they brought their rebuttal witness, when Tiffany got back on the stand, I don't think they felt comfortable enough. And I think during that 30-minute break when they were supposed to have been talking about jury instructions, they was back there begging the judge, talk about, can we please have a sir rebuttal, whatever that is. It sounded like it was some stuff they made up, because the judge even came back and was like, sir rebuttal. He was like, and I guess the state is entitled to a rebuttal of a rebuttal. Then he says, then getting their rebuttal expert up, I would think that they had an ulterior motive at play. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't think it's going to help her, but I guess the judge want to afford the defense every opportunity to be able to present a good defense for her. You pretty brown girl said they wasting time. I know, right? She been trying and trying and trying, right? We seen her try here with these Snapchat messages saying, well, why, there appears to be some messages that were sent, but they don't have any content to it, trying to put them in that bucket of that reasonable doubt that Karina sent those messages to Houston. But even beyond that, I mean, let's keep it real. Let's just take Snapchat off. Say we don't have any Snapchat. Would you still find her guilty with all the rest of the evidence? Let's just take Snapchat off the table. Because I think the more concerning thing to me in this whole thing is that beyond the Snapchats, she came up there on the stand and stated that she was scared of Houston. Right? And in the defense opening statement, they didn't say that she was scared of Houston. They said she was in a fairy tale la la land. So if the jurors are remembering what we saw as opening statements, which was Houston Danker's name 6 times, and Karina was in la la land, she was being gaslighted, right? There was no mention that Karina was scared. Karina didn't want to say anything. So for Karina to get on the stand and actually take this position that she was so scared that she couldn't tell Aaron, she's scared of the police now, so she couldn't tell the police. She's scared of Houston, right? She's scared of all these people. And so the threat with Houston is stopped in September, right? Because remember, I found it awfully weird that their relationship ended in, like, they stopped talking in September, right? Of 2021, that is, just in case. So they stopped talking in 2021. You don't get arrested till, almost 3 years after the incident occurs. How is he being a threat to you all that time? So even if we take this Snapchat off, it still don't make sense what you presented to us as yours. So Benny says, wait a minute. We only shave her word. We only take her word and from her performance on the stand in the trial. Let me see. Question mark, question mark. Here y'all go. She said her ASS is going to prison for real. For real. Not for play. She going for real. And Pretty Brown Girl says, hey, without the Snapchat, there's some reasonable doubt. They thought nobody would see those messages. Without the messages, I would be open to believing it was him. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe before, after she took the stand, that kind of like, even without the Snapchat, Like, I don't even know why they got to bring a rebuttal witness, because of the fact when she took the stand with the information that we have, when I'm thinking about taking away the Snapchat messages, like say if they are actually able to convince the jury with their let me make sure I put the cert rebuttal witness that comes to the stand that talks about, hey, this could happen to these Snapchat messages. My only problem with that would be is that as a juror, I will remember the defense's opening statement, right? And I would also remember, hey, well, Houston and Karina, they stopped talking in September of 2021. She didn't get arrested for all this time. So you telling me all this time, she was scared? And then furthermore, did y'all notice we didn't hear any information in regards to the wife who was found on top of her husband, hysterical, out of control. We didn't hear any evidence. Not one detective testified that she pulled a Monica Cimatelli and called down there every day. Because I know when I'm looking at her actions, if you that hysterical, like, you should be calling and trying to figure out who came in your house in the middle of the night and committed this crime. Like, why haven't y'all arrested him? I'm scared of him. Ooh, I'm scared of him, but why haven't y'all arrested him? Like, or found out? Like, we don't have any leads. We don't have anything, right? Y'all let me know what y'all think. Am I going way too far? Did the detectives not have to, like, if she was calling, wouldn't you expect that they would have presented that even from the defense side? Like, hey, Karina was trying to help the investigation. She called down there once a week. Benny says, what about the friends' testimonies about her behavior and attitude towards Ryan? Yeah, I don't think that helps her case at all. I mean, remember, they nicknamed her Karen. And even the prosecutor, he was like, okay, so when you said these things about Ryan and you were texting Houston, was this Karen? She said, no, it wasn't Karen. They were never sent. So she agrees she has an alter ego, but she said her alter ego did not do that. Benny says it's not just the Snapchat, it's the totality, her friends, her interrogation. Yeah, right? Just everything. That's why I don't know if I could even give her reasonable doubt if we didn't have these Snapchat messages. I mean, they kind of like put the icing on the cake in some ways, but I think her performance on the stand was like, yeah, right. Her interrogation, she tried to act like, oh, I'm so offended. How dare you ask me those questions about some 22-year-old? I watch his kids. Like, no. Like, really, girl? Like, when you put all that stuff together, like, no. Pretty Brown Girl says she sure didn't call nobody to get no leads or nothing. She ain't say, well, it could have been this guy over here or this guy over here on 5th Street, right? Just nothing. I would have thought that they would have said something about that. Like, she was the person that was all draped over his body. Did y'all see the photo of her that they showed where she had like all the blood and stuff on her? I believe the defense had put it up when she was up on the stand. Like, this is the same person that was on top of him and couldn't nobody help him because she was all on top of him. It is just like what I'm telling you. So I haven't really figured out still who pulled the gun, who pulled the trigger, like who pulled the gun. I still haven't figured out who pulled the trigger. But at this point in time, it really don't even matter. Yeah, okay. You saw it, pretty brown girl. Okay. They even asked her what happened to the blood on her face. She went and washed it off. She was like, I don't want his blood on me no more. I mean, because remember, she made sure that her face was on the side where all the wounds were on him. Right? Like, not the other side. But she was on the side where all the wounds were. And our blood splatter guy, he testified to that when he showed the photo. So yeah, all in all, just quite interesting in regards to that. A good old hot mess is what she done got herself into. And I don't think there's anything that she can do or say about it in that regards. And yeah. Yeah. How long? I just do a poll. How long y'all think they're gonna just put a number in there? How long y'all think the jury will be back there deliberating? I'm just curious to see what y'all think. Do y'all think it's gonna? Well, let's do it this way. Do y'all think it's gonna be a quick verdict, or do y'all think they're gonna be back there thinking? Okay, pretty brown girl says, okay, hear me out. She let him in through the kitchen, let him shoot him because she didn't know what she was doing, and told him to leave while she cleaned up. Okay. All right. And Benny says Danker was involved, but just to the extent of she roped him in and got him to remove the gun after the shooting of Ryan. So when the police came, they wouldn't find anything incriminating. I think the theory that I'm like in between because I think a parts of Pretty Brown. And then I think parts of Benny because I'm like, if she was gonna shoot him, why even call Danker over there? Like, I mean, to get rid of the gun, like, I don't know. We got to do all of that. But it was his gun, right? So I guess he had to bring her the gun. And they probably thought that they were going to be able to hide this affair, with deleting everything. So maybe so. Maybe that's why he only got charged with not acting in concert. Because I guess he could have been telling the cops, hey, she just asked me if she can borrow my gun. I didn't know she was going to do anything with it. But once it happened, but no, he can't even use that. Because in his Snapchat messages back to her, he said, I got to get this done right now. And that's when she sent the famous text message, go. And forgot the to sleep part. Yeah, except for one casing, but she shot Ryan. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe they stood behind each other. Maybe he held her, he was behind her, and they both held the trigger and shot him. Maybe they did it together. Benny said, remember, guys, we only say her see, shave her saying he unalived Ryan. We only have her saying he unalived Ryan. I got you, Benny. I just had to read it again. I'm like, shave, wait a minute. So Benny says, remember, guys, we only have her saying he unalived Ryan. I know, I'm saying shave. I know I be trying to read it first to see if I need to, because I know we all typing so fast, right? I be typing it so fast. I be trying to get my thoughts right up. Like, I don't want to miss the moment. I don't want to miss the moment. Let me hear you get this in the chat. Be all kind of misspellings and typos and all types of stuff. You should like do autocorrect. We got all this AI technology out here. How about you autocorrect as it's going through the ether? Right, you know what I'm trying to say. I know I am terrible at it. Like, I'm always just like, let me hear and get this out. I cannot miss this moment. I know I was doing all types of typing today. I said I must have had too much coffee. I was about to hit the roof. When that stuff when the prosecutor was cross-examining, I'm like, I'm about to hit the roof over here. Like, oh, no. Let me hear you get this in here. Oh, gosh. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop it, right? I don't want to stop it, but I need to, it's so easier to talk. It's easier to talk about it, right? Than to type it in. I know we're going to have to, that's mentioned about talking about it. Like, it's going to have to be some time. I am going to be dropping this link in this chat. So you guys can come up here and talk to me. Like, we can just be like on a panel and talk about these cases and things like that, right? You say you don't want to miss your questions. That's why I do. I type too fast. Right. Don't want to miss it. Want to make sure you get your answer in there. I know. Trust me, I know. I think we all know. And we all kind of get there where our fingers are like there. That's why I be trying to like make sure I read it and I put it on the thing. Pretty Brown Girl says, I wonder if there's anyone that believes her. I don't know. My MO, my what I think is that jurors are thinking just like us. They are people just like us, right? So depending on their background, their experiences and things like that, it is no telling. It may be somebody back there that's like, well, really don't want to, she said that she was scared. I don't know what it feels like to be in a position of scared, and although she may have lied, but she probably didn't want everybody to know she had an affair, And I tell my husband all the time that I don't like him. I don't know about the effing want to, shoot him in the face, but I tell him all the time that I don't like him and that I hate him and that, I wish he wasn't here no more, but I guess the big difference in this is that her actions, prove true to the words that she spoke out of her mouth. And I think that's why they named, even when I was looking at the research in the case, they named it the widow's words, because her own words is what was getting her in trouble, right? Or her, statements. It doesn't even sound like it's so much of DNA evidence or anything like that. It's the digital trail, it's more about the circumstantial evidence that's getting her in trouble, right? Because we don't have any DNA. Her phone was in the home. They say, she took all of these steps between this time, but she could have been running back and forth, upstairs to the kids, downstairs, concerned for her husband. Like, she could have been doing a lot of stuff that probably could have explained away that. Yeah, so I just really think that if they come back with a not guilty verdict, I know that everybody is going to be, sick with it, right? Like, we just had a verdict yesterday that I think that it was heartbreaking. I don't know if did anybody watch the family speak out of the victim yesterday of Jimmy? I was like, oh gosh. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what you do. Like, that's just too much. Cause like, I know they want justice served, right? And they want him to pay for the incident that happened with their son. But they decided that there was not enough evidence, or the prosecution team was charging too high, and originally, y'all know, they offered him a plea deal of 40 years, and I seen a question when we were getting closer to the verdict watch. There was a poll or something on one of the sites I was on, and they was like, do you think that he should have took the 40-year plea deal? Now, thank goodness he didn't, right? Because he was found not guilty, and then he was a mistrial on all the rest of the charges. But I guess the lingering question, and I'm not sure if we will find out when, yeah. Then he says she was too distraught after that verdict. Yeah, I know. It took us a moment on we were live, and it took us a moment to even actually like calm down and close our mouths. Like, it was really shocking. Like, he was shocked. He was like, I'm guilty as ASF. But woo, that's what I think he had going through his head. Like I did that, right? So I just wonder, like, and I guess time will tell. Will they recharge him? I mean, do they think they have a strong enough case to go back on the charges that were considered a mistrial? And some people, they just really do, do wrong. I don't know if anybody even followed that or follows that YNW. I think it's YN. Yeah, I think it's YMW Melly case, where he is accused of unaliving two of his friends. YNW, okay. YNW. I'm like YMW. Where he was accused of unaliving two of his friends. And he's been in prison since 2018. And the first trial in 2023 was a mistrial. And they got all types of drama going on with that case. From the prosecutor to his defense attorney to all types of stuff. But to make it a long story short, he's been in behind bars since 2018. And remember, you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And, they still won't let him out until he actually has another trial. Pretty Brown Girl says, I wonder if I was the family, I would press them to try him again. I'm pretty sure the family will. I looked at their interview, and it just, like, I think they're appalled by this. Benny says they are going after him for lesser charges. They were filed after the trial yesterday. Okay, so they're gonna go after him for the lesser charges. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Wow, they filed that real fast. They was like, oh, okay, we going right over here to the next window. Let us go ahead and file. Let's get our new court date. Yeah, well, that's why when they seeking these charges and they charging individuals, when they dealing with, like, normal civilians that don't know the law and how the court works, they need to make it as simple as possible. Because you start putting too much on there, we start to think that it's garbage. Especially when we can't prove it. Pretty Brown Girl says, this is off subject. But have y'all heard about the Long Island murderer who was killing the SX workers? I saw a documentary on that last night. Has anyone heard of that one? The Long Island murderer? I haven't heard of it. Was it on Netflix? Okay, she gonna get his name for us. She said that prosecutor was emotionally invested that Preppy Boy trial for doggone sure. He said, what if this happened to my son? He broke down in closing. I know, Pretty Brown Girl told me. Yeah, I didn't see the closings. To be honest, like I followed the first day or two of that trial, and it was too many moving parts for me. I was like, what? Oh, what? Huh? Who? You know, because all them all them teams, and you know, they were marching up there to the podium, and I was sitting up there like, who, what, when, where, why? Huh? Why you text him? What's going on here? Like, why you tell them the address? Huh? Y'all shaking the car? I couldn't. I was like, okay. And then I think in the midst of that, the Ronnie Walker trial may have started. Don't quote me on that, but I think the Ronnie Walker one had started, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna cover this. I'm gonna do this one. And then I thought that one was gonna be a very long one. Rex Heuermann. Did I pronounce that right? Rex Heuermann? That's the guy? Oh, okay. You see that, Pretty Brown? You know Benny, the investigator, detective, lip reader, lie detector reader. She has found it. She has found it. She has located it for us. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I have to try to check it out over the weekend. Yeah, I'll try to check it out over the weekend. I know I'm so not happy that we can't do the TikTok thing. I mean, we could play like the parts that we can get online, but I would love like to cover it from the beginning. It would be nice if I could do the like put the Netflix up here, but they'll probably copyright me, strike me, tear me down before I can even get started. So I won't mess with that. But that TikTok one, how did you like it? I think that's how I found out about it. Is I seen the Netflix special, and then I started like going on YouTube, and I'm like, how did I miss this? And I was like so mad, and I was like, I can't find all the pieces to the puzzle. Now, if y'all anything like me, when I am watching trials, I want to watch them from the first gavel. I want gavel to gavel coverage, right? And I want you to have your stuff in the playlist. So it's certain stuff that I be like, I like. So I'm like, okay. When I was looking for it last night to just try to, you know, see what the timeline is so we can kind of like plan it out. I'm like, I can't even find everything. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm like, okay, we're not going to be able to go gavel to gavel with this one. So we're going to do Jermaine Bass because I know I can find that, and I know it's a good one, and we can go gavel to gavel. So that'll be the first one that we'll do. And I'll send out the notification for that one. It do appear that right now, I didn't see anything far as things to cover, far as like new things that's happening, far as cases next week. to be honest. But I don't take anything off the table because the bench trial, I didn't find out until the day before that was going to happen. Like I literally found out Sunday. So I don't know if something will pop up and I'm just not seeing it right now. But if something else comes up, and we are watching the Jermaine Bass trial next week, the replay game, if something else comes up, then I'll just incorporate it. It's not a big deal because that, that one is already there. We can always stop and play it. She says, how about the Leonie Simon trial? What was that about, Benny? That one doesn't ring a bell to me. So Pretty Brown Girl says, so just for the record, y'all, she's saying that the TikTok she watched on Netflix, she was glued because she couldn't fathom why she wouldn't leave him. When the show got to the trial, I tried to watch the opening arguments, but California is weird about it. Yeah, I can't even remember what stuff they showed and what they did. And I do know they showed him on the stand. And I was like, really, dude? This is what we doing? Okay, she says California is weird about showing trials. Benny said she thought of her little girl missing her dad too much. I'm not following that one, Benny. Was you saying she thought of her little girl missing her dad too much? So what happened? Did she? Yeah, you have to let me know what happened, but oh, Leonie Simon trial was a young mom and boyfriend unaliving her 2-year-old beautiful little boy. Oh, wow. I don't know if I've seen pieces and parts of that one or if I seen anything. And they threw his body in a tip. I don't think that's what you're trying to say, but okay. You'll let me know. It's not that old. Okay. I'll look it up and see what it is. Cause like the Jermaine Bass case, like we should be able to get through that we should be able to get rid of that very quick. You taking notes, Pretty Brown? You taking notes, girl? Wow. So yeah, so I'll send out the thing. We'll unless something comes up that's different, right? So if something comes up different, then of course I am going to cover the latest and the current information. If not, we can I'll send out the alert, for the replay party. We'll start off with Jermaine Bass. We may be able to get through Jermaine Bass in a day or maybe 2 days. Right. And if we get done with Jermaine Bass, I think the next one that I have in line is the Jarvis Butts one. That is only a day. Yeah, that one should only be a day. And then I'll look at the Leilani one since we can't do the TikTok one. Pretty Brown, if you see anything that you want to do as far as the replay, I want to kind of like have at least 2 to 3 of them on deck. Oh, is that why she didn't leave? Because of the baby? I could see that. She sure invited that man over there way too soon. That was just way too soon. Not with the actions that she knew how he was, how Ali was, more than anybody else would know. She knew exactly how he moved and how he operated, right? And that he was, friends with the white powder. I think that she should have been over that guy's house. She should have never had him over there. Yeah, right? I know. I know. And he was just in the I want to say like he was almost in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah. Yeah, not yeah, at least until everything was like kind of like settled, right? Or she was in another place that Ali did not have access to. I don't think she were. I think all the money, I don't think she worked. I think because he was really big on TikTok. That's why I was really surprised that he got in his feelings that much because he was out here doing what he wanted to do. Then he said, yeah, he did. He put that recording in there. He wanted to listen to all that stuff. That's how he knew that he was there. And that's how he came over there. You say he told on himself with all those videos, right? They caught the gunshots and everything as he was getting off the elevator there. Oh, ding dong. He thought he was still doing TikTok. You change that door lock, right? I agree. Benny said for real, he just another sap who couldn't let go. And if he couldn't have his wife, no one could. Right. Right. Absolutely. Like, really, dude. And it just really frustrates me when people decide that they are going to be the person that determines whether you live or die. She said, okay, hear me out. Yeah, it's like, really? Like, you got a lot of nerve. Yeah, I really think that, with these people, I keep knocking this headphone on my ear. With these people just deciding to do certain things and make decisions for people when we only get one of these. Like, and it wasn't like he didn't have anybody, and she had came from a whole nother country over here to be with him. Whole nother country. That's why because they look very happy on TikTok, right? But behind closed doors, woo. I'm like, wow, the neighbor like, shoot, she came over here trying to get the phone. That's like, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, all right. You say you think his defense wanted him to go to jail? They were all women. And they let that man get on the stand. Their defense was that she provoked him. Come on. A facade for real. You're right. It was definitely that. I think that it didn't matter what his defense team wanted him to do. You got to remember that he was always in the camera. He was always impersonating, doing those impersonations and stuff. And I think that he thought that he can really go into character and try to convince his jury or something that it wasn't. And that's why, different parts he had different outbursts, right? Because, the other character was coming into play. I don't think if they wanted to keep him off the stand, they could. Some people, they want the attention, because he was doing interviews from jail and everything. I mean, it just kind of remind me of like even with the Jodi Arias case, like you seen all that stuff. She on the camera, she at the man's house, and she gets on the stand because she wants to be in the limelight. Like, even when they took her picture for her mugshot, she was like, wait a minute, let me make sure my makeup is good. And she was in her mugshot, like, you could see all her fronts, right? So, yeah, they definitely be doing it. Yeah, so guys, I think that what we'll do is we'll wrap up for today, unless y'all want to do something else. It's totally up to y'all. I won't start the Jermaine Bass one today. I don't think they could keep him off the stand, but as a woman, you this guy, right? Yeah, yeah. You must be talking about Jodi when you talk about that attention grabber. Yeah, she was definitely that. So I guess we will plan to be here early. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna I'll make sure I have my little whatever here day I'm gonna have that it don't keep me from it. It won't keep me away from being on here on time, right? I was like, I'm trying. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna lay it down. Oh well. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll be here in the morning. It seemed like tomorrow's gonna be a full day, right? It's Friday. We made it through Thirsty Thursday. Yeah, because I don't think we'll have our rebuttal witnesses, whatever this kind of rebuttal stuff that they're doing. And then he'll give his jury instructions. I don't think that's going to take too long. And we'll have our opening and closing statements. Yeah, and then he's going to hand it to the jury. And they'll come back with a verdict later Friday afternoon. Right? We're going to get a verdict tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to get a verdict tomorrow. I'm telling y'all, last night I was like, oh, I hope she takes the stand. Oh, I said, I'm just going to make my thumbnail like, I'm just going to make my thumbnail. I'm going to put it out here into the universe. They say if you put it out there in the universe, it will happen. I was like, let me put it out here in the universe. It's going to happen. I was like, it's going to happen. I'm going to put it on my thumbnail. I'm putting this out in the universe. So I'm going to put it out in the universe. We are going through everything tomorrow. And the jury coming back with a verdict because they do not want to come back on Monday. How about that? Just the weekend. They're like, dude, we don't want to come back here on Monday. I don't want to come back down to this courthouse. I do not want to pay for parking. I do not want to take off work another day. Whatever the case may be, right? So I said, we going to get it all wrapped up tomorrow. They're going to tell the judge, no, can we use the courtroom just for an hour or so? And they're going to come back like Ronnie Walker's real fast. Benny said she was rushing to get up there. Absolutely. 2 hours. Yeah, I think they're gonna go back there and pick a 4-person. They're gonna take the initial vote, and they're gonna be like, I. Everybody gonna say guilty, and they're gonna write their paperwork up and give it to the judge. I think it's just gonna be as simple as that. So I think that tomorrow will be a busy day, but if not, then if it's not, we'll do what we do. Whatever that is, right? Yeah, Benny, it's gonna be quick. Yeah, I think we wrapping that case up tomorrow. For sure. So we'll be in verdict watch for 2 of our cases. All right. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and close us out for today, right? You said the case is done. She be done. Oh gosh, you are too funny. So I am going to close this out today. You were definitely in the right place, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in. I appreciate everybody. Remember to like, subscribe, and share. And I will see you tomorrow in the a.m.